looking forward to a great deciding game, and you're all now ready and standing, so let's move on to the national anthems. Firstly, Australia.
Good morning, I'm Matt Evans and I'm joined here by Owen Mason. Good morning, I'm Matt Evans and I'm joined here by Owen Mason, and we're here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club. It's an absolutely fantastic cricket ground because that in the background is the famous grandstand of the Royal Ascot Racecourse, and it's a fabulous setting we're here today. You join us for the final ODI between England and Australia for the Grey Ashes. They're tied at 2-2 and it seems a lifetime ago that we started in Littleborough.
Yeah, fantastic. Good morning, Matt. Yes, it's a little while since we started at Littleborough. Right at the end of June, Australia took first blood in that series. Tony Panacasio gaining 3 wickets on that day. See, Phil Deaton in his home ground also had 3 wickets for himself that day. Australia went 1-0 up. Next week at Fairburn, it was a closely run affair. Australia at one point were 26 for 6. They were really struggling. They got to a score of 172, and England reached that target. Fantastic for them. They levelled up the series. Tame last Friday, of course. We weren't there, but it was, again, another interesting game where Darren Smith got his century. Kylie would be proud, wouldn't she? And, you know, he got 4 wickets himself that day to make it 2-1 to Australia. So the pressure was on for England at Sparsholt last Monday. And again, that was another close run affair until Steve Aston and Nick Gaywood, they had a fantastic partnership near the end that got to their target of 243 runs. So it's all about today at Royal Ascot. Who's going to be the hero today, Matt? You know, wow, it's going to be a very, very interesting end. It's going to be a grandstand finale. Can't wait for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a grandstand finale and it's going to be the climax of a brilliant summer. So join us live, YouTube, the England Over 60s Cricket Channel, midday. Yeah, that was us early this morning here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club. Just doing a little introduction for you, which is fantastic with the racecourse grandstand in the background. I'm Matt Evans sat here, and next to me is Owen Mason.
Hi, Matt. Yes, it's great to be here for this. You know, there's a real hype around this fixture, the final one-day international in the Grey Ashes series. Great crowd forming, as you can see on screen already. And yes, it's going to be a grandstand finale. Just who will take that urn? That's the big question of the day, Matt.
Yeah, it is the big question of the day, and earlier on, Rash turned up here and had a chance to look at the surface out there.
Well, welcome out to the middle. 5th and final one-day international for the Grey Ashes between England and Australia. Series tied at 2-2. Final pitch report from me for the series. And Brad, just have a look at this then. Well, the first thing to say, this is a new strip. Okay, plenty of green on it. Some bare patches. Some cracks just at the back of a length. You know, I don't think they're going to have any adverse effects on the game. However, if you can hear that, nice hard surface. It's difficult to know what a par score is on here. Bounce, I expect it to be true. Listen, the outfield's really, really quick, and we've seen that in the last few matches. I think batting first, you're always going to be looking to try and achieve 250. Whether we'll get that or not, I don't know. One thing I will say about this pitch, with it being new, it's going to act a bit differently to the other pitches that are being used on this large expansive square. Traditionally, scoring is good on the other ones. Let's hope for a cracker of a game. The toss is due at about 11:30. Well, I'll be back out here to speak to both skippers. It's going to be a good one.
Of the day in Hampshire.
Yeah, Owen, well, the first thing was I'd just like to congratulate the organisers of Spa Shot. It was a wonderful day. They did a brilliant job for us. You know, we lost the toss. The Aussies decided to bat and they got off to a flyer. But we did really well to restrict them to 2-4-2. You know, you've got England against Australia in an Ashes, Grey Ashes deciding thing where thousands of people around the globe. I've had a lot of messages this morning, so we feel very, very privileged to be here, and we'll leave no stone unturned to then regain that little urn.
Yeah, and just finally, Ed, on a personal note for you, how much would it mean as captain to regain that urn today?
Well, I think you know the answer to that, Owen. But like all these things, you know, you get these opportunities once, and so you know it's my intent to try and do that, and it would mean a lot, clearly.
I said, Gordon Lennox, best of luck today. We start at midday for the grand finale. Great to catch up there with Ed Gordon Lennox, the England skipper. He said it'd be a proud moment if he was to win the Grey Ashes, regain the Grey Ashes as well in terms of England. Looking for the first time since 2023. That was also on home soil 2 years ago. As for the Australian captain Peter Judd, they'll be looking to retain it. Here's what he had to say with Matt Evans.
Morning, you join me here with Peter Judd, captain of the Australia team. Just first of all, Peter, little summary of Spas.
Thank you, boys. Well,
morning, you join me here with Peter Judd, captain of the Australia team. Just first of all, Peter, little summary of Spas. Obviously disappointing for you guys.
Yeah, it was. We won the toss and batted, and obviously the plan is to make a very good score and put pressure on England before they have to bat. And you know, first 30 overs, we were happy with our position. 155, slightly better than tame, and then we just couldn't get any sort of partnerships going, and none of the top order that we're in were able to go deep into the 45 overs. So that hurt us a lot. And then England just came out and batted to the score and did it well, very clinical.
And since then, you've played a Surrey side, a nice easy win. That's got the boys' spirits back up.
Yeah, look, if you look at the scores, it was an easy win, but for us, the result wasn't the objective at all. It was about us getting our game in order. We'd lost 2 in a row with the Sparsholt game and then one at Moat, I think it was. So, yeah, we needed to tidy up a few things going deep into our tour, and we think we probably ticked every box we wanted to yesterday, batting, bowling and fielding. So hopefully we're now primed for this last game.
And I heard a bit of your Churchillian speech over there, that the boys, what are you saying to get them going if they needed that?
Look, sometimes you're just talking cliches, don't you, from the sport you've played for a long, long time. And occasionally you might come out with a comment that someone hasn't heard for a while and it just sits in their mind, and, you know, maybe it has some impact, but we never know, do we?
And another point of view I hadn't thought of is, Doug was saying it's a bit bittersweet because it's the final game and a great climax, but also it's your last game before you go home.
Yeah, I was talking with Doug at breakfast today, and it was true. You know, he said how exciting is it for today, but it's also very sad because, you know, we've spent nearly 5 weeks together and we just get on so well. And the reality is, you know, some of us actually start to leave from tonight and then it spreads out from there. And the next time we see each other as a group will be at Nationals in November. So, yeah, it is sad, but, yeah, very exciting as well.
That's some good words from Peter Judd here. Join us at midday for the climax of this fantastic Grey Ashes series.
Thank you, boys. Well, out in the middle here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club, 5th and final time for me. Series tied 2 apiece. Winner takes all. And it's a bittersweet moment as I speak to the 2 skippers. Probably the 2 of the calmest people you'll find around at Royal Ascot at the moment. Peter Judd to my right, Ed Gordon-Lennox to my left. Myself, I'm not so calm. 3 pairs of underpants and I've just had a sleepless night. Anyway, too much information. Toss has just been done behind me, and winning again, Juddy.
Yes, won the toss again. Just having a look, overcast today. We just thought we'd do things a little bit different and have a bowl first today.
Couple of changes, and significant changes in your team. Out go Terry Bexon at JA, John Adamson. In Radar, Peter O'Reilly and Alan Muggleton.
Yes, Peter's he's been in good form all tour, and it's just been just juggling the team and trying to come up with the right combination at the right time. He just pretty much knocked the door down really to get back in the side. And Alan, this will be his first Ashes international, so I think it's great that he goes home having played at least one. Yeah.
Certainly, and he's looked good in the patches that we've seen him. He has. He's bowled well and batted well. Looks a very, very classy batsman. New pitch today, Peter. It's difficult to know what a part score is. It's difficult to know what exactly the conditions are going to play like. But of more concern to me is the animal activity on the outfield. I don't know if you've got any animal experts in your touring party. Is that either moles or rabbits?
Either one, but I think they've enjoyed the outfield probably more than both sides will fielding today. So, anything about it.
Super stuff, Peter. As always, thank you very much for your time. Good luck to you and your team.
Thank you. Good luck, Ed.
Good luck, Peter.
So for the final time, Edward Gordon-Lennox next to me. Unchanged side from you, Ed. Bear in mind the excellent performance at Sparsholt. It's all to play for.
It certainly is, Rash. It's all to play for. Yeah, great performance at Sparsholt. And we're just beginning to, show people what we can do. We're having to bat first today. The wicket, interesting, could be very good for us, that, because it's a little bit crumbly, quite low, might break up later on. So we've got to do for the first time what we've talked about all season, which is put a big score on. And so that's what we're going to do.
Super stuff. And just finally, before I let you go, it's been an up and down series, but England have showed a lot of heart. And coming back, you'd want it to come down to the last match, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. As you say, it's been up and down. I mean, it's interesting, availability, injuries, form, it's all had an impact. It's not like being on a bus, 17 of you, and being able to do that. It's travelling. There's been a lot of dynamics going on. And so we've got to a point where we had a great performance at Sparsholt, and we're confident today. And wouldn't it be great if we could land that we earn? But above all, it's not about that. It's about performing to our strengths and performing to the best of our ability.
And as always, thank you for all you've done out in the middle during this series. Good luck to you and your boys.
And same to you, Rash.
Thank you very much. Indeed. Thank you. There you have it. Views of the 2 skippers out in the middle. It's a decider, folks. You've heard the views of Ed Gordon-Lennox. It's going to be difficult to know how this pitch plays. But anyway, enough from me out here. Thank you for all your comments about the pitch reports and the coin toss. Play due to start at midday. Join myself, Matt Evans and Owen Mason for the live stream and ball-by-ball coverage of this 5th and final one-day international between England and Australia for the Grey Ashes. Winner takes all. See you at midday.
Welcome on board, everyone. There you can see Royal Ascot Racecourse Pavilion in the background, and you join us in perfect timing. All the dignitaries are done, all the formalities. As you see from the picture, the players are out there in their positions, ready for the first ball. And our first bit of exciting news, obviously, Owen, is that Mel Hussain stands on 999 runs for England seniors. So 1 run and he'll hit the 1,000 mark. And welcome on board Banana Brooks and Kong Ho Mao, Malaysia, listening from Malaysia. So more around the world listeners, Owen.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant to see. Everyone is really excited across the world. A big thank you and welcome to everyone joining us across the world for this fixture It's 2-2 in the Grey Ashes. It couldn't get any better than this. And Bill Blair's going to open us up against. No, I said that. He must.
Warm-up run.
Yeah, he must have heard me. But it's Bill Blair against Neil Brathwaite. Neil Brathwaite and Mel Hussain to open us up then.
Yeah, the Essex duo. Opening us up again, and as I said, 1 run for Mel Hussain. Actually, Brathwaite's facing the first ball, so
He'll have to wait a bit longer.
he'll have to wait a little bit longer to pass that milestone. And I think finally now, Bill Blair charges in.
Bullet Blair, as you call him.
Bullet Blair. Oh, my word, that's a wide down the leg side by Blair. First ball of the day. Now, we've obviously got the racecourse end behind us. There's absolutely nothing at the other end apart from big grey rain clouds. So, nets. The nets end. There you go. We've got the nets end and the racecourse end. And again, any local Royal Ascot cricketers who know better than that, do message in on the YouTube and let us know as Bill Blair comes in for his second. Again, down the leg side, just tickled off his hip down here to fine leg. And they've run a single. So that does put Hussain on strike, Owen.
Yeah, as we say, he's 1 away from reaching 1,000 runs. Only 2 of us in England over 60s history have reached that milestone. Richard Merriman and Monty Douglas. So he'll be joining some hallowed turf there, wouldn't he, with those 2?
Yeah, 2 fine batsmen in their own right. Monty here again supporting the guys. He's been at a lot of games this summer where he's not actually playing, just cheerleading. So again, fantastic to see. Good team spirit. Bill Blair comes in for his 3rd delivery. Oh, he's got that run, I was saying, but that was a bit edgy and it just trickled through past. Claude Orlando missed it. I'm just waiting to see if his leg buys. No, I think he got a little nudge on that. So that could have been
Yeah, free for the loss of no wickets. Then, as Brathwaite and Hussain start us off.
Yeah, it's a quite funny moment there, Owen. Jeff Patterson just noticing he's right next to the cameras and giving us the zipping the lips up signal.
Bernardo Brooks says, is the pitch as green as it looks from here? Yeah, it is fairly green. bit of brown in places, isn't it?
Bernardo Brooks, yeah, a lot of grass on it. And actually, the chat is it's very inconsistent, I'd have to say, Bernardo Brooks. I think both skippers would have bowled. There's a couple of green patches, as I just see Bill Blair. Oh, he's had a swish at that and missed it as Brathwaite. Yeah, bowling from the nets end coming to the racecourse, there's a very green patch, but it's just short of a length. So I know Phil Deacon was saying that's maybe not in play because they'll hook us. But going from the racecourse to the nets end, where we'll be in the next over, there's a lovely green patch just right on a length that's gonna do a bit, was the feeling for the England bowlers. And as I say, I think both captains would have bowled. Australia won the toss and went for it, and I think there's going to be a bit of life in this wicket. It's not as consistent and flat as the other wickets at the other side, according to the groundsman, and that's the end of the first over. England are on 3 without loss, and oh, it's not end of the over. I tell a lie. Oh, there was the wide, wasn't there? First ball was a wide, yeah. Not bad bowling since then, though, Owen. Just 2 singles and 3 dots. There's Dougie Murphy, our old buddy. Promised him to buy him a drink back today after proceedings. This is the last game, and they've been fantastic company. This. Oh, he's edged it. They've all gone up. Claude Orlando didn't look convinced for my money, and neither, more importantly, was the umpire. So that is the end of the first over. 3 for no loss. A couple of scares there, though, Owen, that you wouldn't want necessarily in the first over.
No, certainly, Matt. That's they're up for this, and as we say, Australia winning that toss, a crucial toss to win then in this final game of the series. But yeah, it's Brathwaite and Hussain just having a word. Of course, they know how to open. They open for Essex together, so that's a crucial thing as well, isn't it? Because we said that on Monday when they opened up their batting in the second innings at Sparsholt. Like that synergy between the 2 of them is just so crucial when you're playing in such a massive game like this. And you know, that's been amplified today because obviously it's the final game of the series, 2-2.
Yeah, it can't do anything but help, can it? It's a bit like playing with the same players on a football pitch, rugby pitch, you know, same doubles partner in tennis. You get to know each other's needs and wants and likes, and kind of bounce off each other. So being club openers, I think, will really help them. And I think for the first time this series, Owen, am I right in saying, old Skipper Judd's going to be one of the opening bowlers here from the racecourse end.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Matt. I don't think that's happened this summer.
Yeah, we were both a bit surprised to see Terry Bucks missing out today. I don't think, unless he's got a niggle or something, obviously, that we don't know about. But I don't think he bowled particularly badly at Sparsholt. But here we go. Johnny's just given that ball a final clean, and Pavey, that athletic field, has just gone in, and a little. Oh, he's half thought about it. Look, Johnny's just sent him out. He went in a really close mid-wicket catching position. And again, this very kind of demanding tight field has been set again by Australia, hasn't it, Owen? There's only 3 out on the deep, and that's probably only because of the fielding restrictions in the first few overs. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in really close on this this offside.
Yeah, certainly, Matt. Very interesting to see how the skipper can do here. If he can take an early wicket, my goodness, that'd be a fantastic start for Australia. England don't want that, though. They would like a nice few commanding runs out of this over. But that's going to be another dot ball. We'd on another message from Chris Geary. Hi from Melton Mowbray. Had the pleasure of playing there a few years ago in the county over 60s competition. Good luck to everyone there wearing an England shirt. Thank you very much, Chris, for getting in touch. Malaysia to Melton Mowbray. That's a fantastic, fantastic to see how global we are, Matt. It's fantastic. 128 of you watching. Thank you for joining us, folks.
Sounds like there's an Ed Sheeran song in there somewhere. Malaysia to Melton Mowbray. So Juddy comes in, 4th ball of the over, 3 dots, a very solid. Melisane on strike. He's just prodded that forward, and they've taken a cheeky little single. That was very ambitious, but great running from Brathwaite. If there's anyone you're going to get to do that for you, it's Brathwaite, because he's probably the quickest fella on the team, isn't he?
Yeah, we saw that. You know, we've seen that so much this summer, but my goodness, one of the highlights of Sparsholt was that incredible catch. So agile is Neil Brathwaite. 2 wickets, 2 catches from him. Fantastic, really. For England is Neil Brathwaite. He'll be hoping for a bit more today. Yeah, 3 dot balls and a single then to open this second over, this opening Peter Judd over. And he comes again then. Against Neil Brathwaite. That'd be another dot. Yeah, at the moment, as we mentioned, just as we came back from the pitch report, as it just goes in again. Oh! Umpire says no. A few appeals there, Matt.
Yeah, the Australians in sensing, but I think a bit ambitious, that appeal. So 2 overs gone, 4 for naught. Cut a little dodgy scrapes with England team. Little edge past Claude Orlando. And for those of you who are watching our pitches, it's probably the coldest day so far this summer. There's a bit of a chill in the air. There's a real threat of rain. It's very thick, heavy grey cloud around us. Nothing falling at the moment, so fingers crossed it stays that way. But it's the coldest I've been sat here at the commentary desk going.
Yeah, we've had some scorchers, haven't we? None more so than Loughborough and Stratford. My goodness, it was almost 30 degrees on both days. There, it's so warm, but this is such a difference. Oh, it's sneaked through there. Jeff Patterson will get to that on our near side. Lucky there, but yeah, you just spoke about the weather, Matt. Now an 80% chance of rain come 3 o'clock.
All right, Mr. Optimistic.
Just keeping everyone informed, or it's just hope we can play as much as we possibly can.
Yeah, I think that first ball was one of those ones we were fearing, a bit of an inconsistent bounce. And I have to say, even come down here to Jeff Patterson on the outfield, it's bobbling all over the place. There's actually a few rabbit scrapes around the outfield that Timor Allen wasn't best pleased with when he turned up this morning. Actually filled him himself with his boot. And it's quite an undulating outfield. Not the worst I've seen in club cricket, but that ball was certainly bouncing left, right, up, down as it approached Jeff Patterson right in front of our comms desk, and he did well to field it. As Blair returns to his mark. 2 balls, he's gone for 1 and a dot. Turns around at the top of it there. Braithwaite facing him on strike. Going to charge in here, and he's just going to try and get more and more life out of that pitch as much as he can as he comes in from the net end. Sends it down there, and that was just left by Brathwaite. Got some speed on him today, Owen. Looks very quick.
Yeah, my goodness. You know, we've admired that all summer, haven't we? But it's just so quick. Imagine facing one of them. Good grief. But yeah, quite economical. Only 5 runs so far for England. Yes, it's early days, but they're limiting England so far. Only 4 runs conceded by the vice-captain, Bill Blair. Of course, captain the side a few times on this tour.
Oh, that's
Right
one
to
of
Darren
those, isn't
Smith.
it? Just hit him in the chest. Just what I was talking about, the outfield. They just dropped in front of Darren Smith. Instead of kind of going flat along the ground, it's popped up and hit him straight in the middle of the solar plexus, I think, hasn't he? He's taking the wind out of him a little bit there. He's just, again, they're waving down at the field. I think this could prove a bit of prove some issues today, in this outfield, because that's 2 balls already. What are we in? 3rd over. That's just done something that the fielders weren't really expecting.
Yeah, like mentioned to you earlier, Matt. You could have a instance where a fielder near the boundary could be like, "Yep, this ball's mine." Completely jumps up and it could roll up for a boundary, and that's crucial runs lost, isn't it? At that point, so it's just having to adapt to that really, and of course it's having to adapt to different fields. We've seen that a few times. As green as Loughborough was compared to some of them we've seen have been incredibly dry, or the slope at Fairburn. We've had a few different ones, haven't we, so far this summer in the Grey Ashes Tour. Blair it in then to end this over. And another very, very decent over. Only 1 single and 5 dot balls. That's what Australia. They'll be best pleased with that, won't they, Matt?
Yeah, really pleased. Current run rate at 1.67. That's absolutely fantastic bowling. And we try as best as we can to commentate as neutrals here behind the commentary desk. And I have to say, just the athleticism we've seen from Australia this summer in the field. I think most of the England players have said, look, they're just fitter and they've got stronger arms at throwing it in. I think they might deal with anything that's kicked up from this outfield that's thrown at them. That might just suit Australia's athleticism a bit more. Not that any of the teams want that to happen.
No, certainly. But it's just such a crucial game. You can feel it in the air. That's nice. It's better from Hussain. He went for the run, though. Does well in the end to prevent Mel Hussain from running. Darren Smith, wasn't it? There he is.
Well, I tell you, even on a nothing ball there, just charged in there, Smith. He wanged it into Claude Orlando just to let Mel Hussain know you're not. You don't even think about it. Just look at him. He's poised there like a sprinter in 100 metres there. Darren Smith. And that's gone up in the air. That's chipped over. And fair play. I think he meant that on purpose, that Mel Hussain. He's cut it backward point. A fantastic slide by Bill Blair to stop the boundary. Just exactly what we were talking about. He's thrown it in. They've only managed to get 2 runs. Look at that on the replay. Fantastic camera work there by Brad, who's replaced young Benny today on the camera. And that was absolutely superb.
God, I think I'd do myself an injury if I went sliding in like that. And these are over 60s players. We've said it so many times this summer. They are fighting for every single run because he could have gingerly jogged for that early doors, and it could have been 3, almost 4 runs there. You don't know, and he's just went, no, I'm not taking that. Try and limit them to only 2, and it's the first 2 they've had actually.
I think I feel injured just watching him. Sure, I've just pulled a hamstring just watching that, let alone doing it. Juddy, skipper in. Again, cut shot for Hussain. Just drops on the back foot. Beautifully fielded there again.
Really good.
Picked up there at covers and just thrown back in. Quick, sharp. They had to really sprint that single just to get a single. England really had to get on their heels there and get on with it.
Yeah, they know that this game, they know this Australia side incredibly well. Over the last few years, of course, the tour of Australia last winter where Australia regained the Ashes 3-2 in that series. It'll be 3-2 either way today, barring any weather. Who will it be then? Australia or England? It's fascinating stuff here at Royal Ascot. Nice from Brathwaite, but again, limited. Darren Smith just rolls it back in
Lightning on that. Yeah, I have to say, I actually feel really excited for this game today. We came into it thinking, Grey Ashes, and we were amazed by the standard of cricket, like kind of Rash warned us, didn't he? We were amazed at the start of this summer, Australian, the standard was superb. And as it's gone on, we've got more and more invested, and I'm just, honestly, really, really looking forward to this game, and excited by the finely balanced occasion. It could go either way, couldn't it, what we've seen this summer?
Yeah, it really could. Really, really excited to see where this one goes. Almost 150 viewers as well at the moment. Thanks very much for joining us across the world. Let us know where you're listening from, or where you're watching from as well. Wow. It's going to be fantastic to just see this progress this afternoon. Bill Blair comes in again to face Mel Hussain, who has Congratulations to him. He's now got 1,000 runs for the England over 60s, as we mentioned. Only 2 others in over 60s history. That's Richard Merriman, who's currently out at the moment. He's only played a few times. He played in that West Indies series, didn't he? And but he was gutted to miss this series. He came in for one of them, I believe. I believe it might have been Tame. But he'd been gutted to miss this series, the former captain. He's here today, isn't he, Richard?
Yeah, he's here watching, and he certainly was in good nick. I think we saw him at the Windies, did we? He had one little knock he had that we said he's still in good touch. As Blair comes in, just pops up that little rising ball there to Brathwaite, who just prods it over to point. It's fielded there.
Yeah, Banana Brutz says sensible leaves from England, terrific fielding. Yeah, it certainly is Banana Brutz. It's
yeah, really good, really
really
good
strict,
fielding.
isn't it?
And tight bowling as well. I mean, but I like the fact that England batsmen are being patient. They're not, it's a 45 over game. There's a long way to go. They're being patient. They're not trying to play silly shots, which I thought these two did very well the last time they opened up together at Sparsholt. Blair comes in, third ball, just prodded forward by Brathwaite into the covers, and again picked up by Pavey, thrown back in quickly. And as Bill Blair had run up for his run in the straight cover there on the over the wickets by another Australian fielder. They just seem to be very alert. And speaking to a couple of players, they kind of feel it's their fault. It's 2-2. They do feel they could have been 3-1 up, and they let a couple of things slide. So I think they're really eager to put things right today, and obviously desperate to fly back over the half the world with that urn on board, as that's just pushed through towards Dougie Murphy. And again, just this little single run there, was it? I think, yeah. Mel has seen sprinted through. So we've had 4 balls, 2 runs. End of the 5th, so Rash Ramood's going to join me, and Owen's going to have a break. Our normal 5 over rotation. I think Owen needs to get some trousers on. He's in trousers, shorts and t-shirt, then it's freezing.
Yeah, for late July, I packed the shorts and I didn't need them today. That's a fantastic ball there to end the over.
Fantastic from El Hussein. Just flicked it off his hip, driven it straight over there, and it's going to be retrieved by. Oh, it's some camera. I thought, wonder what he's holding there. Someone's holding some strange object. Yeah, just smashed it through deep between Didmewood and Long On to get us the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, that's nice. From El Hussein. 11 off 12 deliveries then. Like you say, be impatient, and you're still having a decent rate there, 11 from 12. So, there's no need to try anything silly early doors. As you say, it's a 45 over game. And, be impatient. There you go. Your first boundary. And this is the last ball of the over then. And we'll end with a dot ball. So, 14 for naught then as I take my break. I'll be keeping a close eye on this, Matt. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, funny that. I was thinking I'm probably not going to do a lot of walking around today. Just sit and watch the watch the action in as it happens, as we welcome Rash Mahmood to the table. First 5 overs. What are your thoughts, Rash?
Well, good afternoon, Matt. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, the first thing to tell you, Matt, I was waltzing around as I do. Bill Blair operating from the far end. You can actually hear the ball hit the deck. But the thing that grabbed my attention more than anything was that the bounce of the ball. There were a couple of deliveries that Mel Hussein faced that just did not get up at all. Now, it's something to keep an eye on during the course of this England innings, and who knows, I said at my pitch report, Matt, that this is a new strip, and with the drainage on this Royal Ascot ground, there are some damp patches on it, there are some cracks at both sides of the wicket, just backwards of a length. It'll be interesting to see if they deteriorate during the course of the day, which will certainly offer some assistance to the bowlers. But the big thing for me so far, variable bounce.
Yeah, and I was out there when Deakin and Watson were having a look, and they were saying that we've called that the nets end and this the racecourse end, just for your knowledge. Coming towards this racecourse end, there's a green patch, but short of a length. They think they'll get hooked off that. But going to the nets end, where Juddy's bowling from now, there's a lovely green patch just right on a length. And I think that's why Juddy's probably opened up this morning. And same as you said, there was a couple of slow, short bounces, and actually Brathwaite had one that really rose up on him, and he took it almost kind of collarbone height. And the other thing we noticed, first of all, fantastic fielding out in the field already by Australia, but there's been some horrible bounces out there. I mean, Darren Smith went to pick one up there, kind of gully, and it popped up and smacked him straight in the chest. So, yeah, going to be interesting.
Yeah, one thing to mention of this outfield, Matt, you're competing with the local wildlife.
Yeah, it's,
You know, all the local bugs, bunnies, evidence of their activity all around the outfield. And the one that Darren Smith got just took off. He's very lucky he didn't get seriously injured. It smacked him in the chest.
Yeah, again, before you came on, I was explaining that Timor Alam turned up just before you got it in. He was horrified. He actually went round the pitch, filling them all in with the mud, the dirt that's been excavated by our local rabbits, and putting them back in, saying how dangerous that was for kind of turning your ankle in the outfield. So, yeah, got to be aware. And the ball that came out here to Jeff Patterson, you know, it looks a simple one, but it was bouncing. We were right in line with it. It's bouncing left, right, up, down. So I think fielding ain't going to be the easiest today.
No, it's not. It's not. A very good point, Matt. Obviously, Ascot, like the rest of the UK, not much rain in the last couple of months. The outfield is pretty bare. Bouncy, it's bobbly. Going to make sure you do your fundamentals right in the field, but even if you do, you can certainly have a ball that just bounces over your hand. So 6 gone then. 16 without loss, and a circumspect start by the England boys. That's a nice shot by Mel Hussain. Straight back past Bill Blair. Long chase for Stephen Butler. Will he get there? He will. 2 more to Mel Hussain. And congratulations to Mel. I think I heard you and Owen mention it. 3rd England seniors player to reach 1,000 runs. Some achievement that. So congratulations to him.
And again, some more outstanding fielding out there by the Aussies. Steve Butler chasing that one down there. They're just really up for it today, as I'm sure both teams are. This is fantastic. The last thing we want is the weather to spoil this brilliant Grey Ashes series, as Mel just lets that one fly past his outside edge.
Well, it's unfamiliar territory for both teams, Matt. This is the first time in the series, I believe, that England have batted first, and conversely Australia bowling first, so just a dynamic change, but these two batted very, very well together at Sparsholt, and I know it was something you were particularly impressed with, was their running between the wickets.
Yeah, again, we touched on that, you know, and the fact they're county partners, opening partners, are going to give them that little extra knowledge about each other's thoughts and likes and means, and I think that shone out at Sparsholt and just showed that they know each other very well running between the wickets.
So Bill Blair from the next end, 3.5 overs he's bowled. No wicket for 12 so far. One of the things that we need to keep an eye on as well, Matt, as well as the pitch, is the bowling rotation for Australia. I'll just break off as Blair comes in again. And Hussain, orthodox forward defensive shot, back down to Blair, and there's no run. No Terry Becks and no Stuart Ridge. Don't know the reasons why, but the choice has been made. Peter O'Reilly and Alan Muggleton come in. So with Blair, he normally opened the bowling with Terry Becks, who's had a fantastic series. We've been very impressed with Terry and very impressed with Stuart Ridge, but those two missing. So Blair and Peter Judd, vice captain and captain, opening up for Australia. You've got the likes of Darren Smith, Tony Panacasio, Jeff Patterson, Alan Muggleton and Peter O'Reilly. They can all bowl, so be interesting to see how he manages that further along in this England innings.
Yeah, I was saying, again, we chatted about it. I think that's the first time we've seen Peter Judd open the bowling, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't quite from the horse's mouth, but I think that decision with Becks is down to this wicket. I think that couple of green patches on the top of the surface there at either end just caught Juddy's eye and fancies Muggleton. He had a cracking spell. I think it was Oakenwall, wasn't it? We saw him bowling really well and ground the batsman down, really. Because that's just thrown a bit leg side by Blair, and there was a half chance of a run out as Mel Hussain set off down the crease. But again, lively Australian fielding as Blair finishes his 4th over, and some tight bowling. And we have to mention our old mate Cameron Ward on the chat there. Keep it up, Matt and Owen, watching from the office in Exeter. Congratulations to Cam Ward, one of the first of our cohort to land himself a nice little job at Exeter City. Terrible football team, but that can't be helped. No, not as good as Cheltenham Town, but I'm sure Cam would agree. But yeah, glad you're listening, Cam. Hope your summer's going well, mate.
So it's the Southwest you've alienated now. Who else are you going for?
By the end of this tri-series, I'll have to leave the country and go back to where I was born in Zambia, I think. So here we go, start of the 8th. It's Skipper Judd again from this racecourse end. 19 for naught and a run rate of 2.71. So Aussie's really on it in the field. But I have to say, these England batsmen look really on it as well. Very patient. Hussain's just picked up a couple of bad balls, which is all you got to do. Again, good deliveries. I think that's that Juddy aiming for that green patch, just right on a length going away to the net's end there. I think he really fancies something coming from that. And of course, you've got TP with his standard of bowling. That's gonna, he'll be licking his lips there, won't he, Rash?
Yes, they are all on trying to restrain him from getting a good look at the pitch. Be interesting to know which end he chooses, though, Matt. I would hazard a guess, having looked at the pitch before it was cut and then after it was cut, and just having a quick word with the groundsman, that he would probably favour the end that Bill Blair is actually operating from.
Oh, there you go, one of those bounces. Pete O'Reilly just slid in there and thought he'd made a great stop. You see him, his haunches there on your screens. It just popped over him, and then the backup field, I think Jeff Patterson, is it still? Yeah, he went down for it and just bobbled in a totally different direction and eluded him, and that's our second boundary of the innings. Yeah, I'm surprised you say that, the same man has been, but I thought he'd... do you think he just likes to bowl a bit shorter and tempt the batsman?
It's just the cracks are more evident to me at this near end, and if you are going to get anything out of it, then he can certainly get plenty out of pitches that don't appear to work for anybody else. I've got a sneaky suspicion he'll probably operate from the same end as Bill Blair. But believe it or not, I have been proved wrong in the past. So we shall see. That was a good delivery from Peter Judd. Just got Melisane prodding forward. Very close to that outside edge. Good spell this from the skipper.
And again, you can already see how much it means to these both sides. Melisane punching the air in frustration there as that one slid past his butt. But that's a lovely cut shot there by Mel Hussain, straight out to point, and it's going to... Oh, paid him a 5. That nearly took the mother-in-law out over there. I didn't know they'd turned up. But you missed her, Mel.
So it's fans of Exeter City and the mother-in-law. Excellent. Beautiful shot from Melisane.
I think I upset the mother-in-law about 23 years ago when I married her daughter. So.
Just a tiny bit of extra width offered by Peter Judd. Melisane seized on it. Man in at short cover. Couldn't do anything about it.
Oh, that was over pitched, yeah. Well stopped again. Who's that?
Pavey.
Oh, Pavey, yeah, of course it was. The most athletic fielder out there. Lovely dive, stopped a certain boundary. And yeah, Kevin Ford on the shot. You're absolutely right, Kevin. Sky looking dark and ominous. It really, really is. We're trying to be a little bit more optimistic, me and Rash, than young Owen next to us. He keeps calling for the rain, but it's actually lifted a little bit, hasn't it? And the direction the wind's coming from, I think, is actually a little bit brighter. You can just see it on your pictures now, just in the horizon there. It's just brightened up a little bit, so fingers crossed. Oh, Banana Brooks bubbles, normal for most club fielders. Use all the body. Always easy coaching from the sidelines, isn't it, Banana Brooks? I've won about 3 Opens and 2 US Opens and chatting about my golf swing. So Blair comes in again. It's his start of the 9th. He's just finding some shots now, the England batsmen. I think they'll be quite pleased, won't they, Rush, so far?
Yeah, they've taken a few overs to get used to the pitch, and I think that's sensible. Owen mentioned just before he went on his break, Melisane 11 off 12 at the time. It's imperative you don't lose early wickets and put pressure on your colleagues coming in. So 29 without loss. Okay, it's not a blistering run rate, but it'll do. Because you know Bill Blair will probably bowl another one if Peter Judd follows the script. Normally bowls 6 and keeps 3 in the locker for him. Peter Judd may well bowl out from this end. We'll see, but decent start by England, and just what they wanted, settle the nerves.
As Blairy comes in again from the net end, third ball of the over, and he really looks like he's firing. That's a lovely cut down shot by, well picked up. Young Pearce has picked that up beautifully, just knocked it down into the ground, but he's picked up one-handed by Pearson. Just run the single. We got Nick Salazi, is it Sals? Nukchuk watching from Tasmania, Australia, plays with Claude Orlando. So there you go, one of Claude's mates watching in. I think there's quite a few watching in today, because this is a really exciting finish to this Great Ashes series.
It's fantastic, that, isn't it? To get to 2-all. Whoa. What a shot that is.
Oh, lovely. That's
cannot bowl there to Mel Hussain. It's one of his favourite areas. We've talked about it.
There's the wife fielding. Hey!
Well done, wife.
Dad, bless him, is not with us anymore, but you'd be proud of that throw in there. Bit slow on her toes, mind, when it first crossed the boundary, but no, I'm quite happy, Rash. I think this patient start from England is really good, and you say that, but Mel Hussain's on 29 off 27 already, so he's starting to get motoring.
Well, you mentioned it, Matt, that if you play the balls on the merits, so 1.1. It was a nice juicy half volley on leg stump, however, and Mel Hussain was exceptionally strong through there, and he took it, and there you go. We've talked about it all. So if you don't have to go hair 'em, scare 'em, a la Doug Murphy. There's nothing wrong with the way Doug bats. He's positive from the off. When it works, he gets the plaudits. When it doesn't, not so good, but you've got 6 off the over so far, with 1 delivery to come. So 34 without loss.
Yeah, that run rate's popped up to 3.85 quite quickly, actually, over the last few, with Mel playing a few shots as he faces Blair again and just pushes that one. That's going to be tight with this Aussie fielding, but brave running. And again, like the last game, good running between the wickets by the English batsman as we end the 9th over. 35 without loss. And I think it's still on a knife edge, isn't it? Some good Australian bowling, some very competent English batting.
Yeah, 9 overs of very absorbing cricket. And it will be the Australian skipper Peter Judd to continue from the racecourse end.
Banana Brook, our #1 fans, just asked us to remind people to click that like button. So there's 153 of you listening. Let's see how many we can get clicking that like button by the end of the 10th over here, which is going to be bowled by Peter Judd. Oh, nice.
47 of those were from Exeter, of course, who have now switched off.
Yeah, I think that's all. Oh, that's one. I think the thumbs down's from Exeter, isn't it? From Gam Ward. Yeah, so nice little dot ball to get us going. It's nearly whipped off his hip, but oh, that's wide again. He's going to play those cut shots all day long. That's well stopped by Darren Smith. I think that again, that undulating ground just caused him to fall over there, I think, but the England batsman managed to run through for a single. Brathwaite on 4, Hussain on 31.
Just an interesting feeling switch. Glenn Pearce, when Mel Hussain's batting, is very close in at short cover. With Neil Brathwaite, he's gone back out to an orthodox cover, and Graham Pavey has just moved, and it's gone straight to Glenn Pearce. Graham Pavey just moved round to Glenn Pearce's right, about 10 yards. Tony Panacasio in at mid-off, so that umbrella on the offside is there, challenging the England batsman to either play a very, very good shot along the ground or go aerial.
Yeah, and again, it's attacking, isn't it? It's going. We're gonna force you to do something here, which I've talked before this summer about how I'd like to see the England do that more often. The England side do that. Well done, guys! Up to 15 likes already. We've doubled it. Good shout, Banana Brook. It's Brathwaite. Oh, that's a little misfield there by Pavey, which you don't see very often. But again, really good tight running by England. Brathwaite called it. They're both committed. Sprinted through for a single just to get Mel Hussain on strike for the last ball of this over. And my well-earned rest is coming. Morning team, Trevor Lee here. We'll be watching all day from Truro, who've obviously got their Pro-Am down in Truro tomorrow, which I was down to play in, but all the excitement of today, I've been put on the reserve list because this is too good to miss.
Will you get a phone call tomorrow, Matt? Is that the way it works? I'm not part of my ignorance. Can you get a late call up? And
Technically I can, but I know Charlotte quite well from the PG, and I explained what I was doing, and so I'm bottom of the reserve list. So it's I think it's probably the best attended Pro-Am in the West region apart from Minchinhampton. So I doubt anyone will drop out of that one.
well, 10 overs gone. Matt Evans is going to take a little stroll. I think John Daly might have won the PGA as a reserve. Well, I'll have to get Matt when he comes back and ask him. So 38 without loss. Australia winning the toss, and for the first time in the series putting England into bat. England open up with Mel Hussain and Neil Brathwaite. Neil Brathwaite 5 off 28, Mel Hussain an even 32 off 32. And it's a very good afternoon to Owen Mason.
Hello again, Rash. Yeah, it's been really pleased since I took my 5 over break. England really getting into this now. And as I mentioned before I went, Mel Hussain still with a fantastic total in hand. Wow, that's a lovely shot from Hussain. Wow. That'll be another boundary.
Well, there's a lot of things that fast bowlers do not like to see from the opposition batsmen, and one of them is getting smashed straight past them all along the ground. And Mil Blair just gave the eyes to Mel Hussain after he delivered that. It was a very, very, very good shot indeed. Whistled away across the outfield. 42 without loss then. Oh, and that time dug in a bit short. I don't think it got up as high as Mel Hussain thought. Yeah, it didn't. Looking to play that over deep mid wicket. Claude Orlando, good bit of keeping by him, keeping Hussain honest, whipping the bails off.
Yeah, been really pleased with how these two have stuck to it now. Yeah, 42 for naught then. Fantastic stuff. But yes, we just had another comment from Chris Jury. Neil B needs to start looking for ways to push the singles. 20% of overs done. Needs to move up a gear and find ways to contribute to the run rate. Hope Duckworth-Lewis does not come into it. That's a very good point that Chris has made there at the end. But we know what Neil's about, don't we, Rash? We know he can, on both sides of the spectrum. Those incredible catches at, that got onto BBC News actually as well, Rash, which was nice to see.
Yeah. Big shout out to Ivor. Wonderful bit of camera work, and it was good to see the coverage on BBC South East. Gotta say, got a lot of attention. And the good thing as well, of course, we had I think 10,000 views on the live stream for that 4th One Day International at Sparsholt, which is absolutely incredible, and a big thank you to each and every one of you, wherever you are in the world. It means a lot to the broadcast team here, either Brad today, Owen, Matt and myself, to try and bring you the experiences of what it means with seniors cricket. That's a great shot by Hussain. Matt's going for 4 as well.
Fantastic.
That time the ball did get up as Hussain expected, and he was able to rock back. But one of the things with that, dug it in, Bill Blair. Didn't have a lot of pace on it. Just sort of sat there, invited him to rock back. Took full advantage. Dispatched through mid-wicket. His 6th boundary.
Wow. Yeah.
40 off 37 so far. England 46 without loss.
Decide not to go for that there, Rash. So fielding looked quite tight on this near side, but yeah, decent over again from England. 2 boundaries, and Mel Hussain totting up a lovely total at the moment, 40 off 38 balls. Yeah, as you mentioned, Rash, it was great to see that recognition on BBC South East, just to show that to a wider audience, and that was fantastic, really, to just for people to probably open their eyes and open the wider public's eyes of just how incredible this standard is. We've been harking on about it all summer, but that was just a nice full circle moment, wasn't it?
It certainly was. When we banged the drum for seniors cricket it has opened up a lot of people's eyes, particularly at the clubs we've been to, with the locals coming down and seeing it. It's a very, very good product, and it will continue to grow and get better and better and better, and we hope, from the England point of view, there is still coverage later on, a few weeks' time. 6 matches against the USA, I think, 3 against the Lions, and 3 one-day internationals. You'll find all the details about the fixtures and the history. That's going to be a wide, and it is. Umpire Noel Ford from Australia, and well done to Noel as well. I think he was saying that the game they played yesterday against Surrey, he touched up, by the end of that, he'd done 1,200 overs on this tour. His poor old tootsies are going to, that's another wide, his poor old tootsies are going to need some TLC.
Bit of a better day for it in terms of, yes, it's cooler today, but in terms of, we've had some very warm days on tour as well, so to be out for 90 overs on those occasions is warm enough. So for them at least, it is a bit cooler, and it's a bit better to be standing in all day.
It is, but it's back-to-back days as well, isn't it?
That's right.
You know, it's, I mean, young whippersnappers like you will find it no problem. Well, tossed up by Judd, nicely played by Brathwaite, but straight to Stephen Butler. I take the comment about Brathwaite needs to score, but for me, I just think he needs to stay there. The runs will come if he stays there. Obviously, it depends. Now, I think with those 2 fours being dispatched by Hussain in Bill Blair's last over, he might be taking a blow. But just stay there. If Hussain's seen it as well as he's seen it, then just stay there, support him when right on cue.
There you go.
Beautifully timed shot. Width offered, didn't try and hit it too hard. Got his body in a really good position. And with that boundary by Neil Brathwaite, the England 50 comes up. 42 minutes it's taken, 11.4 overs. The run rate just inching towards 4.5. 70 balls it's taken, these two. 52 without lost in England.
Yeah, we've seen how crucial that can be, Rash, to just stay in. You know, we saw it all too well at Tame on Friday. You think, you know, when you look at Darren Smith, he was in for all 45 overs, got his century in the end. So that, you know, if you're still in for the 45 overs, gives you the chance to really get some really big scores on the board and really help your team before you're bowling in the second innings this afternoon. But yeah, he'll have a few runs. Melisane tells him run. That's it, and they will get another out of it. Fantastic stuff from Hussain and Brathwaite.
Well, Graham Paver made a lot of ground to his right, but even as good as he is, he couldn't prevent that. But a good mopping up work by Jeff Patterson, but you could hear Melisane screaming as soon as it went past Pavey. 2-2-2. So the end of that Peter Judd over. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 26. And right on cue, there is a bowling change. And while you were off air, I was suggesting that Tony Panicasio would probably bowl from that net's end. There's a bit more greenness just on a length bowling from that end, and there are some cracks. Now, whether the early exchanges have opened up those cracks and distorted the surface a bit, you can just see Melisane, he knows, because he's doing a bit of gardening. But the IMC World Player of the Year, the last year, Tony Panicasio, got some treatment in the last match. However, at Sparshall, went for 69. Ed Gordon-Lennox took a real liking to him. So, interesting spell here. 12 overs gone. England going along very nicely indeed. 54 without loss. How will they play Panicasio? Watchful first off by Hussain.
Yeah, we know how dangerous he can be. We saw it in that first one-day international in the Grey Ashes, taking those 3 wickets at Littleborough. Crikey. But even, you know, Phil Deakin matched that, but it was Australia who took that lead on that opening day at Littleborough. Seems ages ago now.
Yeah, I think when you It does seem ages ago, actually, Owen. I think with Tony Panacasio, a lot of it's to do with his reputation, and he is a fantastically good bowler. Let's say that first and foremost. But he can have bad days as well. He certainly had a bad day at Sparshot, but that was more to do, I think, express intent of Ed Gordon and Lennox to not Casio settle. They just hold that end up for 9 overs, and it becomes difficult then. But Ed Gordon and Lennox went out with the intent. He got a bit fortunate with that one right on the boundary that Terry Becks never even saw. It went straight through his hands.
Yeah, Tony Panacasio, 1 ball away then from Maiden. 5 dot balls in succession. Can he make it 6, or will it be the commentator's curse? But Tony's been having his interview game on the interviewing every player, getting to know them on the profile pieces on the Facebook. It's been great to see, actually. Quite a good interviewer as well, Tony, I must say.
Yes, he might be angling for a role. But 60 seconds with TP, it's been very, very well received by all the folks who are following on Facebook, and of course a lot of friends and family and those associated with the players back in Australia. But one thing I will say, and this is something to monitor, and maybe yourself and Matt can chat about it when I go on my break in a couple of overs. Tony Panacasio does not come on 12 overs gone normally. He comes on a lot later. Now he's going to be using a few overs up. If you're still England are still in a good position and no wickets lost, if you can sort of eat up 5 or 6 overs from Tony Panacasio and he doesn't go for many, well, he's going to come back at some point, but that's him out of the way. So interesting how the England batsmen will approach it. I would have thought he'll bowl at least 4, maybe 5, depending on. Peter Judd continuing. Short at that time from Judd, just a bit quicker, but mistimed by Brathwaite. Plays it straight to Graham Pavey in the wideish cover region.
Yeah, that great maiden by Tony Panacasio. And Peter Judd's halfway there now, claiming back-to-back maidens. Just what Australia needed, really, to just try and, just prevent, because they started off very, very strict in the, in the bowling aspect of it. Rash, he's trying to go for a quick run there, but decides not to. But yeah, it's just how they started, really, proceedings here. Rash, and they'll just look to, claim as many dot balls as they can in succession.
Well, you can probably hear on the effects mic, pressure's building. Oh, well, it was quite wide outside the off stump, but umpire no for, not moved. Yeah, the England boys won't be too concerned at this point, Owen, but if you get 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row, I can't remember which match it was, when I think there was 6 maidens in a row, and it just then started the alarm bells amongst the England batters. Oh dear. Well, I hope that hasn't done Tony Panacasio an injury. Hit very firmly back, and well,
Yeah, 55 for the loss of no wicket then for England. Did that first single in a few overs, just nice for that run. But yeah, like you say, Rash, you could feel that from here when it wrapped Tony Panacasio's fingers.
Well, you heard it. I mean, fortunately for Tony, he's still wringing his hand a bit, but it was his right hand. He's a left-handed left-arm bowler, but as Matt had alluded to, this outfield, It's going to take all your concentration. So at the end of this over, there will be drinks taken at the 15 over point, and following drinks, Matt Evans will be rejoining Owen. He's just been told off by the missus to my left. He's all, you look at him now, he's oh yes love, yeah. Oh. Coward. Oh, that's intelligent bowling by Panacasio. Just floated it up a touch more, and Neil Brathwaite was tempted. Pulled out the shot in the end.
Yeah, very good from Panacasio. He needs one more to get his second maiden in as many overs. One more delivery then to face Neil Brathwaite. Oh, call there to the umpires. Quite a loud call as well. Umpire unmoved. Just see that on the replay here. It shoots up a little bit. But nothing given there, and that's the second maiden for Tony Panacasio then. It's 55 for naught as we get to the first drinks break, as drinks are coming on. You see Terry Betts there bringing some drinks on. So yeah, 55 for naught, finally poised a third of the way through. Hussain 40 off 44 and Neil Brathwaite 12 off 46. Both plugging away quite nicely. And we can just take a moment to thank the Australia Over 60s sponsors: Global Travel Management, Kingsgrove Sports, Exotic Cricket Tours International, Solomon's Flooring and National Tiles. Of course, it's the end of the Australian tour today, and without them, it wouldn't have been possible for them to come over for this fantastic tour, this festival of cricket that we've had this summer. So a big thank you to all of those sponsors on the Australian side. And for England, Stonehill, Sporter Tours, MV Play, MatTech, The Jube and Cleanclad. Again, without your support, this all wouldn't be possible. So a big thank you to all 6 sponsors there. And speaking of Cleanclad, we can just have a quick message from Cleanclad about what they do for the changing rooms. Here we go. Hygiene in team sports, because it's quite a big factor of the game that not many people think about.
Yeah, exactly. You've got players sharing spaces, towels, gear, breeding ground for germs. Cleanclad services actually kill microbes on contact. That's not just cleanliness, it's active protection. So what did Rashmi say? What's his thoughts?
Cleanclad there, but yes, Matt, the main thing really that we've seen so far from Australia, from England, sorry, you know, Brathwaite and Hussain going together quite nicely. It's only just these final few overs that Panacasio's come in. There was only a single of Peter Judd's last over, but that's 2 maidens in a row for TP, Tony Panacasio. So they've brought him in, and quite a good point that Rash made actually, not normally brought in so early.
No, interesting. I just sat over there and one of the boys came over and sat and spoke to me. I think it was John Adamson, actually. Sometimes keeps wicket. Yeah, John Adamson. He was saying they're really happy. They think they've kept the run rate down. Apart from those couple of 4s they hit, they were very happy. And exactly what I thought, speaking to John, they'd left Terry Becks out literally for these green patches on the wicket. they feel they can get it doing something. There's a bit of life in there for their spinnier bowlers. And also the boys are really moaning about this outfield. The ball's popping up. You saw Darren Smith take one in the chest, and then just right at the end there, Tony Panicasio was all over one that just popped up and almost clipped him in the chin. So there is problems out there, but certainly speaking to John Adams, who just took the drinks out for the boys and the Haribos, they feel that they really have restricted England to a small total for this point of the game. And as Chris Geary points out, we've got to have Duckworth-Lewis in mind today, because it might come down to that if the rain starts, and then that's the point Australia are making. They've, if it started raining now, it's quite a low run rate that the English have got going at the moment, so they'll be really happy they've kept that back as skipper Judd gets us back underway after the drinks break. He's bowled 7, he's bowled his 8th over, run rate of 3.9. And as Owen said, at the other end of the moment, it's Panicasio, 2 overs, 2 maidens. That's fantastic bowling, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it shows why. He's the best rated player in the IMC last year. Over 30 wickets took last year, and he took 3 in that game at Littleborough. He's took quite a few on this tour, has Tony Panicasio.
Yeah, they've got to be careful, England, here. I mean,
Crucial point, isn't it?
Contradicting ourselves, really, but, I love the patience, how they started, but we're now on 15 over. That's a third of the game gone. You follow that through to, that's 150. That is not going to be defendable against this Australian batting side. That's a cracking throw, that in from the deep. I think that's Bill Blair, wasn't it? It's you're not going to defend 150 against this Australian attack. They're going to eat you up for dinner if you do that. So again, it's what we talk about most games. It's that decision making. Do we start going for it, playing shots? Do we just stay patient? The England bowlers might see something in this pitch. Certainly a Deacon, you can just turn it a little bit. It's going to love those. Oh, that's a good shot there from Mel Hosseini. Watch the bounce there. See again, just an awkward bobble just before the pickup there. There's Jeff Patterson. You can't really blame him. It's just a horrible little bounce just before he got to his hands.
Yeah, certainly so, Matt. Yeah, you've got to watch it all the way. You just can't be sure of where it's going to go. You can't do a Rob Green on it in 2010 World Cup and just think it's going to come rolling towards you. You never know.
Oh, my goodness, he's hurt himself there as well. Peter Judd stuck his hand out for that. I think he's taken a really sharp one on the index finger.
Similar to Panicasio, yeah.
Yeah,
Ouch.
he's looking physio-wise. Trying to shake it out like a true tough Australian. But he's taken a rap on a digit there, and he's felt it. Oh, Terry Becks was coming out with some water, but he's stiff upper lip and all that, marching back to his bowling spot. But he absolutely cracked that. I think it was Brathwaite, wasn't it? Smashed it back at him, and he stuck a hand out to catch it. Brave fielding. Yeah. He certainly felt that, but they got the single there, England.
Yeah, it's just the same. It shows how valiant they are in terms of their field, and we know the character of Peter Judd quite well over the last month or so. But yeah, goodness me, that's going to hurt, isn't it? Even like with that tough exterior.
Yeah, he's just pacing up and down here. I think that's his bowling hand, isn't it? So he's waiting for the feeling to come back in the finger.
Ouch.
I think here.
You ever had a cricket ball to the end like that, right?
He's just going to have a little practice bowl here at the fielder because he's lost a bit of feeling there.
So say you ever had a cricket ball like that right to the hands, Matt? I've had one to the knee, of course, on this tour, but I know what damage it can do.
Yeah, very, very painful they are. Be careful. It was easy to drag this one down with a little sword digit and then be sent over the boundary by Mel Hussain quite easily. He looks like he's really relishing this. Mel Hussain, there's the ball. It's going to be oh, it's over him. Who was that again? Pavey. If anyone was going to get that, it was going to be Pavey for half a minute there. He looked interested as Leo the Lion comes into shot for the first time. And applauding that boundary by Mel Hussain. Brave batting, going over the infield and backing himself to carry it. Pavey had a little sniff, didn't he, for a while there?
Yeah, you could see, like you say, you could see Mel Hussain really relishing that. That's exactly what he did. Is he's now 4 away from his half century. 63 for Norton. Good partnership forming. That's just what England need to do. As Matt said, good to be patient, but on the same token, they want to try and get as many runs as they can on the board. 46 off 47 from Mel Hussain is a fantastic total so far for him.
Look at this, Owen Judd. He's actually getting subbed here for Peter O'Reilly. So he's defo going to go and have some treatment on that finger. He is holding it tightly. I think he's really taken a wrap there. And he'll be very upset if he has to miss out here. And that's real nice, good sportsmanship. Ed Gordon-Lennox just coming off his bench to ask Juddy if he's all right. So he's probably not going to be bowling the next. We've got TP, Tony Panicasio, down at the net's end. Fantastic start with 2 maidens, as Owen was telling you. As he comes in again, that's a little bit short. And I think Rash called this, didn't he? Saying he'd want to come in from that end with the cracks and that slightly shorter green patch that he will maybe just favour that shorter ball and get it moving away. And 2, he's got both balls. Again, as John Adamson was telling me, he's got both movements. So he can keep the bestman Oh, that's a good little sweep shot, that lovely shot.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, Brathwaite's just gone down on the classic one knee there and swept it around the corner for 4 runs. And Jeff Patterson wasn't catching that one.
No, certainly not. Great stuff from Brathwaite. Similar to Darren Smith the other day. When he gets going, he can get going. That's 18 now for him. But yeah, I think that probably is up there, that view of the grandstand of Royal Ascot's probably up there with Littleborough for best view that we've had on the tour. So we saw the Pennines, didn't we, on at Littleborough in the first ODI. That's a lovely view of the grandstand. We've packed to people tomorrow. It's all quiet over there today. The races are on tomorrow. So I'm glad we didn't come when the races are on, because that would have been quite the bit of traffic coming from Cheltenham this morning. Panicasio then.
Yeah, Panicasio down to Brathwaite, who just prods it onto the leg side. Not looking to play a shot really, just defended it away. And again, if they just up the run rate here a little bit and get a few more on the board, I think they'll be really happy. They've got lots of wickets in hand, so again, that was cut. They've taken a risky run there, and Brathwaite's got to get on his bike, and TP thought that was going to be a direct hit there, so he left it to clip the bails, and it didn't, unfortunately. So it's absolute honour now for us to be joined by Mark Wiggets, who's the chairman here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club. And what a fantastic cricket club you've got here, Mark.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much indeed. Yes, we're very privileged, really, to be have this ground inside the racecourse. We think it's either one of only 1 or 2 that are actually inside a racecourse in this country. And to have it inside Ascot Racecourse is worth double. So. Pity we can't provide you with some sunshine. It'll look even better then, but it's great that it looks as though we should get away with the weather and hopefully get a decisive result in this final game.
Yeah, I mean, we can't moan about sunshine this summer, can we? We've had, you can see from your outfield, it's been as dry as it has up our end of the country.
Yes, I think everywhere. Obviously, we can get water onto the square, which is why that looks nice and green and looks as though it's going to be playing okay. Yeah, you can't do much about the outfield. You certainly don't want to waste water on it, so we'll wait for the rain.
No, yeah, then a couple of nasty bobbles on the outfield there for the fielders as I think the English pair ran 2 there as Jeff Patterson chased the ball down towards us. So it's how is the cricket club? You've got a strong junior section. Is it all thriving down here at Royal Ascot?
Yes, pretty much so. If you like, starting at the top, we've got 4 senior teams that play in the local league, the Thames Valley Cricket League. So we have alternate first and second team games here, and we have a second ground where thirds and fourths alternate. That's on Saturdays. We have a Sunday team, which is all friendlies. We play in the local T20 league on midweek evenings, and the last 2 years we've been in the final of the plate competition, not the cup, but the second tier, and last year we won it, so that side's going very nicely. And we do also have another couple of midweek games. In fact, we were at our near neighbours Bagshot just on Tuesday for just another friendly game, which just get people playing cricket. That's what we're looking for. As you say, Colts, pretty thriving section between Colts and girls. Between 7 and 15, we've got something over 250 in total playing, and most of them playing matches in those age groups. We've had 1 team win their division already and 1 come joint top, and the others are still playing through. So that's all going well. For the first time this year, we had an under-9 team playing hardball. We've always had them playing softball, and it looks like they'll do very well in their division as well. And frankly, have under-9s playing hardball is really is a bit of a surprise to me. But I do know whenever they come up, when you get near the end of the year, your boys all saying, "When can we play hardball? When can we play hardball?" So this has been really good to get them into it so early. Girls as well, playing several age groups, and they, at the very youngest, they play festivals rather than one-to-one matches. And last year we started up a women's section as well, so covered most of the bases there. And last year they probably lost most of their games, but it seemed to be by one run on the last ball. They were very unlucky, and this year a little bit more practice, training, and they're now winning more than they're losing. So, and they're enjoying the cricket, which is great.
That one's just snuck past Claude Orlando then. As we predicted, Jeff Patterson has come on, and Captain Peter Judd's had to stay off for that finger injury picked up there. And it's a wide, I think that was down leg side, so that's not going to go on to Hussain's total. He's just 2 away from his 50 now. That was going to go down in the buys column there as Patterson comes in for his 4th delivery, but he's going to have to bowl an extra one. Again, replacing Peter Judd. So it's Patterson and Panacasio on at the moment. Patterson runs in from the racecourse end, and it's just looking for a shot there. And, again, a horrible low little bounce. And Panacasio has taken that full on the shin, and that is going to bring up the 50 for Mel Hussain as he runs 2, and he brings up his 50 in just 50 balls. Strike rate of 100. He's had 7 4s and no 6s, so that's a fantastic positive start for the England side there, Owen.
Yeah, really, really good. Mel Hussain will be pleased with that half century. There, one of the reasons why he's got over 1,000 runs all time for the England over 60s now. Fantastic achievement for him to hit today, and a half century in the final game of the Grey Ashes. But yeah, we speak about seniors cricket in general, but in terms of how pleasing has it been just to see that much growth in the last few years, because it's thriving all the time, isn't it?
Yes, particularly for the youngsters. From our point of view, particularly pleasing is the local schools. Both the private schools, the girls have now stopped playing rounders and are playing proper game of cricket, so that's great. But even the local state schools have really got much more involved in cricket now. Still difficult. I mean, you can't get groundsmen, so you can't make proper pitches like back in my day. But involved, and then telling them to come somewhere else, playing other matches.
And like all the clubs we've seen up and down the country this summer, Mark, you know these clubs rely on volunteers and people putting their work in for free. You obviously have a fantastic bunch of people. If you want to give them a shout and mention them, you also got a great group of people helping you out here.
Yes, we have, and almost as many apologies from those who aren't here, half of whom seem to be at Manchester watching another game of cricket. So we've been slightly unlucky there. But certainly the guys who are here and have done most during this week will be Mr. and Mrs. Murray, who will be along later. Richard Wyatt, our financial guy, who is here. And we've had a couple of helpers from outside the club that we have, that we know from the Berkshire over 60s and 70s. So Charles Berry in particularly has been a great help.
And what does the future look like for Royal Ascot? Have you got any plans coming out? Are you looking to grow? What's in mind for the club?
I don't know about the future. In many ways, I think we've done almost everything we can. If you had been here 20 years ago, and in fact, we have got a couple of guys who have come back from playing 20, 30 years ago, and they almost don't recognise it. So, I mean, literally, they would not have recognised the sight screens, the covers, the electronic scoreboard. And we completely rebuilt the pavilion just before COVID, with taking out a lot of brick wall and putting in a lot of glass. So it really has changed the inside. And perhaps what we can just mention, and I don't know if you... if you've seen the new nets that we put for last year, so and with help particularly from the ECB via grant and from the local charities and local council, a charitable trust called Ascot Fire Brigade Trust, which have been regular supporters of us because of the work we do with children. So put it all together, we've got those nets. As you've mentioned a little time, there we are. There are 3 lanes. You can just see on the left there, coaching aids with the white stripes all the way down to show the 3 stumps. The middle one is green lines, so less obtrusive, and the right one has no lines at all, if that's what you want.
As Braithwaite just sweeps one again for another 4 ones. Actually, he took our new cameraman Brad out there. Yeah, and it's a big challenge. You know, again, you've got a couple of volunteers working there now on them. It's a fantastic facility, isn't it, for the kids to practice in when you've got a set of nets like that?
We had 2 boys and their mother turn up last night at about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock probably, just as we were leaving, which we would normally be here for coaching. I said, is it all right to use the nets? We said, yeah, thank goodness for that, and get them off their screens. Yeah, and, you know, that's great to hear, and they are being very, very well used, which is great.
Yeah, and just finally, Mark, you know, you've got a... Oh, what a cracker that is. Oh, that's only another 4.
That, yeah.
Great shot.
Yeah, just, you know, and just you know, this is the first of 2 games that Royal Ascot Cricket Club will host this summer. Of course, England and USA to come in August. Just how proud of a moment it is for you as chairman to see, you know, an international fixture such as this, a crucial one as well, with it being the final fixture. You know, so much on it as well, with it being 2-2. How nice is it to see your local club, your club as chairman, to be hosting international fixtures like this?
Well, it's tremendous, and we're very privileged they did come. I don't know if you heard in the introductory remarks when we got the phone call, I said if we're doing the 5th, we'd better be 2-2 when you come here, and the guys managed that, so that's great. And we also last year, first time we did have international fixtures, there was the over 70s World Cup, you may be aware, and we had 2 of the games then. And I said at the end of the year, I don't know how I'm going to top that. And a month later, I got a call to put on this game. And the following one, as you say, against USA in 2 weeks' time. So, yeah, I really can't top it.
Yeah, very proud moment for Royal Ascot Cricket Club as Doug Murphy just looking for the ball there as Mel Hussain seems to have decided to open his shoulders up, hitting a 4 and a 6. Off this over, and Kevin Watson moving some pallets. There's a real effort going on here to retrieve that cricket ball.
Not sure what he's going to do with that piece of work.
Yeah. Bash the bowler over the head, I think. Yeah, they're.
But our England took a big ass now, Matt. 62 for Hussain, 26 for Braithwaite, 94 for the loss of no wicket. Doing really, really well now.
Yeah, tick along nicely. Is it, do you have a par score for this pitch for us, Mark, with your experience down here, or does it vary a lot?
Not varying so much these days because the pitch really is playing very well this year, and I have to say that the last 2 weekends when the first team were playing, all 4 sides got over 300 runs in 48 or 50 overs. So I did warn the bowlers when we improved the pitch that they may never take another wicket, and it's really becoming quite a good batting area, and it would appear that Mr. Hussain is finding it coming onto the bat very nicely.
Yeah, as we have our Benny Hill moment here in the hedge of trying to retrieve a cricket ball. It's always difficult when that happens, isn't it, with the ball who asks for a replacement soon. Oh, here's Gordon Lennox now with a box of cricket balls for the umpires to inspect even if they can't retrieve that. As we have a look at the scoreboard, it's 94 no loss. We're in the 20th over. Braithwaite 26 off 59. Hussain 62 off 58. And they haven't looked very troubled, have they? That's obviously down to that brilliant batting pitch that Mark alludes to here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club. Yeah, so just out of interest, while we a bit of a break there, Mark, what's it like when the Ascot Festival's on, the big one over the road? There must be chaos. I presume you can't play on that week.
You're right. Again, back in my day, we used to, but since they've expanded it, it's much more and some of the years they've even parked on our outfield if they've been short of car parking space. This year they didn't need to, which is good news, but again, it was so dry it wouldn't have been too much of a problem. You're right, I mean, you can't even get into the ground, basically. So we go and play away that week, and that's the only time, though, because next 2 days, Friday and Saturday, is another big meeting. The Saturday is the second biggest of the year, the King George race day, it's called, and we'll still be playing on here, but that's because they don't use the inside of the race course. So yeah, with 1 week exception, we managed to coexist perfectly well.
So you get some slightly louder cheers than a normal Saturday here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club.
On Saturday, we say we're playing in front of 40,000 people.
Well, that's the brag in the league, isn't it? Yeah, the highest attendance.
Yeah, how much is it just that, you know this more than most, obviously it's our first time here, Mark, but just how crucial is it, as we mentioned, how many age groups play cricket, but in terms of, just for the local area, how much does this club mean to people?
There are a lot of clubs around locally. As I say, we were playing a game against another club just down the road, which is Bagshot. There's only 3-4 miles away. There are other clubs, Valley End, Bracknell and so on. And as you mentioned earlier, really cricket is, I think, going through a very positive spell at the moment. And yeah, there's a lot of interest, and it does mean parents, I won't say they have too much choice, because we always want our local boys and girls to come here and play with their friends and their schoolmates. But there's plenty of opportunity around the area, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I know the standard round here is very high. My in-laws were involved in Guildford Cricket Club for years. Bill being the groundsman for many a year, and son played at Normandy, and I know the standard round is very, very high.
You might be slightly missing us there, because you're in Surrey there, and we're in Berkshire, and we, as I mentioned, we play in the Thames Valley Cricket League, and certainly the top teams there would be comparable to the top teams in the Surrey League, where they play in the home counties, it's called. But yeah, so our first
the standards the same in your league here, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you're expecting Division 3 and Division 4 will be the same as Division 3 and Division 4 in Surrey, and yeah, it's probably going up. I don't know whether it is just heavier bats or what, but yeah, the standard is certainly growing.
And where does club cricket go? Does it culminate in a final in the cup? Do the other counties play against each other at the end of season?
No. In effect, the league, basically the promotion and relegation every season, so give or take the top 2 in each division will go up and get relegated as well, so that keeps refreshing it and hopefully keeps the standard consistent between clubs, as some go up and some come down. There are other competitions where they could be playing, and could perhaps also mention that we do have some games here for what we call the seniors, so like this, the over 60s, which is between the various counties. So we're in Berkshire, you would be playing, we played Surrey on Tuesday, not here, but we did have 5 games here in the early part of the season. But no, for cups and knockouts like that, you're going to end up looking at the village trophies and things like that. So no, the leagues run through until the first week of September.
So as we just end the 21st over here, Mark Rash has returned to commentate. So we can just say thank you for your time, and thank you so much for having us here today for this game. It's a absolutely beautiful cricket club you've got here, and it's been a pleasure talking to you on the commentary.
Well, thank you very much. I am just looking at the feed you've got on the screen here as well. It's tremendous pictures, and the data that you can get up on there as well is really impressive. So I hope anyone watching this is enjoying it as much as we are here. But, thanks for the opportunity to tell you about Royal Ascot Cricket Club.
Thank you so much, Mark. That's Mark, the chairman here at Ascot Cricket Club. As a 6 has been hit there by Mel Hussain, and we'll welcome Rash back as Mark leaves us gets back to working hard to make this fantastic cricket day carry on here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club. And that's 100 runs up for England, 20.6 overs in 79 minutes. And I think the boys will be really pleased with it at at this stage in the game. Interesting to hear Mark suggest the 300 mark here on this pitch, quite regular occurrence, but not out of reach if the England boys just up the run rate a little bit, but loads of wickets in hand. And as we welcome back Rash Ramood, I think they'll be fairly pleased with that start, Rash.
They'll be more than pleased, Matt. Good afternoon, everybody. 102 without loss. That's 100 partnership between Brathwaite and Hussain off 126 balls. So a fairly good rate. Very circumspect earlier on, Matt. Just gauging the pitch. Took the time. But Mel Hussain in particular. He's had a very, very good summer. You need to annoy him more often. And for those who don't know what we're talking about, Mel he was a bit, what's the word we should use, Matt? Peeved?
Yeah.
A bit peeved while we were questioning why he was opening the batting. I think it was the second one-day international at Fairbairn. I don't think we were questioning his ability. We alluded to the fact that Tony Birkbeck, as Brathwaite goes expansive. Nice shot. Just rocked back. It's through mid-wicket for 4. Yeah, we're just questioning why Tony Birkbeck, an opener, was brought into the team and then was put down number 7, and it just irked Mel a bit. But we smoothed it over, didn't we?
Yeah, and like you say, maybe we should irk him a bit more, because he's been an absolute fine touch since. And this is probably one of the most solid partnerships, as worried about commentators' curse there. Wide ball thrown down by Jeff Patterson. This is probably one of the most solid partnerships we've seen all summer from the England point of view. Anyway, Brathwaite on 31, Hussain on 68, going along really comfortably.
There's a lady to my right, just oblivious to what's going on in the pitch. Walks straight past the side screen. It's prompting Neil Brathwaite to stick his right paw up. That's going to be another wide.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah, it has been a very, very solid start. I think more than anything, what's really impressed me, Matt, is the diligence and the patience that the England batsmen have shown. We've seen in other matches where the Australian fielding for the first, 6, 7, 8 overs was absolutely on point. Nothing was really getting past them. The odd bounce we remember with Peter O'Reilly to our right, but that was a horrible bounce. That's runs as well. Patterson strained down the leg side, beautifully controlled sweep shot in the end, down to fine leg for 4. But what they've done is they've not panicked and they've backed themselves. And too many times we've seen England boys look up at the scoreboard and think, oh, we're only on 19 after 10 overs, we need to get a wriggle on and wickets fall. They've given themselves and this England team a magnificent platform. You just need to carry on doing what they're doing, reassess at the 30 over mark. I would suggest if they're anywhere near 150, and at this rate they should be well past it, anywhere near 150, well, it gives a licence for the players that may well be coming in to go and express themselves. And that hasn't happened too many times against this Australian outfit. There's going to be 2 there. So 13 so far from this Patterson over. What did Mark say there? Did he mention it? Pass score on?
I
Beaten.
That was a fantastic delivery.
Yeah, genuinely beaten there, Matt.
Yeah, he was saying basically since the pitch was relayed and the whole ground renovated that they get a lot of 300 scores. So, and even on this one, he alluded to it being a little bit less consistent, coming close to the clubhouse on the wickets. But yeah, he said they get regular for 50 over games and 48 over games in the leagues they play, get lots and lots of 300 scores. So I guess if you take 5 off that, you're looking at what, 275. But like you say, you know, the wickets in hand now for England are key. I think they've got to get, I think, past 150, maybe to 180 mark for 30 overs, and then really swing a bit and let some of those power hitters come in and do some damage, and that'll put them in a really good position, won't it, with Australia having to chase something, because there's still a few awkward bounces off this wicket, and some very awkward bounces in the outfield, unfortunately, which I think Peter Judd's back on the field now. Is he on the far side there and long off, but he had to leave because of that finger injury, trying to take that catch.
Well, it was hit back to him at tremendous speed. He did very, very well to get anything on it, but at what cost? We don't know, but he's back out in the field, as Matt says. I think it's J.A., John Adamson, possibly, who's gone off the pitch. I'll try and confirm that for you.
It was Peter Riley who came on to replace him. So I don't know if he's stayed on, hasn't he, Peter Riley there? Yeah, so someone else has left the pitch as Claude Orlando stays up close for Tony Panicasio to come in. He's that's gone. That's not a very unusual misfield there from the Australian fielding team. And that was Jeff Patterson, having not had the greatest over there, just slid under his body, and another 4 runs. Brathwaite moves on to 40.
Beautifully controlled, Matt. Oh, wait. Jeff Patterson is no slouch in the field, but it was the pace of the ball coming to him, and literally before he could get down, it was away and gone.
Yeah, it was a really good cricket shot, wasn't it? That, and they'll probably look to start upping the rate now themselves, rationing home, both of them.
Oh, goodness me.
That's another terrible bounce in the outfield, and a little bit of anger in that throw back there. Is it Bill Blair?
It is.
Yeah, Bill Blair. I think they're getting a bit frustrated with this outfield. Australia certainly talking to young Terry Becks and John Anderson down there at the break when I was having. They were a bit alarmed at the few bounces out there in the field. I'm sure the man to my right, who's joined Rash, Richard Merriman, can talk at first hand about this pitch, as that's absolutely smashed.
No,
And again,
again.
a little bobble just before it got to the fielder gives Australia 4 runs.
Well, that is very, very unfortunate. And as Matt says, sliding into the right of us. Delighted to say, Richard Merriman joins us. Rich, good to have you here.
Great to be here and to be witnessing a really positive and aggressive start to our innings. I think we're really taking the attack to them and making them think. It's great to see the way that Neil has really upped his run rate now, and taking advantage of having played himself in really, really well. They've run fantastically between the wickets, and Mel himself has batted with great confidence, and I'm loving watching his mindset, the way he's applying himself, the way he's walking quietly to square leg between balls. He's got his top international hat on today, and just love to see him go really big.
Absolutely, Richard, and he joins a very, very select club, of which you were the founding member, I believe. England seniors, first man to get to 1,000 runs, and many congratulations on that, followed by Monty Douglas, and the wonderful year he had last year, and Mel, early on in his innings, I think he was 1 or 2 runs shy before the commencement of his innings, but third man to join that very, very exclusive club.
It's fantastic. I'm delighted for him. He absolutely deserves it. There's 4 more. He's so dedicated to the game, to his Essex teammates, and absolutely to the England setup, and has been an integral part with both bat and ball over the last few years. I'm delighted for him. Many congratulations, Mel. Oh! Was that a wide or a leg side stumping just missed?
Oh,
No.
well, Claude actually removed, Claude Orlando, the Aussie stumper, removed the bails without the ball in his hand.
Well spotted.
Yeah, that's good running. Very, very good running.
The two of them know each other so well from Essex, and that instinctive just nod or look at each other, they know when to go.
So 129 without loss, England. Having been put into bat, that's straight to Muggleton, and he takes it out in the deep, making his debut today in the One Day International arena. Alan Muggleton. End of Mel Hussain. He goes for 74 off 67 deliveries, and Australia take the first England wicket. 129 on the board, 23.3 overs gone. He's slightly disappointed, Mel Hussain. He's played a couple of really expansive shots, a couple of sixes. Didn't quite get all of it, but it was a very, very well judged catch. Alan Muggleton having to stoop to his right. And a wicket for Jeff Patterson. Mel Hussain out for 74 off 68 deliveries, 9 fours and 2 sixes.
A tremendous knock from Mel. He's set us up superbly. We've got wickets in hand. We've got the attacking players who can really build on this excellent start. So thank you, Mel. Hopefully it wasn't my commentator's curse and suggesting that he went on and on. But he's given us a great beginning. And Timor is exactly the right sort of fella to build on this now as well.
Yes, Timor Alam, he's been impressive, Richard. I know it's something that you were instigating when you took over the mantle of England captaincy, and a fine job that you did, that we want to try and increase the competition for the England seniors. And I think we can all look back, there's still the USA series to come, of course, next month, but it's been a great feeder, and it's great to see people like Timor Alam, Neil Brathwaite, Mel Dobson performing well in the Lions and getting recognition to make the step up.
It's been a great journey, and the depth that is very evident within the county championship, and then coming through into the Lions and into the full side is tremendous. And I think we can say this has been part of a journey that started with COVID. And now, really and truly, it's great to see the way all of the sides that have played against the Aussies this summer, or against the West Indies earlier in the summer, they've all managed to really give them good competitive games. And that wasn't always the case. And going back as far as 2019, when I made my debut, there were only 3 internationals, and the games that the counties played against the Aussies, were very one-sided. But it's great to see the strength and depth. It all goes well for the future.
It certainly does. And Timor Alam, it's a nice, friendly, loopy full toss outside leg stump to get off the mark from Jeff Patterson, and he dispatched it very nicely indeed. 133 for 1. And as you say, Richard, this is it's good to see these players coming through. And I think the big thing for me is them getting experience against the international sides. It is a big step up from the county championship. It's a very robust and competitive county championship that these players operate in on a weekly basis. But it is a big step up from that county scene to play international fixtures. So the Lions fixtures, first against West Indies, and then 3 very, very good games that Jason Corn skippered against Australia. They've proved that these boys can handle the step up.
Without any question or doubt. And I think what is also good to see is the growth on the international masters side of things as well. You know, the number of countries now that are putting out sides in the World Cup and actually getting championships building up in their own home territories is great to see. So I think this journey is going to continue to grow, and we're going to see more and more nations. With last season, the Pakistanis gave us a really tough series. I think New Zealand are looking a very decent side as well now. It's not going to be long before the South Africans come in there. The West Indies still have a little bit of a journey to travel, but it's happening. Zimbabwe as well, they're looking as though they're growing their internal setup as well. So all of these nations, it gives opportunities for our boys to play against them and to see what it takes. And as you say, Rash, it is a step up, but it's a step up that is available, and that opportunity exists now, which a few years ago didn't exist.
Absolutely. There's a few spots of rain carried on by a bit of a blustery wind start to fall here at Royal Ascot. There's been a change at the net's end. Tony Panacasio, 6 overs from that end. He's going to be replaced by Alan Muggleton, who took that very fine catch, making his debut in the Ashes series today. Alan, classy left-handed batsman, but bowls right-handed. And the growth of Masters cricket, of course, Richard, I know a lot to get to Scotland. They're the latest country to be admitted. I think it was last month. That makes 15 teams.
Yeah, undoubtedly the Scots development is great to see, and the fact that we've been able to play a part within that as England seniors, in encouraging them over the last few years with fixtures on an annual basis, has helped them recognise that they could achieve international status, and it's great to see that they have achieved it.
Well, for the moment, folks, we're remaining in situ. The rain, it's not too heavy, but it's just been carried in on the wind, and our resident meteorologist, Owen Mason, was saying 3 o'clock, so he's a bit early, bless him. And it's good to see so many people around the ground. They're just taking a bit of cover, and we'll try and get, if we can, because Trevor Lee's just been on, and good to have you on, Trevor, from the Silver Stumps podcast, a podcast you've been on a couple of times, Rich. But Grant Timms is here, and he's looking very, very splendid in his suit and his Panama hat, so we'll try and get Grant on. I know Trevor did a stint at Appley, I think, when the Lions played Wales B last week alongside Matt Evans, and he was there at Tame. Brilliant work that they do, Richard.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, the work that the officials of England seniors do is absolutely fantastic, spearheaded by the inevitable and inimitable Paul Bradley. But the work that has been done by Silver Stumps, by Grant and Trevor, to promote the game across the country and across the world has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it certainly has, Rich. I'll just break off there. 24.4 overs gone here. The rain is coming down a bit heavier now, folks. 139 for 1 as the ground staff bring the covers on. England putting to bat, making a very good start. Wicket just a few deliveries ago. Mel Hussain, very, very good 74. Caught out in the deep by Alan Muggleton off the bowling of Jeff Patterson. But a century opening stand between Hussain and Neil Brathwaite. Brathwaite still there, 48 off 76 deliveries. His batting partner, Timo Allen, is 8 off 4. And as I said, it's not particularly heavy. It's, as Peter Kay would say, it's that fine rain. It's spitting, but as you can see the ground staff there, yeah, the umpire's still out there. Oh, Rob Bartlett, the home umpire's just walking off, but no Fords out there. It's just been brought in on that wind, Richard, isn't it? It's blustery, squally wind that's bringing this little shower.
Yeah, it's just disappointing that the rain should just be coming in, breaking potentially our momentum. But let's hope it's only a short break. It looks as though it's beginning to clear. I think the Irish call this a soft day.
I think they do, yes. Well, just as you're speaking, it seems to have stopped. And I'm just looking at my director, Nuala. What do we think, Nu? All right. Yeah, so while we get our bits and pieces sorted here, we're just going to put the rain caption on. And we'll bring in Owen Mason. He's been sitting out, and I'm just going to do a bit of admin, Rich. Nice to speak to you, and Owen will continue the conversation. I'm going to try and grab Grant and see if he'll be available to come on. But I'll leave you in the capable hands of Owen Mason.
Thank you, Rash.
Brilliant, Pants. Pants Rash, yes. Delayed at the moment, of course, due to the rain, unfortunately. But yes, Richard Merriman still alongside us. Richard, I don't know if Rash mentioned your injury, but how gutting has it been not to be as big a part of this series, Richard? Not to bring it up, but
the frustration is complete.
Yeah, when you've seen how good of a series it's been as well, you know.
Absolutely. I mean, I thought when I pulled up lame at Handsworth in the third ODI against the West Indies, I'd actually done some serious muscle damage. But Paolo, who's been our England seniors physio for the past few years, assured me I hadn't done any muscle or ligament or tendon damage, but I'd got a Baker's cyst, which I'd never ever heard of before. But it turns out that it's named after the trade of being a baker, because you're on your feet all the time, and it ends up being a little bit of a fluid build-up behind the back of the knee, and that's has limited me. So I've got to game manage now, basically. So rather than playing 3 games a week, I've probably got to go down to 1 game a week, and then hope that I can build it back up to 2 and 3. But it's a lifetime of being on my feet playing, whether it be the cricket or the hockey or even football. It's caught up with me, but so frustrated, and particularly as I came back in the 3rd game and felt I was batting really well. And then it just, right at the end of my innings there, at Tame, it just came back in, and so not 100% fit. So I wanted to make sure today that we were absolutely on it and a full fit side, and I had to stand down without any question. So sad, but
it shows how competitive this series has been. It's gone to the final game, 2-2. Just how you've been watching from afar. Of course, you were in it, obviously involved at Tame as well. It just shows how you know this Australian side so incredibly well. On and off the pitch, it's always a fantastic occasion, isn't it?
Oh, without any question. I mean, the lads, both sets of teams, this side of the white line, are the best of mates. Friendships are made, built, and prosper this side of the white line. But as soon as we get over that white line, there's absolute true competitiveness, and we love that banter. We love that camaraderie, but most of all, I think we love the competition.
Certainly. Yeah, fantastic to see. It's been a privilege to see that over the last month or so. But yes, as you mentioned, Richard, just before I came back on, you don't want this rain delay now just to hinder how well England have started. There's obviously 139 for one. The only blemish really being the loss of Mel Hussain. But even so, what a fantastic score he put on the board. And to have, at this stage, not even up to the second drink sprayed, 139 on the board isn't a bad metric to be at.
It's a great position to be in. I mean, we've got 21 overs to go. We've got one man well set. Timor is absolutely the sort of fellow who thrives in this sort of situation. And then with Edward and Paul and Steve, etc., to come on down the order, we've got a potential here of getting a seriously big score, and trying to take them out the game, bat them out the game. Let's go and do this. Mel really did bat extraordinarily well, and I think the partnership with Neil at the beginning, Neil looked to give Mel the strike on a regular basis, and then he's upped his game as well, and sitting at 48 not out here now in the 24th over, that's still 2 and over to him, so his strike rate is picking up all the time, and we're in a commanding position, but let's hope we're not off the field for too long now, because we don't want to lose that momentum.
Yeah, does that can be the slightly frustrating thing, can't it? Because obviously this summer we've been extremely lucky that we haven't. I think this is the first proper rain delay that we've actually had. I think the England Lions had one against the Wales B side Appley last week. But other than that, it's been a very dry summer. And compare it to last year when we were waiting around at Smethwick for that third test against Pakistan. How frustrating is that then when you get into a game, especially as far as we've gone here? We're almost over halfway through. How frustrating as a player, of course there's nothing that can be done for it, obviously, if it does rain, but especially that momentum, as you said, how frustrating is that as a player to deal with, really?
It's you have to try and put it out of your head. Yeah. You have to try and ignore it, think of it as a drinks break, think of it as a period of time where people are looking for the ball or whatever. But getting your head back on, and I think in all honesty, the vast majority of experienced players will say, okay, it's only going to take me 1 or 2 balls to get the feel back, get my hands and feet moving just as they were, because my body temperature's just dropped a little bit, the mental intensity has dropped a little bit, but you get it back much quicker than I think when you are starting an innings. You probably take a couple of overs to get the feel of the pace of the ball and the bounce. But in a situation like this, I think as well it is just as hard for the bowlers to find their rhythm again, and to find those lines and lengths. And I think one of the things that was just beginning to really happen there, just before Mel was out, was that the Aussies were really struggling to find their lines and lengths, and that the pressure was on them. So looking across and seeing Nick Gayward all padded up as well, it's key that we get back out there and put that emphasis right back on the Aussies. Don't let them bowl at us now. Let us get out there and get at them again and make them do the thinking.
Yeah, certainly, Richard. Yeah, just a few covers just starting to come off now. Hopefully we'll get underway. Just up to about 5 to 2. And as we mentioned, the first proper rain delay we've had this summer, especially in this series. We've gone from baking hot Loughborough to a wet Royal Ascot, so it's hopefully not too long till we get back underway again.
Now that was a game I would have loved to have been part of as well, because Loughborough's my hometown. I captained the university there for a good number of years, and my father was involved in setting up the ECB facilities there. Yeah, I'd have loved to have been able to have played in that one as well. But it's great that we've got Nick Newman, who is, is one of the groundsmen there. Aussies are coming back onto the field. That's good to see. Come on, Timor and Neil now. Let's take it to them.
Yeah, Neil Brathwaite really, building towards, as he said, in that early partnership with Malasane, now only 2 off his half century. So really good return from him. And Timor Allam's come in and done really well to start things off. 8 off 4 deliveries for him. But yeah, how much would it mean to you're in and around the squad, Richard? How much would that mean, obviously, to regain those ashes for the first time in 2 years?
It's everything. It's what we all set out to do. It's one of the dreams, I think, of everyone in our squad. When we were 15, 16, 17, whatever it was, that we all wanted to play for England. We all wanted to be at Lord's, getting our first cap, and preferably that first cap against the against Australia. And I think the fact that most of us have had to wait until we're 62 to get there it just means that it's all the more important to us. And that old rivalry, that old adversary in Australia is something that we feel we want to do our very, very best at all times to beat them. And we want that little urn back.
Yeah, certainly so. England looking to regain the Ashes for the first time, as I said, since 2023. Of course, Australia won it in 2024 down under in a 3-2 victory.
Yeah, I'll certainly remember picking up the little trophy back in 2023 at Chipping Camden. That took us 3-1 up, and we're straight the way away.
Fielded well by Dud Murphy, but yes, another. As we did underway then, good to see we're back underway after the rain break. And not too long as well, so that's not too bad at all.
Yeah, and that cool fresh breeze seems to have dropped a bit as well.
Yeah. Timor. It's a nice ball. Oh, it's really sprayed out of his hands then. They'll get an extra run out of that. I don't think they were expecting that at all. That's another 2 to the total then.
I think that might have gone for 4.
I think it might have done, yeah.
Is it? No?
I'm not sure.
No.
Gone for 2, but yeah, it's a
yeah,
unexpected second run there, but they'll take that nonetheless. Shows how it can bobble up on a pitch like this, Richard.
Yeah, the outfield is very, very dry, and I think given the sandy soil, the rabbits round here seem to enjoy the idea of creating this into a warren. The groundsman said to me this morning that he'd filled 63 rabbit holes.
Oh my God, that's incredible. Another delivery then for Brathwaite, as he'll be 1 away. And he'll get to it. That's his half century then for Neil Brathwaite. Fantastic.
Super innings, Neil. Well played. Fantastic.
Yeah, really good return from him. He's shown himself to be a fantastic player in recent games. Even just those catches at Sparsholt, some fantastic catches, rivaling Terry Betts for the catches there. But yeah, fantastic from Neil Brathwaite. A 50 not out off 78 deliveries.
Well, let's hope he goes on now and makes the second half. He's an integral member of the side. He's fielding, he pushes back the years. I mean, that catch the other day at Sparsholt was as fine as any 30-year-old could have taken, and probably many a 30-year-old wouldn't have taken. But no, he's an integral member of the team with bat and in the field.
Yeah, because I was mentioning this to Rash earlier in the day, Richard, where, similar to, you want a player who, obviously, you saw at Tame, you were first hand to that at Tame last week, where Darren Smith was in for all 45 overs. If someone like Neil Brathwaite can get to 45 overs, you've got a fantastic score on your hands there.
I think that's absolutely right. And, when we look at what we've got to come and 20 overs to go, I think we can genuinely say we can bat them out the game, and particularly if we get a few early wickets. Because
at this moment, Richard, 300 isn't beyond the realms of possibility, is it?
Well, if we look at, say, 6 and over for the next 10, that takes us up to 204. 204, 205, and then you look at 7 or 8 and over off the last 10, you're not going to be far short of 300. That's for sure. And if we can get them under that amount of pressure, instead of thinking of 7 and 8 and over, 10 is possible and over with wickets in hand.
Certainly. Oh, that's the most crucial point of it. Yeah, wickets in hand indeed. 145 for 1 then for England as we come to the end of that over. But yeah, you made a good point with Rash actually, Richard, in terms of where the game is going at over 60s level internationally. Of course, that World Cup, that'll soon come round the corner next August in Canada. So, when it comes to that World Cup, it's going to be a fantastic competition, isn't it? So many teams going for it.
It undoubtedly will be. I mean, we've had our experience of Canada. We went out there in late summer 23, I think it was, yes. And we've had a bit of an experience of the Canadian facilities and their approach to the game. I mean, at that point, they were really pushing hard to host the World Cup, and they got the likes of Premier Trudeau and other leading politicians backing their bid. And they're up for it, and it will make it a really fine venue. It's perhaps not one of the bigger cricketing nations, as it were, but that again makes it all the more important. Great shots.
Yeah, great shot. Another 4 then. Fantastic for England. 149 for 1. But yeah, it's very interesting, Richard, because of course, it comes full circle in a way, because the USA come to town in a few weeks' time, and you look at how well the US did, the side did when they had their World Cup last year in the wider world of cricket. But you think it's great to see the North American nations really take to cricket, and as you see now, the over 60s World Cup coming to Canada.
Absolutely so. I mean, I think another one.
Another boundary, fantastic. 150 runs then. Up for England.
Yeah, I think there's sort of development of the game abroad, often based on chaps who are from the subcontinent, has undoubtedly ignited the game, and is it going through again? No, 2.
Yeah, another 2 to add to the total. That'll bring us on to 156 for 1. But yeah, it's fantastic to see, because they're big old nations in any case, aren't they, in terms of population? So it's nice to see, a sport really grow there, isn't it?
Totally so, totally. And when there is the coverage on the various different social media platforms, when there's coverage on the television and radio, and the involvement from so many nations, it self-perpetuates, and that's the glorious thing, that this is just going to grow bigger and stronger the whole time.
Yeah, fantastic. I know it's early days when it comes to that World Cup, but oh, another fantastic shot, and that'll be another boundary. Really are starting to cut with gas now, England. 3 boundaries in that over, with a single and a 2 to boot as well. But yeah, in terms of that World Cup, obviously England would love to go for it. Australia will be well up there again. What else do you expect from that World Cup to come next year?
A good question. I would sincerely hope, believe that we will be right in there. The Aussies will be right in there. You know, Pakistan will be there. You know, New Zealand looked a decent outfit when we were in Chennai in February 23. And I think they'll look to push on. And I think it is this, it's the fact now that instead of it being, as it were, and I take this even back to 2019 when I first played against the Aussies, you know, it was in some ways who you knew.
Yeah.
Now, you know, you've got performances in the county championships at home, but you've also got leagues occurring now internationally, and many more tournaments taking place around the globe, which is engaging more and more players. So the depth, the foundation gets ever wider, and as a consequence, the pinnacle can then be built stronger and higher. So, you know, in the journey that I've seen over the last 6 years, you know, has been tremendous, and I can't see it slowing down at all. And you know, in another 6 years' time, goodness only knows, you know, we should seriously be having the major county grounds, even a test match ground to play on. You know, 2019 we were very lucky we got to play at Hove, but you know, here's an opportunity now for, I think, the public to really engage with seniors cricket. You know, people talk about 50 being the new 40. Why isn't 60 the new 40? You know, and when you see the likes of those catches, you look at the catch that Marcus Young took off his own bowling back in the World Cup. And I think today as well, haven't seen anybody throw the ball in underarm. Everybody's got an arm that can reach from the boundary. There's aggressive intent in the fielding. You know, there's no left boot being used to flick the ball up or anything like that, you know, which not that long ago did happen. Now I think you can think, wow, where can this actually go to? How high can the standard get? And the crowd's coming in to watch, and you know, the grounds we play on, and yeah, the opportunities, in the same way as the women's game has grown exponentially, the seniors game can't do the same.
See where it can go in the next few years. Just a reminder on that World Cup, 9th to the 29th of August 2026 in Canada. As I said, it will soon come round, the way these months and weeks and months ago blown by at the moment. It's incredible, really.
Absolutely. 32 fixtures there will have been for Lions or England this summer. Wow. Oh, no, yeah.
Well fielded by Muddleton on this near side. But yeah, it's yeah, fantastic. And as I say, the US series still to come this summer. That'd be nice for just a different test, really, for them to come over. That'd be a nice test, especially for the Lions, who've impressed a lot this summer as well against Australia.
Without any question, it will be again a different challenge. I think they're a little bit of an unknown quantity. We've seen them previously, but we're not aware of consistency within their setup as yet. And I think that's one of the components that good shot. Components that needs to be within the development within different countries. They need to grow it collectively together, so that there is that broad base we've just been talking about for them to push onwards and upwards from. So it'll be interesting to see what side they bring, and the challenges that they bring for us. And I sincerely hope we will, absolutely rise to that challenge, and go into the series very confidently. But we mustn't go in naively.
No, certainly. But yeah, I think it's even just in terms of where me and Matt have joined in the last year or so, in terms of the summer, in comparison, as you say, a much busier summer this time round. How nice has that been, just to have a varied amount of obviously that coupled with that grey Ashes, but in terms of even the West Indies coming over, and obviously the Tri-Nations still to come as well. That's just a nice way for it to be a very packed old summer, Richard.
Oh, it's fantastic. Here we all are, as I say, 32 games. Most of the guys are obviously playing for their counties in the county championship on a Tuesday. Adding to that, a lot are still playing club cricket on a Saturday.
Very good.
And 3 games a week keeps you fit.
Yeah.
Keeps you eager to play more. Obviously we all want to try and stay injury free, but just being with the lads in the dressing room and all that goes with that, the summer flies as a result, because it's so busy and so rewarding and so enthralling.
Yeah, certainly, Richard. Yeah, fantastic to see. So England at the moment, 169 for 1. Going about quite nicely. Brathwaite 60 off 87 and Timor Allen 26 off 16. Really good return from both at the moment. Yeah, this is a good match. Oh my goodness, almost hit him in the head there. This is just a nice This is where this game gets really, really interesting now, because obviously, like you say, we've got just over 15 overs to go. Where this goes now, in terms of when Australia come into bat, yeah, it's a fascinating end to this Grey Ashes series. It's been fantastic entertainment right to the last.
Well, last summer we went to the very last ball of the 5th ODI against Pakistan at Littleborough to clinch the series 3-2. 3-1, because there was one that was rained off. But to have it going right down to the wire is brilliant for all the players, but it's great for all the spectators, great for the clubs, and the support of the clubs and of the hundreds who've turned out to watch each of these games has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, another nice shot there. Fielded well in the end to prevent that boundary. But another run to the total then, 171 for 1 as we come to the end of that over.
Yeah, I think recognising the greater support that we've experienced and continue to experience, and it continues to grow from the clubs who are eager to host the games, from the crowds that turn up, from the youngsters who perform as the flag bearers and the national anthem singers, and all the multitude of hospitality that has been shown by all of the clubs is absolutely first class. There we go. Hopefully that's going to go for 4 as well. Oh, stopped a yard short. But well run, and it was wide. Yes. I sense we picked up that momentum in the way that I was really hoping we would do. It's when you are out there and the Aussies are on top, they're noisy. it's quite quiet out there at the moment, and long may it continue to be quiet.
Yeah, you're right there, Richard. Obviously bowling now is the imposing figure of Darren Smith. He's been one of the... Oh, and as I say that, just as I say that, he's unfortunately took the wicket of Neil Brathwaite. That's unfortunate for Brathwaite. 61 of 89. A good time for the Aussies to claim another wicket. As I was just about to mention, Richard, you know, an imposing fit. He's been one of the highlights of the series in terms of how well he's played. You know, how interesting is it coming up against him, of course, at Tame, that century, and he took 4 wickets as well. He's one hell of a player.
He's been an integral member of their side, and you know, he is noisy as well. He's very competitive. He's you know, he's certainly up for it, and yeah, he won't leave anything out on the field. That's for sure.
Yeah. That's right. Yes.
I think the great thing here now is, yes, Edward, I think, is about to come in. You know, we've got one batsman in Timor established, so hopefully we won't see any dropping off of intensity. If anything, with Edward, it's highly likely we'll see some further intensity and you know, push this on again, even further. I mean, what have we left now? We've got 15 overs left. Yeah. That target, another 125 in the 15 would be, you know, a blessing. Yeah. And psychologically, if you're going out to bat second and there's a 3 on the scoreboard as the first number, that's a very different feel to going out with a 2.
Yeah, you know you've got to start well. And quite, which is obviously, when it gets to a certain point, if you're 10 overs in, or maybe even 15 overs in, and you haven't broke that 100, that's when it starts to, you know, the scoreboard pressure really starts to get upon you. But yes, it's been an enthralling end to this series then, 175 for 2. And we can thank Richard Merriman for his time. Thank you very much for joining us on the commentary. It's been great to get some insight, even a prolonged bit of commentary because of the rain delay. Hope you've enjoyed it, Richard. Thank you.
It's been a great delight, and thank you very much indeed. I've really enjoyed chatting with you. So let's keep it going. Yeah. Let's make sure we win this.
Brilliant. That's Richard Merriman there, talking to us. Great to get his insight. Fantastic. He's hopeful. And that's what we like to see. Such was Timor Allen the other day on commentary. Hopeful they can take this. And it's going to be a fascinating end to it. Brilliant. Joining us in just a moment will be Matt Evans, who's had a bit of a longer break because of the rain delay. But he wouldn't mind that. He was chatting away to the wife and the mother-in-law. He's back. Matt Evans is back. Gladdening away, but yes, good to be back, Matt. And what have you made of it? Of course, just at the time when Australia needed that second wicket, but England have been playing really well. 175 for 2.
Yeah, it's that man Smithy again, isn't it? He comes on and makes things happen. I'm afraid. Yeah. He's very dangerous, and yeah, they've got to be careful. They're not good. Don't get. I heard Richard Merriman talking there. You don't want to get ahead of yourself here. These boys can soon pounce and drag you back into a game. So they've got to just take a bit of caution. And we know what we've said before.
Almost a golden duck there for Gordon Lennox.
You know what we've said before about the way Ed swings the bat and doesn't necessarily kind of give himself time to settle, which the England batsmen I think have done really well today. They've been patient and got themselves in. So it's, yeah, finely balanced. But I mean, 300 is a big shout from Richard there, because if you think they're on 2/3 of the way here, it's roughly just under 90 per 15, so that would put them on 260 as they're going along now. So they'd have to accelerate a lot to get to that 300 mark. And interestingly, just talking to the boys over there in the Australia tent, you know, they're saying about the bouncers. I said that the outfield's a bit of a challenge, isn't it? And they said, yeah, it's, you know, Smithy's really annoyed. He says it's dangerous.
Wow.
Obviously,
Okay.
the one he took on the chest, he's saying it's dangerous and he's not very happy. But, again, good attitude. The first thing he said, well, it's going to be the same for them. All these bobbles that are sneaking through for fours and boundaries that they would normally stop. He said, what you've got to think is it's going to be the same for the England fielders when they're out there. More importantly, we just don't want any more rain, do we? That little rain delay was the first one in an ODI this summer, and we want that to stay away. Again, where the wind's coming from looks a bit brighter. Clouds are up. Wife and the mother-in-law have cracked the picnic open already, so they've gone early on the food.
Yeah, because you spoke about the outfield there, Matt. Richard Berryman had a great point. He was speaking to the groundsman earlier. 63 molehills had to be filled in, which is quite extraordinary, isn't it? They've been having a field day, haven't they? Quite literally.
Oh, they are molehills, are they? We thought they might have
been... Oh, no, been rabbit.
Rabbit scrapings.
Yes, they are, yeah. But even so, rabbit moles have been going at it. But yes, it's 177 for 2 then. And having a good chat there, Ed Gordon-Lentz and Timor Allen. What can the skipper produce there? As that rain is starting to come down a bit again, unfortunately. Just hope this isn't the this isn't what we're going to see for the next few hours. Might end up having to see a reduced overs game, which we won't want to see really, or a bit of DLS. Our friend Duckworth Lewis.
I know. Well, the mother-in-law reckons this rain's just come through early. It was due at 3 o'clock, which is what you were saying all morning. So it's come through a bit early, but it's only meant to be a couple of hours, and then it's meant to blow over and be nice sunshine. So.
I suppose, Matt, with them being 30 overs in, would they take... I think we've had Australia took an early tea break in one of their county games just a few days ago, so that can be a possible. It just depends when it gets to a certain point, I suppose, in the overs.
I think the mother-in-law asked exactly the same. I think 30 is a bit early.
Yeah.
Gets to 35, 40, then you're talking about an early tea and trying to save time. But yeah, you got shafted there a bit, didn't you, in the old commentary? I was leaving because Rich came to talk, and then Rash disappeared and the rain came down, and you sat there doing a lot of chatting. But you had a good chat with Richard.
Yeah, really, really good. He gave some good insight. You know, frustrated not to be playing as much as he wanted to because of his baker's cyst. Literally derives from bacon. Well, no, I mean, as in from.
He likes bacon, does he? Or has he been baking recently? What's his favourite? Victoria sponge or carrot cake?
See a few of them at tea. There we go. But
so
yeah.
his baker's cysts come from bacon.
Yeah, from bakers being on their feet all day. That's how it comes apart, like tennis elbow and that sort of metric.
You,
so,
right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but yeah, muddled.
Shot.
Oh, really good shot, and that'll go for four just about. Yep.
Yeah, 4.
181 for 2. Fast approaching.
That's the other side of the coin, isn't it? Being pessimistic as I always am. I mean, Ed Gordon-Lennox can open his shoulders up and hit them. So
Incredible.
That 300 that Merriman talks about, if he gets on his bike and starts seeing the ball large, Gordon-Lennox is more than capable of tipping this side over. And I said to the mother-in-law, I don't think anyone's done 300 yet, have they? I think 286 is our highest total.
I mean, only Australia when they played that Midlands 11, and I think they did get 300 yesterday in Surrey. So
yeah,
other than that,
the ODIs,
there hasn't. You're right.
He's about the highest score in the ODIs.
That's right. Yeah. So that'd be really interesting to just see how Australia react to that, because we know they're a fantastic side.
Yeah.
How can they react to a score, just short or maybe even more than 300? That'll be one hell of a test, especially with this rain coming and going.
Well, it'll be a cracking finale to this, because we know the Aussie boys well now, and they won't be shying away from it. They'll be licking their lips at chasing down a total, and they'll fully believe in themselves that they can do it. So it's really well poised, this game.
Yeah, just what we wanted to end the grey ashes.
Yeah, Alan Muggleton continues. I think he struggled his first over or over and a half, but he seems to have found his range now. And like I say, he's the guy at the other end, Darren Smith. He's so competitive. He's up for it every day of the week.
Yeah, well, speaking about how competitive he was now. There you go. Fantastic from Gordon-Lennox, but that will get another few runs. But yeah, I was speaking of how competitive Darren Smith is, and then just as he did that, he took Neil Brathwaite out. So it's as we know, he's partial to a wicket or two.
Yeah, he's very
Or
good.
4.
Literally, when he came on, I said to the missus that he'll take one. He always takes one, and then lo and behold, 5 balls later, he's taken a wicket. So he's obviously got something there. No one mentioned him when we talked about the green patches on this pitch, and actually at this end, which Rash was alluding to, was there's our old mate Terry Becks, sat in screen there.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that little green patch short of the wicket coming from this racecourse end. I literally thought Darren Smith's going to love to rag a bit out of that and get some stuff happening. So still in the balance, which is great, like we say. Let's hope this rain stays away and we get to enjoy a full day of cricket. I think it would be a real shame if this was ended up on Duckworth, Lewis or anything silly like that after such a fantastic series in this grey ashes, which is finely balanced at 2-2. England 183 for 2.
Oh my God!
Gordon Lennox has smashed that straight to the side screen. That would have been in the road if that hadn't hit that side screen. That's absolutely massive. What a huge hit that is. That must be 60, 70 yards. He's hit that. Sorry for working yards. It's golf for you. He's hit that 70 yards, he has. Absolutely middled it. But he's got to, don't throw your wicket away. All I've seen it before. He hits 3 of those, then gets out, which is not as good as you see how patient Mel Hussain and Neil Brathwaite were in building their innings. That's a lovely little flick off the hip there. I don't know if that's going to be a wide, is it? That's trickling down to the boundary. He's really slow, that boundary down there.
Yeah.
One earlier when I was watching the side, again with the wife and the mother-in-law, and it was hit quite firmly. And it stopped rolling before it got to the boundary. I think they actually ran 4 in the end, but because it just sat there and everyone was expecting it to just go for a boundary, and it sat there and they managed to run 4 in the end. So it's a very, very slow boundary that. And Timor Allen can back, can't he? We've seen him do a couple of great innings this summer as he just rocks on his back foot, pulls that over to leg side where Doug Murphy picks it up and decides not to throw it in too aggressively.
Yes, it's a 3 and a 1 in this over. Slightly expensive for Darren Smith. But yeah, something interesting to see now. As England trickle towards 200 runs and he's out.
One, Smithy. He's done it again.
Wow.
This is what I was worried about, you see. I've just called it. He's done 8 balls. He's had 2 massive sixes. And he's gone for another and he's bowled him. I thought it was LB. I didn't see the bells. He's actually just nicked the top of off stump, which is a perfect delivery. And that's what I was worried about, Owen. It's all well coming in swinging. But all of a sudden, within the space of 3 overs, the 2 wickets down.
As he's shown so many times in this series, he is a game changer. Darren Smith has turned this game around here. If it be the 100 at Tame, the 4 wickets took at Tame, or I think he took 4 on Monday as well at Sparsholt. That's his 2nd of the day. And it's going to be Nick Gaywood then to replace the skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox, who goes out 12 for 12. And just as it looked like England were imposing their will on this game, especially after the drinks break, they looked unaffected by it. Because that's what we mentioned with Richard. In terms of momentum, I get my words out. In terms of momentum, especially after a drinks break, normally sometimes that can spoil it. We saw, of course, England Lions and Wales B. I wasn't there, but last week, Matt, where Wales, to that point, were actually doing fairly well, and then that's where it got to 300 runs in the end.
Yeah, this guy, Darren Smith, he's just got such a will to win. I mean, look at him now, rearranging the field.
Yeah, Peter O'Reilly comes right in front of us. He's directed us.
Yeah. He gives us a little point there. He doesn't want to see in this.
Brilliant.
Yeah, Radar O'Reilly, as they call him. He's got a couple of lovely dives in the field. He's come on, I think, because of the injury to skipper Juddy. As the rain starts again, unfortunately. But yeah, he's just got such a will to win this, Darren Smith. The centuries he's got, he's worked really hard for him. He hasn't just taken them. It's not been easy. He's worked really hard and stayed out there for long periods of times. And when he comes on to bowl, well, I just said he just takes a wicket. I don't know what he does different to other bowlers, but he just makes something happen. I mean, that's gold dust in cricket. When you're struggling just to get a breakthrough, that bowler can come on and look at it. Within what's he on, the 4th over? 3rd over, he's taken 2 wickets.
Yeah. And Ed Gordon-Lennox, after after the game on Monday, obviously had their awards they give out and little mementos they give out. Darren Smith got the Man of the Match award that day, and he was saying he's had to do that quite a few times this series already, because it just shows how much of a game changer he is, and he's well up for Man of the Series really at this point in time.
Oh, he's got to be favourite for that, has to be. I think the chairman of the touring party saying he's won 6 Man of the Matches in all their touring games, so unbelievable. But it's little spells like this, it's not just the wicket taken, you know. All right, he's got clubbed for 6 by Gordon Lennox, but then he's gone 1 wicket ... Just curtailing the run rate. And again, Gay was coming 2 balls. I mean, he was very patient the other day, wasn't he? Had that great partnership with the who was it with?
Steve Aston
did this when we were recording earlier.
Yeah.
Gay and Aston had a lovely patient partnership to get the win, to get to 2 all, to credit. And he looks like he can stick around and bat.
Yeah, because at that point before the partnership on Monday, Matt, England were going fairly well, but they still needed something just to get over the line, really. And that's exactly what, it was a fantastic partnership between them. I think they got about 70 runs to finish off that game, and it got them well towards the total.
Yeah, as you can see from the pictures there, that Kevin Watson's got his umbrella up again, and that won't please Darren Smith. He's already grumbling about the outfield, and another one there just bobbles past him as he another little shuffle of the field there from Alan Muggleton. He's not going to doesn't
just yes, but yeah, good for Gaywood to see what he can do now, just as England need to reassure themselves that they still can reach a bid total, which I'm sure they can. I think, on this sort of pitch, I think they'll just miss out on the 300, but they won't be too far off it the way they're going.
Well, you never know. Once you start taking the wickets, they can soon get on top of them. Muggleton in his 5th over.
In my score predictor, I think I'm going to go for 275.
Ooh. What score predictor is that? You got an app on your phone, or is that just in Owen's head?
Yeah, Owen's head. There we go. What about you, Matt? What do you reckon if I had to push you for a score?
What did you say?
275.
275. Oh, I don't know. I think higher. I think higher. We're going pound a run spread bet. What are we on? 10 overs. Should be higher. The way Nula's joining in saying 300. All on the mixing desk there, doing a fantastic job. Vision mixing, Nula.
Good to see Brad with us on the camera as well today. His maiden voyage on the camera today for the Cricket Seniors, doing very well as well. Brad, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, the only thing of the Aussies in the back of my head, if they get on a roll and start, flipping the pressure around and making it pay, they can quite easily take 3-4 wickets quick sharp, and then if England start struggling to do 250, which I don't think they will, but they'll be really disappointed after the start they made. And that fantastic partnership between Mel Hussain and Neil Brathwaite, and he went to pull the trigger there.
Well, Australia were in a similar position, Matt, on Monday, and then limited them to 250. So it's that in its own right was a fantastic feat, and that's how it allowed England to level the series at Desmond 2-2.
Yeah, it did. But there's a few more challenges here today with the rain and the wind, and again this outfield. I know it'll be the same for the England fielders, but yeah, you see hoods up. It's such a chilly day compared to, you think, 3 weeks ago in Manchester when we were sweating and
sunburned.
Riley comes over again and has a grin as he blocks our view. Number 59.
Yeah, 12 overs remaining then. Here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club, smack bang in the middle of the Royal Ascot Racecourse circuit. Fantastic area. Obviously spoke with the chairman earlier. He spoke about
stopped
how important it is in and around this area. You can see just a few kids in the nets. Those new nets freshly put up in October. So Darren Smith comes in again then to face Nick Dawood. That's nice from Dawood. So lovely shot. They'll go for 4.
Really good shot that. Just flicked it off his pads. Down there to kind of between fine leg and deep backward square leg. Just flicked it away. Gave it his first boundary of the innings. And you hear the cry from Smithy there. Again, he's so competitive. Every boundary he leaks. He's furious with himself. Yeah. Knows he should have done better. So that moves him on to 199. So another little run or two there. And that's driven really nicely by Gayward. That's going to bring up the 200 for England as he just drives that straight through long off. And 4 runs comes up, giving England 203 for 3. And he's a very competent batsman, Gayward. So they do bat deep, England, don't they? You know, we've got a few players still to come. Steve Aston, again, another lovely batsman. So hopefully the Neil's right and the 300's in range.
Well done, Neil.
As Neil just walks past us here with his family after that superb knock of 61. Really helped the cause. And again, look at that ball bobble, Owen, as it came to Peter O'Reilly. Never still on flat on the ground, just bouncing all over the place and giving the fielders real problems, just collecting the ball off the ground on the simplest of shots. Yeah, that's been a problem all day, Matt. And as you say, that bubble, and it's a few times where you'd obviously sprayed up to Darren Smith there, and it was quite, that coming up force can be quite, fortunate it didn't hurt him more than it did. Here's Timor. Oh, look at Darren, he's fuming! Furious down the leg side, yeah.
Shows how much it means to me. So competitive, Darren Smith.
Literally the cries you heard on your screen there, with Darren Smith berating himself for just leaking that one down leg side. I don't know if we'll ever see Rash again today, will we? He's retired, is he? Retired. A bit of rain fell and he just legged it and left you to it. I don't know what happened to our rotation system of.
I think I'll take my break next.
Yeah,
35.
Well earned. You've had a good old stint there, chatting away to Rich.
Oh, that's right, with the rain delay.
The rain delay, yeah. Oh, that was
there.
He's not giving it.
No.
Claude Orlando is interested. I think Darren Smith didn't hear as much as Claude, but hands on hips. Smithy's not happy with how that over finished. It's the end of the 34th. 208 for 3 England, so going along nicely. Probably in control of this game at the moment, you'd say. You've got Timor Allen, Nick Gayward out there. Allen on 5 in this partnership and Gayward on 10 at the moment, just in the partnership.
So then, Matt, 208 for 3. But yeah, it's 10 from 10 then for Mr. Nick Gayward and Timor Allen. 38 off 27, he's had a good hit. But goodness me, that shows how much Darren Smith cares about the cause here. He was absolutely raging at himself, wasn't he? When, that just shows how every run matters to Australia. It should matter to every team, whatever sort of standard of cricket you're playing, but it shows how much it means to this Australian team. Every run that they can see, they're fuming. Well, Darren is anyway.
Yeah, it's shows how competitive it is. 35th over, just dabbed away, and what's he done there? That's absolute suicide.
Yeah, silly from Gayward there. He went for the run, did he, Matt? And O'Reilly.
Absolute suicide. And Gayward's not walking. Yeah.
Bit of controversy there. A few England players have just come to our viewing point because, as Rash alluded, Rash is just behind us. It looked like the wicket was
broken before he had the ball in hand, I think, is what they're saying.
We'll try and get it back on our.
I don't know if we can get that replay again.
I don't know. We would do.
Yeah, we got it on YouTube. Having a look. This is the run. So Timor shouted no very early, to be fair to him, and Nick Gayward carried on.
Oh, we'll see the
replay.
We'll see the clear shot in a moment if we just. There we go. So we'll
so Thrown in beautifully by Peter O'Reilly.
Oh.
Oh, I think the throw hit the stumps. I think the throw hit the base of the stumps. I think the throw hit the base of the stumps there. Yeah, he's thrown it in and hit the stumps, Peter O'Reilly. Great throw in from him.
Well, we've just had a mention from Sparshot Cricket Club. Come on, England. Pleasure to host on Monday and fantastic coverage. Great advert for seniors cricket. Huge respect for the England players for applauding the Sparshot Barmy Army. That's Andy Worth, the chairman there. He's also said, great to see BBC South today doing a very comprehensive feature. Great marketing for the seniors game. Fantastic indeed. Sparshot Cricket Club, thank you for your hospitality. Monday just gone. Thank you very much.
As we were talking, Nick Gaywood has had to leave the scene for 11, and all of a sudden, Owen, 209 for 4. Just as it gets exciting, it's Muggleton's gone 1 wicket. Timor's had a little dabble there again. I didn't see who came in at the other end, actually. Is that Steve Aston? Oh no, it's Paul Radich, isn't it? Yeah, Paul Radich is coming at the other end to join Timor Allen at the crease. So 2 or 3 quick wickets comparative to how long it took the first wicket to go. Oh, how was that missed? Everything. Missed the edge, missed the wicket. Even Timor walks away and has a little word with himself after that. But this is how they can turn it around, Australia. Again, we've got 1 run and a wicket and 2 dot balls. And just applying the pressure. Just when England thought they were getting away towards 300 here, as young Nuala getting excited in the cabin behind, vision mixing.
Yeah, after this final delivery from Muddleton, I'll take my leave after my extended tenure here on the commentary, and Rash Mahmood will rejoin us. See what he thinks of proceedings here, as Australia seem to have took advantage, but that's a good boundary for England just when they needed it.
Yeah, I'll speak to him about leaving you high and dry in the rain break. We had a 5-over rotation and he did one early. Left you to do all the talking.
Yeah, 213 for 4. Interesting point in this match as I leave you in the hands of Matt Evans and Rash Mahmood.
Yeah, that was a lovely drive straight through the covers by Timor Allen there to bring up 213 for 4 for England. Going along nicely, 10 overs to go. I think they're still happy with this, aren't they, Rash? The run rate's up at 6.09, which is handy and decent, but Australians just showing signs of a fight back.
Yes, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Owen. I was networking. That's what I was doing. Well, England were sitting pretty. There's a couple of self-inflicted wounds. The skipper having hit a 6, and a very good 6 it was. Looking to press on. And that run out of Nick Gaywood. And what I will say, I'll just break off as Darren Smith comes in, and Paul Radich. That's a beautifully played shot. Out into the deep. Glenn Pearce does the fielding, keeps it to 1. What I will say, Matt, is that as a young cricketer, I was taught if you hit the ball in front of you, it's your call. If it goes behind, it's the non-striker's call. You quite clearly heard Timor Allen say no, but having said no, he took 3 steps down the wicket. So his batting partner, Nick Gaywood, it's like out of the Vicar of Dibley, isn't it? No, 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 yes. Shot.
Yeah, I think it's still Nick Gaywood's fault. It's a clear early shout of no, and you got to come and go with the shout you hear at the other end when you hear it, and he's backed it up. And I've got to say, Harry Bell's on the chat. He was the driver for Australia yesterday. They got 304 and the other team got 104. So yeah, Harry Bell will give you a shout out on the chat. Thanks for watching and following us. There's half an appeal there. Let's run all the way out to the boundary there, down by fine leg, and that's going to be 4 runs on the board.
Yeah, just a bit of insight from my moles. Nick Gaywood has just said that the bells were dislodged beforehand, but the ball was caught by the fielder, and he had the ball in hand while hitting the wickets. Now, I was always in the impression that the ball had to come out of the ground. The stump had to come out of the ground, but nonetheless, it's a wicket for Australia, and they're just putting the brakes on a touch, Matt. England was sitting very nicely, weren't they? 170 odd. Like you say, just under 10 overs to go. I think if they apply themselves, Timor Allen, we know his striking capabilities. We also know how good Paul Radish can be. I still think 300 is on the cards.
Yeah, it's on the cards. I was just alluding to you before you came back to the competitive spirit of Darren Smith. He's so up for it and berating himself for the wide balls, and instantly came on. I said to the missus when he came, oh, this guy will take a wicket. He always does when he comes on and has a spell, and lo and behold, he did. But yeah, 300 is certainly on the card. They've got some good batsmen still to come in, have England, and they can easily accelerate to 219. But just in the last 5 overs, I think Australia have had the better of it, curtailing that run rate. As you see Cheryl out there enjoying the warm British weather.
And Grant Timms next to her right, as he just exits screen left, on the co-host of the Silver Stumps podcast with Trevor Lee. You had the pleasure of working alongside Trevor at Deepest Gloucestershire the other day for England Lions versus Wales B, and he was at Tame on last Friday. Trevor, good to see Grant here.
That's got to be out. That's right in front of. He's missed it totally there, Timor Allen. Have a look here, swinging across the line again, just trying to rush things, but that's down to the... Yeah. Caught his back leg there, he's trying to swing across the line. I personally think that's down to the Australian pressure, don't you, Rash? They've just upped the pressure. I mean, he's just rushed that. No need to play that shot at all.
I'm not sure it's pressure, but it's decent enough bowling. It's a straighter delivery. Timor Allen looking to get on with it. I'm not sure it's the shot he should have been playing, and if he reviews it, I think he'll probably agree. 43 off 35 deliveries. 5 down now for England, and congratulations to Alan Muggleton. His first wicket in the Ashes series. He's making a debut in the series today, having played in the regional matches. So congratulations to him. But Australia, as we knew they would at some point during this England innings, Matt, fighting back and fighting back well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's obviously caught Timor Allen. Muggleton's first ball of that over, so caught him leg before wicket. He's gone for 43, so good little knock, good little innings. He'll be disappointed not to make the 50. And again, I think he was just hurried along there by the pressure and the lack of runs in the last few overs by England, caused by some fantastic Australian bowling, no more so than by Darren Smith. But Muggleton's on again. Yeah, they've got to be careful not to get ahead of themselves, England. Like we were all talking 300 and stuff, and you know, they can easily get themselves back in the game here.
Yeah, 3 wickets have fallen, Matt, but I think if you're an England supporter, many of you are, of course, tuning into this broadcast, the Australians haven't really had to work particularly hard for those 3 wickets. Okay, the run out was a complete mix-up. Edgar and Lennox will maybe look back and think, could have tried and played that differently. And Timor Allen as well, you know, he was looking well set on 43. Bring Steve Aston out to the front. Now we saw how effective he was on Monday, Matt. Sparkling innings together with Nick Gaywood to bring England home. 220 for 5 then.
Yeah, brave first shot as well there, driving that through covers by Steve Aston, as Radic is facing up now. Facing Muggleton. And he did have a good spell at Oakham on one of those games, Muggleton. He took... Oh, they've done it again. Terrible throw in there from Darren Smith above Muggleton's head. He had to take evasive action almost from a throw-in. But yeah, he had a good game at Oakham, taking a few wickets and showing his prowess with the ball. So Australia will be hoping he can do the same again. 221, 6.05 runs and over. I think England will still be the happier of the two parties, though, at the moment. They've got wickets in hand, lots of time on their side.
Yeah, but it's now only 5 wickets in hand, Matt, rather than the 8 that they had 15, 20 minutes ago. And that is the difference, because we talked about it in one of the games. I think it might have been the the second one at Fairburn. You saw how wicket after wicket, it just checks the progress. So any momentum that you have, and England certainly had the momentum, they were in the ascendancy. It's now firmly, that's a nice shot by Aston, but Doug Murphy out there in the deep. There's the fielding, keeps it to 1. Any momentum England had has gone, and Australia have now got the momentum, and you can just see in the field, and they were very, very quiet for about a 10, 12 over spell, most unlike them. But you can see them trotting now round the field, get into the fielding positions quickly, geeing each other up. England have just got to compose themselves as we reach Melvin Holmes. Melvin, I hope you're listening. 2-2-2. That was Richie Benno. 222 for 5 then here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club, and this 5th and final one-day international between England and Australia. Winner takes all. England win. They regain the Ashes. Australia win. They retain them. It'll be a fascinating final 8 overs. What can England get up to? First objective, I believe, Matt, is to get to 250 without losing a wicket if they can, and then see where you are when you reach that point. And like you said, with wickets in hand, got options open to them. There's Darren Smith. 5 of his no maidens, 2 for 40 so far. That's down the leg side. Nothing signalled by umpire Noel Ford.
That's taken well down the leg side by Claude. It should have been a wide. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Rash. They've got to hit the 250 mark, hopefully without losing another wicket. And then you can... Oh, what did... He's absolutely chipped that straight to the fielder, Steve Aston, and this is just what we were talking about. Again, it's Darren Smith. He just comes on and makes things happen. Was that his first ball, second ball of the over? He's got a dot ball wicket, and he's gone to square cut that, Steve Aston. It's gone straight down the throat of the fielder. England 2-2-2 for 6.
Well, that was a nothing shot by Steve Aston. It was short, wide. He could have placed that anywhere on the pitch, really. Just hung his bat out there, didn't try and hit it, and chipped it, as you said, back straight to Jeff Patterson, who made no mistake. He's out for 2. Another wicket. 222 for 6, and this England innings, which looks so promising at the 25 over mark, and indeed at the 30 over mark. Yeah, batting frailties that England have demonstrated in the past are coming back, and they're coming back in a big way.
Yeah, I'd love to see the scorecard here, how quickly these last 5 or 6 have dropped, in the sense of how many balls bowl between them, because they really have opened the door ajar here for Australia. They're absolutely cruising.
Well, 29.2 overs. England were 175 for 1. That was the wicket of Neil Brathwaite. 31.4 overs was the 3rd wicket. 34.2 for the 4th. 36.1 for the 5th. And then 37.2. So...
little mini claps in there, isn't there? I mean, you have to say.
In the space of 8 overs, England have lost 5 wickets for 47 runs.
Yeah, 5 wickets, 47 runs, not good enough. And like you say, the battling frailties we've seen a couple of times. We certainly saw at Cheadle where they gave it away, of reared their ugly heads again. And again, Darren Smith making things happen, that tight field. And as you said, Rush, you can hear the clapping and the cheering now from the Aussies. They went a bit quiet. The boys over there on the subs bench are hollering and shouting again underneath the blue tent next to the Australian flag.
Well, they'll be looking to whittle through the last 4 England wickets and not get them batting out their 45 overs.
Yeah, which you always say, Rash, is psychology-wise, if you don't bat out your 45, you feel like you've had a moral victory anyway. And they're certainly heading that way, and someone here for England has got to steady the ship. That's brilliant bowling and fielding by Darren Smith.
Well, he's a leading wicket taker in the series. He's just very, very effective in what he does. Another 3 to add to his, I believe, 11 that he had prior. So way out ahead.
He must be close to being top run scorer as well then, is he, in the series? 2 centuries. Or they weren't in the ODIs, were they? Or one of them was at Tame.
Yes, I would have thought he's up there, Matt. I'm trying to think who else is. He's got Doug Murphy's got a few, hasn't he? In the ODIs. Stephen Butler must be up there as well. He just seems to get your 40s and your 50s and accumulate.
Well, Hussain must be up there as well, actually. He's had a couple of good knocks. It'd be interesting, that. I mean, to be top wicket taker and runs would be some feat. He must be favourite for man of the series, I would have thought, with his performances. And a bit like today, he's just done it at times when Australia needed something to break through, to change the rut they're in. He's produced it.
He has. England were certainly on top. Certainly on top, you know. Drinks break at 30 overs, sitting on 170 odd for 1. About 15 overs to go. Normal acceleration with wickets in hand. 20. Some of the people I was talking to while I was networking. Oh, it's going to be close. No, misfielded by Muggleton. Deacon has dropped his bat. A smile on his face.
A few in the crowd enjoyed that.
So England have just got to apply themselves here. And you see, all of a sudden, those fielders on the offside just crept 5 or 6 yards further in.
I think that was an absolute swing and a miss, that one. He's gone to a little fish outside off stump and got nowhere near it. Straight through to Claude Orlando's gloves. Another dot ball for Muggleton. That was a nice, clever little flick onto the leg side by Phil Deacon. Just put it right in the spot that Muggleton couldn't quite reach it, and managed to scurry through for a single, get Paul Radich on strike. 38.3 overs gone. England 226 for 6. Paul Radich on strike on 8, and he's going to step down the wicket, then drive that straight through. Oh, yeah, well started. I was certain Fawney hit that rash, but as well fielded out there. Can't quite see who that is in the deep. Bill Blair. Well fielded to prevent the boundary, and just a single taken by Paul Radich. Oh, and again, half a misfield there from Darren Smith, which is most unlike him. Again, I think it just a little half bobble before it got to him. I don't know if you heard when I got back rash, they were grumbling about the outfield, but did comment that England have got a field on the same pitch, so it'll be the same for both teams. Bold, it's gone for the. Why is he? I'm sorry, you're in a bit of a rut. You've lost a lot of wickets. Radich has taken 2 skips down the wicket. He'd gone for a swing, he's bowled. I think that's a bit of a crazy shot for me, that rash, at the time of the game this is at.
Well, a floaty delivery from Muggleton. It didn't really do anything. Paul Radich takes a couple of steps down. He's out for 9 off 11 deliveries with 1-4. As Nick Newman makes his way out to the middle.
This is unbelievable though, isn't it, Rash? I mean, they're struggling to make 250 now. We were talking 300 less than 4 or 5 overs ago, and they're just masters of their own downfall.
Yep. 100% agree with you, Matt. It's a difficult watch if you're an England supporter. 25 minutes ago, all smiles. But games of cricket can change, and they do change. And Neil Brathwaite's dismissal, it was similar to the one that got Doug Murphy out at Tame on Friday, Matt. He sort of went to play it through mid-wicket, but shuffled across his crease and ended up facing Nick Newman, absolutely square. And Neil Brathwaite was pretty much the same. He looked in good order, and the skipper showed his intent with a magnificent 6. Tried to repeat it, he was out. The unfortunate run out of Nick Gaywood. Yes, it's never an easy watching England. I will say that much. They put you through the ringer.
And as Darren Smith bowls this 39th over, I'll be taking my leave after this and welcome back Owen Mason. I just have the way they've come out and swung, Rush, I've got a sneaky feeling they've got ahead of themselves here, and the dressing room's given the signal to, right, we're comfortable here, boys, let's have a swing and get the score up. And I think they've got ahead of themselves too quickly. That's just down leg side, I think, from Darren Smith.
The thing is, Matt, it would have given the England batsmen in the pavilion a hell of a lot of confidence sitting at 172 for 1. You know, you're approaching the 30 overs drinks break. But then you play the situations when you're in. Give yourself a couple of deliveries to get your eye in. All right, this pitch does have some vagaries. You don't swing from the hip straight away. But a couple of ill-judged shots, shall we say, from my point of view, and the batsmen may well differ, but a couple of ill-judged shots in the moment when England were in the ascendancy. Australia were under the cosh. They would be probably feeling that whilst they were fielding and looking at the overs, 15 to go, with 9 wickets remaining, they were going to be chasing a score of 300, 320. It'll be a fine effort if England get up to that. So, personally, if they keep England to under 260, they'll think job done on a pitch that isn't the easiest to bat on, and an outfield that, as you said, Matt, is causing the fielders a great deal of consternation and problems. England got to bat these overs out and get as close as they can to 250. So you get north of that, okay, it won't be ideal considering where they were. Oh, just beating outside the off stump. Nick Newman. So Newman takes a single off the last ball of that Darren Smith over, and good old Trevor Lee. Myself and Matt were talking about the scorers. Smith 178 runs, Murphy 161, Butler 153. Hussain is now 199 for the series for Mel Hussain. Welcome back, Owen Mason. It's we had something similar at Littleborough, didn't we? Yeah. A mad 20 minutes, and it's been a mad half an hour.
It has, Rash, yeah. Thanks for welcoming me back. But yes, just on 3 o'clock. But yeah, it's just as I took my drinks break, I think I just got to Nick Gaywood's dismissal, which was at 208 for 3. And now they're 230 for 7 with 5 overs remaining. That's the concerning bit. And do you know what? We were speaking about it just after the enforced rain break with Richard, where, you know, even past the drinks break, that momentum was still there with England. They were still in the ascendancy in this match. And then, you know, one of the main talking points I was thinking of as well was we've known Australia on this tour, and all the supporters and all the wads, as they called them, and everyone. That's a great 4. Brilliant. Oh, sit. Sorry, that's a brilliant 6. Just as England needed it, really, Rash. But yeah, the point I was trying to make there, Rash, was normally you know, the families and the players on the sidelines are very, very vocal. It was very, very quiet for a long time, the Australian players. And I've got to say, just doing a lap of the cricket pitch here, that mood has shifted significantly in the last few minutes.
Yes, it certainly has, Owen. Well, Nick Newman with that previous delivery, deposited it over deep mid-wicket, reminiscent of his wonderful innings in the World Cup against South Africa at the SRI Ramachandra Stadium, himself and Monty Douglas. And he's gone again, straight down the ground this time. A couple of bouncers. Oh, there's a mix-up again. And they get there.
No.
Well, it's good cricket from Australia. It's hit down the ground by Nick Newman. Tony Panacasio down there. Threw it to the bowler's end. And to Nick Newman. Just ambling along. The throw came in. Claude Orlando. He's done it a couple of times in this series. Absolutely demolished the stumps. As you can see, umpire Noel Ford just adjusting them. 238 for 7.
As you said, Rash, if they can limit England to 260, my goodness, that's from where they were, you know, at 208 for 3, as I mentioned, you know, with the wickets in hand that they had, that would be a fantastic achievement if they do that. That's bounced up and completely sprayed past him there. They can get a few runs out of that.
Well, it's the vagaries of that pitch because Graham Pavey is probably one of, if not the best fielder in veterans cricket, seniors cricket, and he's had a tough old time in the covers, and that took a horrible bounce in front of him. And that's going to be the lever in the field when Australia come out to bat, Owen. They're going to have the same difficulties on a bobbly surface. Nick Newman again targeting that mid-wicket boundary. Swing and a miss this time. End of the over, 10 from it. 10 valuable runs for England at this stage. They move on to 240 for 7. 4 overs to go. Nick Newman 11 not out off 8 deliveries. Phil Deacon 4 off 8. And Moulton has completed his 9 over allocation. And congratulations to him on his debut. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 58.
Yeah, fantastic from him. But yeah, very intriguing end to this innings, as we can see what England try and put up for the final 4 overs. But yeah, it really has shifted this game. And I was speaking around the ground, spoke to Dud Murphy, spoke to the Australian manager as well, and Keith was very pleased that I think really the one who's turned this around for, you know, the likes of Darren Smith and Muddleton have really turned this game around, haven't they, in the bowling? My goodness. And we've said this about Darren Smith, me and Matt, before you came back on, Rash. He's got the tendency to just turn a game on its head. And he's done so many times. That's why he's had 6 man of the matches on this tour so far. It's incredible.
Yes, Australia, they are blessed with match winners and game changers. Darren Smith is certainly one of those, whether it's bat in hand or ball in hand. Tony Panacasio with his bowling. Now Panacasio's got 3 left in his locker. Bill Blair's certainly got a couple, but there's going to be a couple bowls. Only have 1 from this end, so Blair and Panacasio is my prediction, I think.
So a few overs remain then. 3 and a bit overs to go. England on 2-4-1 for 7. Here at Royal Ascot Cricket Club. Just slightly delayed because of that rain delay. Here that extended chat with Richard Merriman. Wonder what he's feeling about the way this game is going now compared to how he was feeling. He was thinking they had a good old chance of getting 300. Be hard to get that now with only 3 overs to go. I said about 275, so I'm not too far off, but I reckon they might get about... No, I'll stick... don't know what I'll stick with now. I think the way they were going, I thought 275, 280 looked really, really likely, Rush, but now it's Australia have done really well at the right time, really limited England, haven't they?
They have the wickets. Check your progress. I was saying that to Matt just before you came back on, Owen. It's just the way it goes. England are in full flow. Absolutely in full flow. And that's a good over from Darren Smith. Just a single from it and a leg by. In the context of it, very, very good indeed. 8 overs, no maidens, 3 wickets for 45 for Darren Smith. And it is going to be Tony Panacasio from the net's end.
Yeah. Like you say, he started early, didn't he, Rash? And now he's back on.
He did. England would have been, this sounds a really daft thing to say, to welcome Tony Panacasio, the ball in his hand, but he came on, I think, after 12 overs. Really unheard of. He normally comes on a bit later on. He's bowled 6, I believe.
Yeah.
So England got him on early and played him well.
Yeah.
But this is a very, very dangerous time in England for him coming on now, because he's got licence to really go and attack, knowing that the England players, 3 overs to go, they're still going to look to score up.
Yeah. That's the thing, isn't it, Rash? Because, like you say now, he knows how to take a wicket. That's a great shot, though. He's prevented the boundary, but they will get a run out of it. Nick Newman. But, yeah, it's an interesting one, Rash, because where they are now, I can just... Yeah, the mood in that England dressing room, come that tea break, will be very, very interesting, because, you know, as we said, they were in cruise control, really. And, you know, of course, Australia have still got to get a score north of 250 come their innings, or whatever it might be. That's up in the air. And oh, it might be a catch. No, it's just short, isn't it? But another good effort again. But Rash, it's yeah, it's an interesting point in this match, because Australia have still, as I said, have still got to get a score north of 250, but they might be the happiest out of the two sides, would you reckon, for how they've turned this game around? Or how do you think England will feel come the tea break? Cracking shot, though.
That's a good shot from Phil Deakin. 4 over extra cover, used his feet, and nicely played. 249 for 7.
It's still a decent score, isn't it, Rash? But in terms of where they were, I think it's just that they could have had a lot more on the board, couldn't they?
Well, we don't know how the last few hours are going to turn out. It might hell for leather and Nick Newman goes berserk. But from where they were, I think they will be slightly disappointed, maybe a touch deflated. Look, they know if they play to their full potential, they can still put the pressure on Australia. As England reached a 250 run mark, 42.5 overs, but it's time for Edward Gordon-Lennox to rally the troops at half time.
It's nice from Newman. Just put on for another single. England won't mind that at this stage, Rash. You know, they're still scoring with those singles. That's all that really matters at this. You know, with only 2 overs to go. Yes, they might want to go for it with these final 2 overs, but they don't mind singles here and there, because you're still putting another crucial run on the board.
Yeah, take what they can now, Owen. To be fair, what was your prediction, old boy?
275, I said. So I think I might just be a touch short.
Okie dokie.
What do you reckon, Rash? What did you reckon? I would say it's a bit different before game, but what do you reckon now?
Well, I thought just before the second wicket went, just prior to the 30 over drinks break, 320 would have probably what England would be looking at, with 9 wickets in hand, 15 overs to go, and the strike makers that they have. But 2 overs to go. Well, it's a big hit out there. The wind might be with him as Darren Smith comes on from the racecourse end for his final over. 3 for 45 so far. And the wind, let's have a look. Where's the wind coming from? it might be slightly helping Nick Newman. He can hit a long ball. It's a long way out there where Doug Murphy's stationed at deep wideish mid wicket. He goes the other way. Graham Pavey does the fielding. 263. There you go. 263, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, just after the end of this innings, we will have an interview with the Australian captain, Peter Judd, to see what he makes of this Australian bowl chase so far. That's over us, and we're almost taking the window out of the OB truck. That's a fantastic sit. Again, quite needed, as you can see me on the commentary there, but yes, we're...
Yeah, good strike from Phil Deakin. Yeah, Peter Judd's got his fingers in some ice water. It's a nasty injury he's got to his finger. Shot from Phil Deakin there. That's a better delivery from Smith, but well dug. He's on the floor again. He must have a franchise in a laundry outfit, Darren Smith.
$259 for 7 then. 3 more deliveries to come then on this final Darren Smith over. You won't mind that. Nice top ball. But yeah, Newman and Deakin rounding off this innings quite nicely. Rash 16 off 14 for Nick Newman, 17 off 18 for Phil Deakin. Smith comes in again. That's a great catch, isn't it? Newman's out, and that's another wicket for Darren Smith.
Well, it's not quite rinse and repeat the Steve Aston dismissal, but it's not dissimilar. Nick Newman recognised the length. There's no issue with the shot whatsoever from Nick. He's out to call Jeff Patterson off the bowling of Darren Smith for 16 off 15 deliveries with that 1-6, but it wasn't attacked. Basically guided it to Jeff Patterson. 8 down for England then, 259 on the board as Warwickshire's Mike Palmer comes to the wicket. 4 more for Darren Smith.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? How many times he's took 4 wickets? I think that's 3 games on the bounce now, isn't it? He's took 4 wickets. My goodness me. He loves a wicket. He's knocking on the door of Tony Panacasio, isn't he? For that, what was it, 30-odd wickets Tony took last year. Darren's got a fair few this year already. My goodness me.
Yeah, I don't know how many took in this series that the Australians had in February, March against the Kiwis. But he certainly made his mark in this series. And we've seen him with the bat as well. So, wherever the outcome of this tour, he can be well pleased and very, very proud, his friends and family, of his performances.
Yeah, definitely so. Kylie watching on. She'll be happy with that. But yeah, the final game of this Australian tour. Can they retain those grey ashes? They've got to chase that store of what it'll be, be north of 260 now.
Well, you can probably hear over our effects microphone a few of the Australian supporters to our right. Darren Smith does indeed finish up from the racecourse end. 9 overs, no maidens, 4 wickets for 53, and it will be Tony Panacasio to bowl the last over from the net's end to complete this England innings. 259 for 8. Darren's straight on the plane tonight. Did you know that, Owen? Yeah, 10 o'clock his flight is.
My goodness, that's a busy old day. Then you've got a long old flight. My goodness. God, my sleeping pattern would be so messed up if I had to go all the way to Australia. My goodness.
I'm sure it'll be absolutely delightful for the flight attendants, Darren. No, he's a good bloke. Enjoyed seeing him again. He's always been very generous with his time and just a fully committed cricket player.
Yeah, he was giving me great advice for my first flight a few weeks ago as a flight attendant himself. Fantastic, really. Thank you, Darren. But yes, that's a cracking shot again, though, from deep in. And that's, yeah, brilliant. Brilliant, Rash.
6.
Yeah, that's another 6.
6-4.
Oh, no, it is a 4.
Yeah, umpire Bartlett just conferring with the spectators down there whether it went over the boundary on the fall. Was informed that it was 1 bounce 4. Nice shot by Phil Deakin. He moves on to 21. England 2, 6-3 for 8. Oh, brilliant fielding. Peter O'Reilly. Backward point gully area hit very nicely by Deakin. It was really travelling, and on this bubbly surface he did exceptionally well to keep it to 1. Gone past him, that was racing away for 4.
Yeah, thing is with this outfield, Rash, you know, where England are going to be, you know, in terms of Australia, still having to get this score in this outfield. Like, we know they're a fantastic side, but that still is quite the score to reach. If an early wicket falls, you just never know for England. Here's Panacasio then. Oh, that's a cracker. Oh, it might just be catch. No, it's just short. Oh, it just trickles through. It might just go for the boundary. It has, hasn't it? I think. No, it's well done there. Well fielded.
Well, it's Stephen Butler out there, and along with Graham Pavey has been magnificent on this tour. Just for a minute he was interested, but as he got there with all the bounce and the trials and tribulations of being a fielder on this outfield, it basically did a leg break in front of him. So he did very well to collect himself and get up and stop the ball trickling over the boundary rope for 4. So 7 from the over so far, 3 to go. That's a good hit. That's hit straight down the throat. Oh, it's Graham Pavey out there. Fantastic effort. It's straight down his throat, but this wind, it just knocked it down in front of him. Very, very good effort. 2 more to the total then. 268 for 8.
Panacasio in again. Palmer swing and a miss at that. But yes, one delivery to come then from Tony Panacasio. He'll be open for another dot ball. He won't get there though. It's a nice single. Will they go for 2 just for a single? Well, no, they don't go for it.
So just the 1 run with that run out from Phil Deakin from the final delivery. Australia will be chasing an even 270 to win this 5th and final game. We'll give you the hot wash up in a bit, but we're going to go.
Yeah, the Australia. Oh, sorry.
So while the players make their way off the field, we'll turn to Matt Evans, who's got the Australian skipper Peter Judd with him.
They're insisting I stand next to the kangaroo.
But yes, we'll have that in just a moment, Rash. But yeah, so with this though, Rash 269, as we said, not what England were hoping for. Because at one point it looked at 300. Quite the commanding score for Australia to reach, but we know how good they are. But it's still going to be interesting on this outfield, isn't it?
Yep, the run rate is going to be at the start of the commencement of the Australian innings, unless my maths is wrong, about 6 and over.
That's right. Yeah, there you go.
So if England can bowl tight, first off, they've got a chance. Need to take wickets early and put pressure on these Australian boys. We saw that from the England innings. The England openers very circumspect when they're opening Neil Brathwaite and Mel Hussain, and then wants to gauge the pace of the pitch. They accelerated very, very well as the umpires Rob Bartlett and Noel Ford make their way off the pitch. And the Australian boys out in the middle having a huddle. I think they'll be pretty pleased. Yeah. Pretty pleased. As I said, at one point it was looking at north of 300. It was a good opening partnership between Mel Hussain and Neil Brathwaite. 129 they put on. Loss of the first wicket. And as the Australian boys walk off, Peter Judd is in the middle of that huddle. He's making his way over to Matt Evans. And we'll hear the words from the Australian skipper.
Hi, you join me here now with Peter Judd, Australian captain. Give us your initial thoughts after that innings.
Well, it was a bit of a roller coaster, really, wasn't it? If you split the innings up into the 3 blocks of 15, I thought we certainly won the first 15. It was about 55, I think, none out though. Second 15, they really put the foot down. I think it was 122 runs in that second 15, so certainly they won that. But we controlled it from there, I think, to keep them to 269 here. That's a good effort by us, so we'd like to think, we're going into the break with momentum on our side, but not going to be easy, is it? 6 and over, but it's quite possible on this outfield and this wicket.
Yeah, that's what I heard you say to the boys, was 6 and over wins it. Your boys are more than capable of that, aren't they?
I would think so, yes. If we bat to our potential, we've shown through the whole tour. But yeah, on these grounds and these pitches, 6 and over, it's probably a pass score.
And yourself personally, you've taken a knock on that finger. You're going to be all right to bat?
We'll see. Hopefully I won't be needed.
All right, that was Peter. Wins it for Australia. Join us after the break.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, that was the Australian captain, Peter Judd, there. So, it's simple for Australia. As he said, just about 6 and over. So 270 then, needed for Australia as they look to retain the Grey Ashes. But will England have something to say about that? Will they have some strip fielding? We'll have to see. It's going to be an enthralling second innings. And play will resume, as you can see, at 4 o'clock. From me, Rash Mahmood and Matt Evans, thank you very much. We'll just take a moment just to say a big thank you to the Australian over 60 sponsors. They are Global Travel Management, Kingsgrove Sports, we'll get to them in a minute. Yeah, there we go. Exotic Cricket Tours International, Solomon's Flooring and National Tiles. A big thank you to all of them, because without their support, the Australians wouldn't have been able to come over on this tour. Fantastic support from them. Thank you very much indeed.
And while we've done the Australian sponsors, big thank you to the England sponsors: Stonehill Sports, Sporter Tours, MV Play, MacTech, The Jube and Cleanclad. And I think we're going to play you out with our final sponsor, Cleanclad, with a little video.
And welcome back to Royal Ascot Cricket Club. And as you can see from the pictures, the roller's going out there. So here's the situation. 26 overs, 193 runs needed on the Duckworth Lewis. Don't bother sending your message or your questions or your queries because we haven't got a clue. We worked out, we had a little look back at the game, and at 26 overs England were 1-4-3, which seems a big difference to us. 50 runs, but that's not how it works apparently. So we're new to this. So in the rules, the Australians are allowed a 7-minute roll of the wicket if they wish, which, as you can see from your pictures, they are taking that option. We've had a bit of a 10-minute struggle starting the roller. Now going to brush the rolling irons underneath it, and you can see Peter Judd and a couple of Australian players with the groundsman just getting to grips with this. And in shot in a minute might be, there you go, there's the England team waiting on the sidelines. So as you can see from the screen, play to resume at 6, and next to me is Owen Mason.
Hi Matt, yes, good to be back. You know, we took tea at about 3:30, and what are we now, 4 minutes to 6. It's quite the delay, quite unfortunate as well, because we were saying just how lucky we've been all summer. You know, not even this Australian series, even the West Indies games, the game at Newport we covered, England versus Wales. This is really the longest delay. You've had a little delay at Appley last week. This is the longest delay we've had. And it just so happens to be on the finely poised 2-2, everything on the line for the Grey Ashes. And we are finally back, but with a bit of a weird ending to this now, obviously, with the DLS. My first real experience of how Duckworth Lewis and how all that worked. We were trying to have a bit of an explanation from the scorer on the Australian side. And even we got a bit lost as he was explaining. I think even he got lost explaining it as well. It was all because he was saying, even say for example, if they have maidens in there, they just completely get rid of them. And what? So, but even then, like you say, we looked at it 1-4-5 there at 26 overs, and they've got to get almost 50 more runs. It doesn't really make more sense in this 26 over game.
I think if the home captain is a Gemini and the away captain's a Libra, that doubles the score times 3 divided by 7. I don't know. So that's what we've got. So yeah, you got the Aussie batsman stretching there on your screens. England boys in a little semi-huddle. I mean, everyone wants to get going here. We definitely want a result in this game.
Yeah.
After a fantastic summer. Feels like the Aussie boys have got a bit of an uphill struggle, but me and Owen were talking off air, and I just said, well, it'd be quite nice here to see if the Aussies got that extra gear in their locker, Owen. If they have to go for it, can they smash it everywhere? My feeling is probably yes, with the power players they've got on their side. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, you're right, Matt. You know, we'll soon see in a moment, once we get underway, the run rate required. Of course, they need to get just short of 200, 194 to win. So it's, yeah, that's quite a steep target in 26 overs. But we'll see how they do. Like you say, it's almost, you know, they're not having the time. You know, normally that first 5 to 10 overs can almost be just the feeling out process, seeing where you are in the game, how the wicket is, what sort of outfield is there in this 26 over game. Stream for me now, 7.5 and over required. That's loud, isn't it, in our ears? But yeah,
it just came on when you went
yeah, 7.5 required then.
Yeah, and it's
and over.
The extra twist to this, which you wouldn't know about at home, is the fact that Darren Smith, unfortunately, the top scorer for Australia, probably maybe Butler, but we think Smithy was probably top scorer, certainly the man in form. Apparently he's had to depart the scene. He isn't. He's there. Just spotted him.
We're still there.
I was telling you, he's got a flight at 9:30, so he's flying home tonight to Australia. But as you can see from your pictures there, number 88.
He's still there.
He is still here. So we were going to say...
Is he opening and getting his century in?
Well, I imagine his game plan is going to be to open and just smash it as much as he can.
Yeah.
Because he apparently wants to leave at 7 latest to check in and get on his flight to Oz. So, but he is there. We've seen him in the huddle over by the fence. And you see now as the camera pans around, the England boys are having a huddle. They're allowed 7 minutes of rolling, but in good sportsmanship and for the want of a result, Peter Judd said, look, if we've only got 4 minutes till 6, I'm happy with 4 minutes of rolling. It was a bit of a Benny Hill sketch again with the starting of the roller 48 times before it fired up. There you are. What a beautiful sight that is with the old Royal Ascot grandstand from the racecourse in the background as the roller chugs along. 2 umpires inspecting the wicket, and yeah, it's a new ground for me as well, Owen, so not quite sure what to expect. I guess we're going to have a bit of a T20 blastathon.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Yeah, it's been very interesting to see. You know, it just had to happen. We've had so much drama in this series, so end-to-end, and we have to end with a DLS run chase of 194. It's quite incredible. You know, see the Royal Ascot in the background. The races are on tomorrow, and, you know, ironically enough, it's meant to be about 26 degrees tomorrow here in Ascot. Yeah, so it's a shame we didn't get the clear day. There you go then. So the run rate required is 7.46, I believe. I think that might be still for the old... Oh, and on 45 out of 26. It's a... Oh, it is that? Yeah, it is right. We are right then. So yeah, 7.46 is the target... the run rate required for the Aussies to retain the Ashes.
Yeah, it's a bit of both, that, isn't it? Because I don't know how they've got a current run rate when it hasn't started yet. But
yeah.
There you go. We shall see how that updates on NV Play. I'm sure the boys are capable. And who's that? Is that Patterson warming up?
That's so.
No, it's not Jeff, is it? Not Pavey. Can't quite see who that is over there. But
yeah. Sorry, yeah, you got to the point where if it would have got to 25 past 6, then there wouldn't have been a game at all this evening.
Oh, it's Butler, isn't it? Of course it is.
Yeah.
Steve Butler, who's maybe just scored a couple more than Darren Smith. We haven't quite worked it out yet, but he's stood there, pads on, bat on. The other player with his pads on is Darren Smith, and I imagine, like we said, with the controversy about his flight home,
he might retire in a bit.
Yeah, he's just going to have a slog and then call it a day. Oh, you guys, our mate Doug Murphy. Doug Murphy, number 1 on his back. Got his pads on and bat in hand, and you can see the England players just surveying the scene out there. Umpires checking all is okay with stumps and bails, and Mel Hussain giving orders and seeing what's going to be in there with Brathwaite and Dobson and Ed Gordon Lennox as we go to the overhead cam and see the players there, and that far left figure there in the green and yellow is going to be Cheryl.
Yeah,
and
Doug
in a
Murphy
minute, just coming in that picture there is going to be Doug Murphy and Stephen Butler, who are going to open the bat in, and I guess it's going to be go for it, boys. But it has brightened up here. The clouds are lifted. It is noticeably lighter to the naked eye. So it looks like Doug Murphy is going to be facing the first ball for the Australians.
I'm just so glad, Matt, that we just haven't had a complete and utter cancellation because of this rain, because that would have really dampened proceedings, not to put a pun on it, but really would have put a dampener on what has been a fantastic series if it was just going to fizzle out into a draw.
Yeah, I know, but there's also the sense of it's I mean, I always feel a bit of injustice for Australia. 193 seems
well, certainly
a bit crazy off 26 when they only scored, what was it, 269 off 45. It seems a very inflated total, but like you say, the Australian scorer assures us it's all worked out by tarot cards and NASA scientists and star sign reading, so we can't argue with it. It is what it is, and I'm sure the Australians have got a professional attitude about it of let's go out and get it. And this is it, lads. The last innings to
well, here we go.
See who carries that little urn home.
And there's Doug Murphy then. He's going to open up proceedings. Wow. Doug Murphy came over and had a little chat to us in the outside broadcast truck as we were just making sure everything didn't get wet. And he was saying, I said, how do you feel about this, Doug? And he said, well, Depends what country you're from. And and in his dry style, he was. Yeah, I think he would have been happy if the rain had continued. I think, but no, he wants to. They want to see this out, and as we say, a steep total. But they might just go for it here, Australia. Well, they have to. 194 if they want to retain these Ashes. Guess it's an uphill battle for them. But they'll go for it. They find a way, as they have on many of these tours. But England will be hoping that they can get these Ashes for the first time since 2023. Here we go then. Judd Murphy tits us off. Yeah. On the first ball. It is a dot. But yes, Michael Palmer. Mike Palmer to get us underway. He had a good stint on commentary last Monday at Sparsholt. Here he is again then for Judd Murphy's second ball. Yeah, they will go. Oh no, he slipped over. That's a shame. That is a shame. Oh, and the run out. Oh my goodness, it's all just. What the hell is happening here? My goodness me. I was all kicking off there. He slipped over. He then almost got ran out.
That is shocking.
What
That
on
is
earth is
shocking
going
by the
on,
England
Matt?
team. Young Rash here next to me is shaking his head. That is utter schoolboy cricket right there. That is craziness. Stephen Butler's very unlucky, slipped over, but he was in the middle of the wicket. Why the England boys didn't roll it to the end, I don't know. Someone's had a throw. Palmer's missed it.
So they got it back to Palmer and he completely misses the ball. It's
Crazy, crazy.
Well, here we go again.
Yeah, I just noticed Darren Smith. He's not even got his pads on, has he? So.
Oh
never.
no! That's the first wicket for Australia.
England.
Not. Yeah, I should say that for England. Australia have lost their first. Oh, Judd Murphy. That's a big blow for him. Similar to, I believe it was. Oh, where was it when he went out for naughty? It was Tame. Oh no. Oh really? Yeah. Rash has just alluded to the game where we weren't there on Friday. Judd Murphy went out for a similar effort. But yeah, big blow for Australia. 0 for 1. Just like they were. I think it was. Oh, where were they when they were 0 for 1? Was that Fairburn?
Yeah.
It was, wasn't it? So yeah, just like Fairburn over 2 weeks ago. Yeah, we just had Trevor Lee back in the chat. Does this mean 6 overs, 1 bowler and 5 for 4 others spot on, isn't it? I believe that's exactly what the scorer said, Matt, when we were in the middle. 6 overs for 5 for bowlers and 5 for 4 bowlers.
Yeah, the lead bowler can do, which Palmer going to be 6 and the rest can have 5 or 4. So
that's right.
It's, yeah, I've got Rash's computer here. So, 0 for 1. Not the start Australia wanted.
Graham Pavey and Stephen Butler then. As they look to just get a run up on the board in their pursuit of 194. But for England, a dream start. Mike Palmer only needs 2 more dot balls for a wicket maiden. Can he achieve that? In comes Graham Pavey then for his second delivery. They will get on the board, Australia. They will look to try and go for 2. Yeah, he's gone for it as well. They'll go for it. Ooh. Yeah, 2 for the loss of 1 then. And Australia are off the mark, Matt.
Yeah, brilliant running there. You're going to rely on Pavey to, he's really going to put it in. Pavey and Butler. 2 fit guys out there. Really need them to make a stance here, and the best running of the summer needed, isn't it? We've remarked on how good their running between the wickets is all summer. This is going to have to
26 overs. As we say, that reduced over game. If you've just joined us and wondering what's happened, the rain delayed us for the best part of 2 hours. 2.5 actually. But anyway, Palmer gets in again. And they'll get another run out of it. Australia 3 for 1 then to kick off that. Dot ball, wicket, dot ball, 2 and a 1. So not a bad opening over actually from Australia, restricted to 3 in that opening over. 100. for them to retain the Ashes.
So some superior knowledge from Rash. We have a running DLS score, so I mean that just shows how inflated it is really. The DLS score after 1 over should be 19. Yeah, which I don't know if there was a single over for 19 in the whole of the England innings, so who knows.
The only one I can think of from this summer, Matt, that might have been got ever close to that was that Welsh player last week at Appley, who had an absolute fantastic over, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, but look how much smaller the boundaries
Well,
were at
exactly.
that ground, you know.
Exactly.
Sixes were 2 a penny on that Appley ground for a man of his stature. But yes, I meant today's game. If you're, I don't know how it's relative to today. I don't. Maybe that one Tony Panicasio over went for 19, but I don't think so. I don't think there's a single 19 over today. But apparently Australia should be 19 off the first over if they're matching DLS. I guess that'll drop as we go through. There'll be some lesser overs. As Timur Alam just stands right by our desk for this second over, which is going to be Kevin Watson. Charging in from the racecourse end.
Here we go then.
Facing is Graham Pavey. Ball down, he's missed it, they've appealed.
Wow.
Umpire said no.
Massive call, look at this again.
Just heard Noel Ford there said hit him outside leg, so. Must be hard after the stop and the delay. What have we had, 2 hours nearly today?
2.5, wasn't it?
We'll have to wait till Rash is back on. You know, how different are conditions? The ball's going to be slippy.
Yeah. Well, we saw that opening over. He slipped over, didn't he? Old
They've rolled the
Stephen
wicket,
Butler.
so it's flatter, but does that make it come onto the back quicker? It seems like the Australians haven't quite got their eye in yet, and picking the ball up. And that's the other thing. It's a grey old murky day now, so not the best light for village cricket.
No.
As Kev Watson marshals his field. You've got Brathwaite out there, kind of deep cover on the boundary, a massive area to cover as he always seems to have. And Watson charges in for his second delivery.
Oh, goodness me.
That's wide.
Yeah.
Watson's really not happy with that. He's even stopped for a. Yeah, he obviously wasn't listening. Sales presentation, sales pitches. We said DLS target guys will be the score required at the end of the over going down. So, apparently 19 at the end of the second is what young Trevor is saying. So Watson comes into gain. He's gone 1 and 1 wide. And they thought about a cheeky little run there, but fair play to Kevin Watson. He was all over that and alert. Sent them back to their crease straight away. 5 for 1. Just 26 overs to play for the Aussies to retain these Ashes as rain has curtailed the game.
Oh, yeah.
Sad to say, we were talking about it all day. It was grey and murky and looked like it was coming all along. Yeah, Pavey's had a swipe at that, tried to drive it, just not quite connecting with it properly. And you can see there, talking about the slippy ball, Kev Watson's already got the towel out, wiping the cricket ball, trying to keep his grip on it.
Well, you mentioned it, man. There's just so many different factors to put into it now. Yes, you've got to chase quite a steep target, but then you've got that delay where, you know, you've played a 3-hour innings. Then you've got your tea break that you normally have, but that's extended into a 2.5-hour break. And then you wonder, well, you've got to keep yourself relatively nimble. Can't be sat down all the time.
No.
But then it's raining, so you can't do much warming up. So it's a bit of sod's law, really. There's not much you can really do when that rain comes down.
And you can hear how buoyant the England boys are now with this total. They're clapping, cheering, geeing each other up, which I guess is the only thing they can do. We've got to get on with it. But, the target's been set, and the Aussie boys have got to bat as well as they have all summer, I guess. So Watson's first over. He's gone for 4 with that one wide. Oh, that's wrapped him on the pads and he's given it. He has missed that again. What Rush had, he's played across the line. Completely missed the ball, has wrapped his pads. Watson's appealed. And I think it's the very informed Butler walking back to the clubhouse, having only scored 1. So, trouble for the Australian camp here. I think it's Darren Smith here taking his time. Really psyching himself up to come in and if ever he needs an innings this summer, it's here and now. As Butler walks over to him and gives some advice. Don't think Butler was overly happy with that decision, but then not many batsmen are when they're given LBW at this level. We don't have the technology to back it up like you see on Sky TV at the Test match level, but Butler's back in the clubhouse, talking the boys through the line of the bowl. Yeah, missed the wicket there, Owen. So we've just got that one extra delivery from the end of over. That was the last ball of the over.
What happened there then, Matt? I completely missed that.
LBW Butler. And
Oh,
he's
no.
over there telling the boys I don't think he's very happy about the decision. I think he felt he was going down leg side, but as I said, not many batsmen are ever happy when they get LBW at this level. We don't have that technology you see on Sky to back it up. It's just in front of us, Dobson's loosening his shoulder. I guess there'll be quicker turnarounds with less overs for each bowler to offer. However, with Watson and Palmer getting these sort of results, I'd keep them on. But Palmer comes in from the net's end. Oh, big, thick inside edge down into the ground. Screams and shouts all over the place, but it just squirted out close enough for keeper Steve Aston to retrieve it and throw it back to the bowler Palmer, who turns at the top of his mark and makes his way back into his bowling run. Oh, that's leg side, so that's got to be a wide, you would have thought. Umpire's not signalled it. Rush informs he's got a little edge on that, so go down as a drop chance, I suppose. Steve Atson bounced up his glove, so if that's an edge as Rash sees it, he's got to be put down as a drop chance. Palmer comes in, 2 dot balls, running in for his 3rd delivery. Fires it down there again, it's off the hip. And Smithy's quick off the mark to get that single.
Yeah, in comes Darren Smith. Well, he's he's catching a flight in a few hours' time. But he's looking to get some crucial runs on the board as Australia look to get to 194. They wouldn't mind a bit of his past exploits in some of these tests for him to inspire these Australians before he goes back to the humble land.
And I don't know how many of these Ashes encounters have been won by the away side. Again, another question for Rash when he returns. Whether it's always the home side that wins. Massive home advantage at this level, I guess, with these little cricket grounds. We saw the home advantage really come to the fore at Fairburn. And a really English wicket that was darting around for 10 overs like Rash explained. And Smith faces his first ball. It's gone straight through the gate and over the stumps. There's a little replay of it here. Not sure what happened there. I think we're going to see it. Aston goes down, takes his position. Oh, it literally has just gone straight through the gate and pops over the stumps. So that's one cat life news for Darren Smith. He needs to get a wriggle on if he's going to make that flight. Mind you, with how competitive he is, he'll probably write off a couple of grand just to miss it and get another playing home if it means winning the game. Knowing as much as we got to this summer.
There we go then.
Oh, that's just the single. Lots of clapping, lots of cheering going on there for the England squad, as it should be.
9 for 2 then, as Graham Pavey comes back in.
It's Palmer for his last delivery of the over. Charging in from net's end. Pavey on strike. Oh, again, swing on the leg side, that misses it. Smithy's halfway down the wicket, so there's a bit of a scramble to retrieve that ball as quick as they can. And that's end of the third, 9 for 2. Australia in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, as we say, there's not that time for Australia to really just get themselves in the game opening 5 overs that you normally would have in a 45 over contest. So they've really got to get going, but on this outfield that's easier said than done. After we've had a bit of rain. Interesting to see how they go now. 9 for 2 then. Run rate currently at 3 and over. They need 8 point. Come back on a minute. 8.04. 8.04.
Cracks open the Percy Pigs and you're trying to dive in there before the driver. That's like you and your bad radio etiquette in the car. There's a bit more bat and ball there. Well fielded there. That's
Yeah, Pavey and Smith need to build that partnership. Quite sharpish. And as I say that, ooh, big call. There you go. I'll just go back to Pavey.
oh, he's really fished for that and very well to get his foot back in.
Yeah. Timor Alam shows his support to Kevin Watson, says, come on, Kev. Here we go then. Kev Watson, after a 1 on the dot, in towards Pavey. There you go, they will get one more on the board. That's 11 for 2 then now. At this moment, though, the unfortunate thing is for Australia, Matt, fortunate for England, of course, but the unfortunate thing for Australia is these 1s and 2s won't really cut the mustard at this moment in time.
No, that's for me, the unfairness of it.
You normally would in a game like this, do you know what I mean?
Well, we've talked every game pretty much. This is such a close encounter between these two nations.
Yeah.
It's taken that, I think we've mentioned cat and mouse every game. First 5, 6, 7 overs where you get your eye and you see what the bowler's doing, see what the wicket's doing. Gives you a chance to bed in a little bit. They just haven't got that, and therefore they've rushed a few shots, a couple of LBs. And now, like you say, these boys normally you'd be happy like ticking over 1s and 2s. The DLSs, they should run 39. I think that means at the end of this over. So it's absolutely crazy. They really have to go to town. Lucky for the Aussies, they've got some power hitters, and I think that's going to signal the first 4 of the innings. So that's more like it. Pavey just glances a open blade down to third man. Across the boundary for our first 4 of this innings.
Yeah, you spoke about the unfairness of that system, Matt. You know, you were speaking about quite a famous story back in the day where a team needed like 20 off the last over or something, or the last ball. Bloody hell, yeah. So just shows how random it is. But another run to the total puts them on to 17 for a loss of 2 wickets at the end of the 4th over. Interesting point in the game.
And when you're always behind and always chasing, there's always that pressure.
Yeah.
You're going to take those shots that maybe not quite on. You know, I mean, they've got you're seeing Bill Blair there, real big power hitter. They probably wish Bexley was in now to wield his willow, but I guess the Aussies would be used to this. It's our first experience, but they would have seen this before, and from what we've known of the Aussies this summer, they'll have full belief in themselves they can do it. Just as a novice, from my point of view, it looks like It's a bit of an unfair ask. It was proving difficult in the outfield, wasn't it, earlier, and some uneven bounces. That's not going to improve with a bit of rain. Okay, they've had the roller out there. Again, Pavey tries to just flick that off his hip, misses it, crashes into his thigh pad. He didn't know where the ball was, so he did a little bit of a salsa dance around the ball on the ground. Finally spotted it and got himself back in his crease. But again, that's a dot ball there, which is no good to anyone of the Australian persuasion.
Yeah, Banana Brooks has just commented, sorry, I've tried 3 calculators and got 3 different results. Yeah, yeah, it's very interesting to see how that official calculation works. I'd be fascinated just to see it all on a piece of paper. Anyway, that's another run for Australia. They'll look to go for 2, but no, they'll stick with the 1, but puts them on to 18 for the loss of 2 wickets. Those 2 early wickets lost were, of course, Dud Murphy at 0 for 1 and Stephen Butler at 7 for 2. Yeah, if you've just joined us and wondering how we're only 4 overs in, the rain delay delayed us by a good 2.5 hours, and the DLS system has come into force, meaning Australia need 194 to retain the Ashes. That's really well fielded, limiting them to 1 or at least going to get 2 there, or maybe even a boundary if the way that ball was going, Matt. Only 1 then, 19 for 2.
I think that's Deacon, isn't it? He dived down like a goalkeeper.
Yeah, he did. Proper went down there. Anyway, Pavey. Good return from him so far, 12 off 15. As you mentioned in the normal innings, that wouldn't be a bad return at all. What a shout that is on Mike Palmer. He was incredibly sure of that.
Well, it's quite funny actually because when Stephen Butler left the field, I heard him say they're going to appeal for absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Don't let it hit your pads, is what he said to Smithy. I mean, if you're the England fielders, why not? You know.
Yeah, exactly.
You're out there to win as well. The system's the system, and it's been precisely worked out, apparently, and that's what it is. The Aussies have got to put that behind them, and at the moment, a bit like that, they're just missing their shots.
Yeah.
See? All summer, Darren Smith has cut that way for 4 runs, and they're just missing their shots right now. And I think that's probably down to the added pressure of such a, I don't want to say unfair target, but a high target to get in such a short time.
Well, you know, another point there, Matt, is, you know, this easily, you know, if the toss went the other way, it easily could be England trying to chase this target at the moment. Just gets there, Darren Smith, before Bales go. That's 22 for 2 to end that 5th over. Yeah. Yeah, 22 for 2. 172 runs needed for Australia to retain the Ashes. Matt Evans is going to take his leave, and Rash Mahmood is rejoining us. Welcome, Rash. After that 2.5 hour delay, we're back.
We are back, thankfully. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Wayne. Good afternoon, everybody. Tense is the wrong word to use out here. In my 5 over Rick, I've been sat next to the boys, but having a look at the spectators to my left. It's going to be Kevin Watson to continue. You do have to feel a bit for these Australians. The rain came down just at the innings break. There was a bit of a delay getting the covers on. 2.5 hours. Bit of moisture on the pitch. It was covered, so that'll be steamy, a bit sweaty. And then Peter Judd exercises right, as it's entitled to get the roller on. When umpires Bartlett and Ford said play would be resuming. So there would be a bit of excess moisture squeezed to the surface. It's difficult to know how that's going to play, but visually in the first 5 overs, I think it's a bit worse when you're batting at this racecourse. And Graham Pavey, such a very, very good timer of the ball, he's really struggled to get the ball away. The other end, it looks like it's coming on a bit better. But
this revised target of 194 off 26 overs. As talented as they are, and losing 2 quick wickets just puts you on the back foot.
Yep.
And we've said checks momentum. We saw that in the England innings, Owen, going along very nicely, 170 odd for 1. We've been so lucky on this tour with the weather. It was the pivotal game of the series, the whole tour, and it's been rain affected, but such are the vagaries of the English summer. That was a good shot.
Very good.
Short from Watson, sat up there, and Darren Smith over mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, their second boundary of their innings then so far. 27 for 2. Yeah, we were speaking about how that DLS system works itself. Of course, at one point, of course, if we didn't get underway until about 25 past 6, it would have been a 20-over game. Rash, and even then, that target for 20 overs would have been quite incredibly high, wouldn't it? So it's an interesting system. It's a system that's in place. And Australia know they have an uphill battle. We've seen them on this tour as world champions. They didn't face uphill battles like this, but England are in a good position.
Just a question on the YouTube. Is there a minimum amount of overs? My understanding is you've got to get ordinarily 20 overs in, but I will try and check and see what we have to get to with this revised target to make sure that we actually get a result.
Yeah.
But at the end of that Watson over then, 6 from it. Australia 28 for 2. The men out in the middle, Graham Pavey, 15 not out. His batting partner Darren Smith, who I believe has cancelled his 10 o'clock flight. Because he wants to bat. He wants to get Australia home. That tells you everything you need to know about Darren Smith, folks. Great day with the ball. 4 wickets again. So 8.3 runs per over. Required by Australia. Going along at 4.7. As Matt Evans makes a dreadful comment, which is thankfully out of shots.
Yeah. It's another one to add to the total then for Australia to open this 7th over. $29 for 2.
So it is 20 then, Matt. Is that right? Yeah, right. Roger Bryce and Dave Fisher informed the boys just before the start of these Australia innings. It has to be 20.
It's a nice shot that will trickle towards Mel Dobson. Will just prevent it from being a boundary, but they will get 2 runs out of that and get themselves onto 31 for 2.
Yeah, 2 leg byes, Owen. Signalled by umpire Bartlett. He was looking to turn it round the corner. It just flicked off his thigh pad. And the Australians have just got to keep applying themselves. They're going to feel a bit hard done to with the revised figure, but still a very talented batting lineup.
Yeah, when we've had a few chats to the Australians, they always say they take it in 5 over blots. None more so probably than right here now, because you know you've got a shortened game. It's just over half of your innings, not of a normal innings. You've really got to take stock. You know, when it comes to that, you know, we heard from the Australian umpire that they will take the drip spread at 13 overs. So yeah, dead on halfway in this 26 over innings. See where they are come 13 overs, Rash, and then you might have a bit of an inkling to see if it's actually still possible for them does at the moment. Maybe a bit too early to call, but it is still quite an uphill battle, isn't it?
You say that, Owen, but they're still going along at probably about 5 and over. My maths isn't as good as yours, of course, but they're probably around 5 and over, so they're not doing too bad, considering they've had the 2 early setbacks. That's a nice shot by Pavey. That's very, very nicely timed, and good effort by Ed Gordon-Lennox, but even on the wet outfield, that's sped away to the boundary for 4. Very nice shot indeed.
Yeah, we were speaking about it with Richard Merriman, Rash, where I know it was only a much shorter delay that we saw earlier in the England innings, only about 20 minutes. They were off that first rain delay. But even then, he was saying, when you're back in the changing room, when you're in the middle of an innings, when you have a delay of 2.5 hours, oh my goodness, just about shoots through for one more run. But yeah, it's that really does put a different feel on things, doesn't it? But then you have to just, from playing cricket for 3 hours, then you have to keep yourself active in a way for those 2.5 hours. It's tough, isn't it? It's frustrating as well, I bet.
Yeah, it's very. Came off. They were, I would suggest, the happier of the two sides. England posting 269 at one point. And just coming up to the 30 over drinks break, 9 wickets in hand, you would have thought possibly over. So Australia but they know then they've got a 40-minute interval for lunch. They're back out, they're preparing themselves. Like you say, you've got a 2.5 hour delay. Going to try and keep yourself loose. In the back of their minds, they will have thought, it's going to be reduced and it's going to be a stiff target right from the off. So your whole mindset has to change. You saw that with the promotion of Stephen Butler up the order. Doug Murphy, good striker of the ball, but he was out LBW, and then Butler was out LBW. But in Pavey and Smith, we've got 2 very, very dynamic players. And the first change, Phil Deakin from the racecourse end. He's going to replace Kevin Watson.
Yeah, Pavey, 22 off 24, not bad at all.
Well, both these Australian batsmen have been impressive all tour in different ways. Those who managed to catch the Australia innings on Friday at Tame, when Pavey and Smith were together at the crease, acceleration, and good acceleration as well. Oh, it's a wide ball. There's a big noise as well, but umpire Ford is not moved. Well, the England players are absolutely aghast, and I'm just looking around to my left. There are some astonished faces, put it that way. But umpire Ford is closer than myself and Owen are. Smile on Phil Deakin's face. Well, good work by Steve Aston there. Graham Pavey just prodding it into the onside. Keeper running around, taking off his gloves, having a shy at the stumps. Leg by signalled, however. One more to the total. Australia reached 40 for 2. Their target 194. Their complement, reduced complement of overs of 26.
Yeah, as you say there, Russia, not completely off the mark at the moment. Obviously 5.6 run rate at the moment. You're almost at 6 and over. Then you require 8. So at the moment they're not completely off the, just about under par, if you'd like to say, use a Matt Golf reference there, but yeah, not too bad at the moment. They just need to, if they can get to that rate, it'd be that's a few boundaries, isn't it, in the over. We'll see what happens here with Pavey as Phil Deaton comes in again. They will get one more run to add to the total, 42 for 2.
Yeah, it's sensible batting. They're going along. They'll know themselves. You know, they're experienced batsmen. They'll know they need to go at 8. But if they're going along at 6, they'll be more than happy with that. It's wickets.
Yeah, definitely.
Need to keep your wickets. And England will be striving to take a wicket. Oh, that's a big swipe by Darren Smith. A thick inside edge. He dribbles out. Backwards a square on the leg side for Steve Aston to do the tidying up. One more to the total then. 43 for 2. Yeah, wickets are the key thing. We saw it in the England innings, Owen, didn't we? The loss of wickets just stymied England's innings a wee bit. I'm being kind to them by saying a wee bit. It's stymied them a lot.
Yeah, from where they were, Rash, that was that spell of, as you say, it was similar to Littleborough, where it was like half an hour of just, they were in such a good position. I think it was something like 208 for 2, and then you looked at it, and then they were what, 269 for 9. And of course, I know that doesn't overly matter in the grand scheme of this game right now. But at the time, they were disappointed because at one point they were looking to get 300 plus. That's a great shot.
Beautiful shot by Darren Smith. Oh, Kevin Watson, he stumbles in the outfield. And gets up with a smile on his face. Beautifully timed by Smith. So there you go. 9 off that over. One of the interesting dynamics, Owen, is this is the first time the Australians will be chasing in this series.
Yes, yeah.
Now, that adds a different dimension. Obviously, the weather and the delay and the revised target. At 48 for 2 after 8, I think they'll be very, very happy with that. England making those 2 early breakthroughs. They just need to try and put the squeeze on a touch. Get that run rate up towards 9, 9.5, 10. And then it forces the Australians into some decisions. Because, yeah, wickets in hand, but 10 and over, it's achievable, but it takes some doing. There's Michael Palmer. Continuing from the net's end, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17 so far. And the wicket of Doug Murphy, adjudged LBW by umpire Bartlett, standing at the net's end.
Oh, it's a great shot. It's chasing away again. I think it will just be prevented by Kevin Watson, but they will get 2 runs out of it to get to 50 runs. So yeah, in 37 minutes, Australia have got to 50 runs. 194 their target. To retain that Grey Ashes urn. Yeah, Rash, especially after how good and up and down the series has been, there just had to be a bit more drama, a bit more spice to the end of it, didn't it?
Well, it's been a wonderfully entertaining series. I mean, as the series was down under, it's been full of twists and turns, some wonderful cricket on display, batting, bowling and fielding. And both teams will feel, actually, that the series should have been won before the 5th and final. Both have had chances.
Good for England, that's a dot ball there. For Mike Palmer. As seen on screen, that last wicket, 7 for 2. That was the loss of Stephen Butler. Here he comes again then, Palmer. Oh, they'll never run out of that. That's a decent effort, and Neil Brathwaite's shoot. They've all had a few runs out of that again. Three runs there to put themselves on 53 for 2. Yeah, doing by quite nicely. Nice little partnership forming between Graham Pavey and Darren Smith.
Well, 46 in just about 6.5 overs. Not shabby at all. Their run rate over 6 now. So as I said, these two won't be phased about that. You get to the drinks break and you're anywhere near 90. And 100 off 13, more than doable.
Yeah. One more to the total, 54 for 2. Only 3 defeats for the Aussies on tour so far.
One thing I would just like to see from Ed Gordon Lennox, don't go into your shell as a bowling unit and fielding side. Try and remain positive, try and make the Australians on a pitch that, it's going to be doing a bit, make them work. Don't go into your shell defensively. Because you hand the initiative back to the Australians. You see the field spreading far and wide, and the fielding restrictions with the second power play. There's 1, 2, 3 players out on the deep and the offside. And 8 off that over. Risk-free cricket. 9 overs gone here then. Australia move on to 56 for 2 in the pursuit of 194 to retain the Grey Ashes. 17 overs remaining.
A big thank you to the 125 people who are watching us live at the moment. Thanks for sticking with us. Past the rain delays. Just coming up to 10-7 now in the United Kingdom. So it's been a long day and the excitement's not over yet. 30 off 31 for Pavey. Yeah, doing well. As you said, Rush, nearing that half century in that partnership. So they're doing really well at the moment. And like you say, not too far off the run rate either. So they'll be happy at the moment where they are. In a moment, I will take my leave and Matt Evans will be rejoining the commentary desk to see what he thinks as Australia need 138. That's another good effort. They will try and get 2 runs out of that. They will do so. 58 for 2.
And that's the
there you go, yeah.
51 run partnership between these two. Just 43 balls, just over half an hour. It's been very, very sensible cricket by these two after the loss of 2 early wickets.
Yeah, they go for that. We'll have another single to get on to 59 for 2.
And that's just a little example there, Owen. That's a bit too easy. Michael Palmer right on the edge of the circle. Come in 5-10 yards. If they're going to hit through you, they're going to hit through you. A shot.
Very good.
Great shot by Pavey. It was there to hit. It was a bit of width from Phil Deakin, and Graham Pavey threw the kitchen sink at it.
That's a good metric on screen now, Rash, where of where Australia are at. 99 balls remaining then, and they're at 131 runs to win. So they're not completely out of this by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, to be fair, they were never out of it. Yeah, they lost 2 early wickets that checked the momentum, but Matt Evans has said it all series. It's the mantra of Peter Judd: find a way. They've found a way to rebuild from, what was it, 7 for 2?
Yeah. Similar to, I know it was a completely different run chase when England levelled up the series at Sparshot, but they were just below the curve. And then when that partnership came in right at the aim of Aston and Gaywood, they got ahead of the curve and won the series. You know, with fantastic. Got about 70 runs between them, didn't they, in that last stint at Sparshot?
Well, again, that was very sensible batting, and then recognising the situation and playing the situation at the time. Oh, Timor Allen out in front of us at long off. Ball's in the air for quite a while.
Yeah, no panic station, says Mike Palmer.
Well, he might be saying that, but I bet he's feeling it out there.
Yeah. Ooh.
It's the beauties of the system, Owens, you just leave us, but just before you go, it's pressure for the Australians to get that score with the DLS target, but there's pressure on the England boys, making such a good start, and now seeing what these Australians are doing. As we have a change in the commentary box. Owen Mason leaves us, and it's a warm welcome back. Have you ate all your pepper pigs?
No, Percy pigs.
Oh, Percy pigs.
Other sweets are available on the market. There's a couple. I think Owen's eaten them all, actually. Not me, but...
Well, welcome back to Matt Evans.
Yes, finely balanced. Finely balanced is the expression in my head. He's going to crack first. But these Aussie boys have done what they need to do. Just get in there, steady the ship, build a little partnership. Very quickly onto a 50 partnership, to be fair to them. And they're just starting to look a little bit tidy.
Using golf in history, Matt, it's like a player who can see the cut line and they're about 2 or 3 under, and it just grind away, grind away, grind away, and suddenly you're there and you're in for days 3 and 4.
Yeah, and at the sidelines, both camps are saying the same thing. You know, no need to panic. There's still plenty of time left. Like Owen just said, 128 runs, 90 odd balls left. There really is no need to panic, as Mike Palmer was screaming from deep in the field, telling the England boys not to panic and keep it calm. But like I say, someone's going to crack first. Whether that's these boys hitting boundaries or another wicket falling. That's the excitement of this grey ashes coming down to this final game. 2-2 at the moment. We've had a rain affected game with DLS being brought into play. Just up in the excitement, really, Rash, isn't it?
It is, and if you look back to the first couple of overs, what the DLS score should have been at the end of that over, you look at it now, at the end of this over it should be 73, and they're on 67. So they've clawed their way back into it with very, very sensible cricket. These Australians, as you would expect them to do.
You're going to have to say the boys on the sideline just keep shouting normal cricket shots, normal cricket shots. They don't need to heave-hove it yet. They just need to keep playing cricket shots like that. Smithy's just driven that straight down the wicket. And they're running fantastically well between these wickets. They must be absolutely shattered at the end of a month-long tour. And they've got to pull this out of the bag. Credit to everyone out there.
And they played yesterday as well. Interesting the next over from the next end, because this is Michael Palmer's final over, Matt. I think you've got the facts and figures. He can bowl 6, is that right?
Yeah, your number 1 bowler can bowl 6, and then the rest can bowl 4 or 5. So this will be Palmer done. That's a lovely cut shot there by Smithy. They've got to risk it all in fair play, in again. He's just leant on his back foot, just guided the ball to point and run a beautiful 2 there, and they really are dog with a bone at the moment. They're really feeling it here, and the Aussie boys are all stood up in a circle, clapping every move out there, and England have got to come up with something. They can't just let them keep getting away with it. I heard you say a couple of them were a bit easy, Rash, which I'd have to concur with you there. A couple of easy singles and 2s they just kind of let dribble away. And it doesn't take many of them for you to then start feeling the pressure the other way.
We've said it all summer, Matt, haven't we? Myself, you and Owen, whichever combination. If sensible cricket, looking for the 1s and 2s, suddenly, without hitting a boundary, up to 6 or 7 to do without hitting boundaries. They're on 5 at the moment. Prohibitive for them. They're going along at
Well fielded by Neil Brathwaite, diving down. He's just pulled up, hobbling on a leg there. Shakes it out. Hopefully that's nothing too serious, but he is just holding that knee, as you can see on your screens. I think he's fallen a bit awkwardly there. Might have actually fallen on the cricket ball and just hurt his knee. But yeah, and if they're going at 6.5, they need 8. They're not getting too behind, are they? They're staying in the game, which is exactly what they want, because when your premium bowlers are bowled out, which will be, that's Palmer done, and I presume Watson's saved a couple and Deeks is in. Once your premium bowlers go, then it's your chance to have a swing. And they've got some powerful boys. I mean, Claude Orlando's pacing around on the sideline like a caged tiger. He's going to licking his lips to come in and hit a few across the boundary here.
Bill Blair as well, of course.
Yeah.
Glenn Pearce. As I said, it's going to be interesting. For me, it's a toss-up between Mel Dobson and Nick Newman from the net's end. You can see them both warming up. I've got a sneaky suspicion that it might be the more senior of the players in Nick Newman.
Yeah, I agree. With that rough patch just short of a length, and his turn on the ball, I think you've called it spot on there, Rash. And just something different for the batsman to think about as well.
Yeah.
And they're like gold dust, aren't they, for the English team? Dot balls, absolute gold dust. The voice you can hear screaming close to our desk is Timo Allen. He's fielding here at long off. Just encouragement all the way around this field as Deakin comes in for his second delivery. That's a little bit wider. Smithy just got stuck under himself there a little bit and didn't get it away.
Yeah, it was well bowled by Phil Deakin. He just saw Darren Smith taking a little trot down the wicket and just pushed it through a bit quicker. Nothing that Smith could do apart from play it back down the pitch.
He's absolutely clubbed that. Absolutely clubbed that pass long on. 4 runs for Darren Smith, and that's all they need. One of those and over, and a couple of run singles, and they're staying in the game. And again, a little adjustment to the field by Deakin. Another deep convo with skipper Gordon Lennox as they retrieve the ball out of the hedge. And this is what it's all about, isn't it, Rash? What excitement.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Look at Darren Smith, he's loving it. Yeah. Leaning on his back. Bowls another one there, Deeks, and I'll put you in the same place. He absolutely loves it. A much different innings to what we saw last time. That, you know, at Tame, 40 odd balls in, he'd only scored 18, and then he accelerated magnificently well for a century.
Another little flick off the hip there from Darren Smith, and he's looking for the 2, but that time Paver wasn't interested. Well fielded by England, keeping it to a single. And I heard you say, Rash, that apparently Darren Smith cancelled his flight, and I totally agree with you. He says everything about the man you need to know. It's probably cost him a few quid, but he ain't leaving this fight till he knows the result.
I'm sure if Australia get home, the Aussie boys will whip round and put a couple of quid in his pocket.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's not worried about the money. It's for Darren Smith. He isn't coming out this fight till he's used every ounce of blood, sweat and tears to try and put it towards the Australian cause. He's such a competitor. Again, his bowling figure's phenomenal today in such a tight game. I think it was a fourfer, was it, he took today? Yeah. So taking wickets again, we're pretty sure he's about very close to being leading wicket taker and leading run scorer, and that's stopped by Deacon, was it, I think? So it's straight back at him.
It was well stopped.
I don't know if you knew a lot about it. Just hit him, didn't it?
Foolhardy. It's a word I use, brilliant commitment on the line. You saw it from Peter Judd, the Aussie skipper. Now we wish Peter well. We'll have to see the extent of that injury if he is required, whether he can come out to bat with a nasty injury to his finger. And Phil Deakin, just in conversation with Darren Smith. 78 for 2 then. 12 overs gone. Drinks to be taken, folks, at the conclusion of this over. The halfway point of the Australia innings. If you're just joining us and thinking, oh, what's going on? Well, England put into bat. 269 for 9 off their full allocation of 45. Just as the England innings finished, we had some rain. So the innings break was taken as normal, 40 minutes for that, folks, but the rain persisted. Thankfully, it's cleared away, but a delay of 2.5 hours, which meant that the match was reduced to 26 overs for the Australians. Their target to retain the Ashes, 194. It had a dreadful start. Doug Murphy and Stephen Butler both adjudged OBW. Sat at 7 for 2 after 2 overs. But these two, Graham Pavey and Darren Smith, 71 run partnership between them in 10 overs. It's Mel Dobson actually, Matt, not Nick Newman.
Yeah, I did see him loosen up his shoulders about 3 overs ago, and when he didn't come on then, I thought they maybe changed their minds, but I have to say, if you want to keep the run rate down, it's there's been no better man this summer. His spell at Fairburn with Nick Newman was some of the best bowling, economical-wise, I've seen. Really kept it down, and straight away he starts with 2 dot balls, so again, that's gold dust to England, curbing this Australian run rate. And that was a very risky single. If Gordon Lennox hadn't dropped that, they were in trouble. But they've got to take those risks. They've got to take those risks. They need 115 to win off 81 balls. Again, the difference in that has just climbed in England's favour. And Smithy's played a lovely sweep there, but straight to Brathwaite, who throws it in. Collected there by keeper Steve Aston, as you see on your screens. And that's 2 dot balls, 2 singles, so England will take that all day long. Lovely shot. That's a really well cut shot, and I think that's going to find the boundary. It is indeed. And it's, that's what you need. 1 boundary and over. That gets them up to 6. Another 1 or 2 off this last ball, and they're almost on track.
Yeah, very intelligent cricket shot, Matt, by Graham Pavey. Just waited for the ball to come on. Knew the gap was there. If the width was on offer, it was on offer from Dawson on that occasion. Didn't try and thrash the ball, and even on this slightly damp outfield, the ball raced away for 4. Very intelligent cricket.
That's going to get there as well. He's not stopping. Oh, fair play. Cracking effort you saw on your screens there by Brathwaite again, but just too good. Put it in the absolute perfect spot. And actually watching the game and the sidelines, him a little break there, Rush. I did notice the outfield is a lot slower. That's playing into England's hands again. It's really struggling to get to the boundary unless you hit perfect shots like that. And again, 10 off the over, so I guess that one going in Australia's favour.
Well, I'm going to take my leave, and Owen makes his way back towards the commentary area, but Australia making a good fist of it. 88 for 2. Just look at the DLS score. Hopefully there won't be any more downpours, but they've clawed that right back. So thank you, Matt. I'm going to take my leave. Next 5 overs
And it's a big warm welcome back to Owen Mason.
Thank you, Rash. So, halfway through, 88 for 2. Cheryl comes fastest. Gives us away, fantastic. Bit of a sigh of relief from her there, as they're in a decent position. Australia, 78 balls remaining. They require 106 runs, and as you say, there was 10 off that over then. A few more overs like that and they'll be laughing.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
He's rushed on 2
Why
overs
Rash
early
is
there.
off at 13 overs again. Seems to make his own rules up at these breaks, but hey ho, we live and learn. So yeah, finally poised. 106 to win, 78 balls remaining. Current run rate 6.8, required 8.2. So they're in it.
So I was just speaking with Nuala in the truck, and they're keeping at that 30. They're off, they're below the curve by about 30 runs at the moment in terms of balls remaining. But if they get to that 5 over mark, it's still within like 20 balls. They can just still hell for leather within the last few overs, can't they?
Yeah, well, like we said when you were having your break on, you see out the premium bowlers.
Yeah.
So they've already seen out Palmer. He's been a very dangerous bowler all summer. You get another 5 under our belt here on Rash's break. That's probably a couple of other bowlers down, and you can then start going for it, And we said also there's a lot of power coming in now. Claude Orlando, Glenn Pearce, Bill Blair, very big, powerful hitters that when you get past that crescendo of having to go for it, they do have the firepower to come in and hit a lot of boundaries very quickly. But Rash said it, very sensible cricket, very clever cricket. They're keeping themselves in it. And I think it's going to be Nick Newman after this drinks break here at the... Just marked out his run-up, so Rash wasn't far off. Thinking he would start that last over. It's going to be a double pincer spin, and this is the formation that really curbed the Australian run rate back in Fairburn. Dobson and Gaywood bowled very economically. We're going to have the same pair in here trying to do the same thing to this Australian run chase.
Yeah, that run rate, 6.8 at the moment, requiring 8.2. So they're really just trying to keep that, trying to shave that run rate as often as they can. And they're not doing a bad job at the moment. They're not completely letting this run away from them. They know that that grey Ashes urn is still there for the taking. Well, to be retained, of course. From Australian persuasion with balls like that, that's well fielded.
Wow.
Really well fielded. Because that looked like that was racing towards the boundary map.
That was guaranteed for. How on earth he stopped that? It was Mel Hussain, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just dived down lightning quick and stopped it. If that had passed him, that was a guaranteed fall.
Yeah.
Over pitch by Newman. That one's a bit short. Smithy's cut it. Again, that slow outfield after the rain. I don't think it's going to get there. Bit of double fielding by Brathwaite and Dobson. Thrown into Aston quickly, but they've run 2 again. Another 4 of them this over, and they're on track. They've just got to keep that gap within reach from runs to win and balls remaining.
Yeah, they can't let that get away from them at all. For England, they just know that they need quite a few dot balls in succession. That's in the air, brilliant from Darren Smith. And that's a sit. And that's a brilliant sit for Darren Smith, and for Australia, that's 8 off the over, and they've still got 3 balls remaining, Matt.
To go down the cliche line, we're not allowed to at uni, just what the doctor ordered.
Brilliant. And Darren Smith, we've said it so many times this tour. I said to him, you must be up for player of the series, and he said, I don't think you can get that, Owen. He was laughing along, but he knows how good of a series he's had here in the UK. So many wickets, so many runs, and he's well on his way to his half century.
Well, we just said to Rash again, that
That's Darren's playing, that is.
Sums the man up that He's cancelled his flight at 10 o'clock to stay here for the fight. And this guy, what a competitor. I said to Rash, Owen, he's going to give every ounce of blood, sweat and tears to get this fight done. He ain't going nowhere.
No. 98 runs to win then, off 75 balls.
Shot.
Decent shot, but well fielded by the skipper, Ed Gordon-Lennox. He says, no, you're not having that. Second dot ball of this over. They'll take another run to reach 97. They'll look to go for 2, and they will. 98 for 2 then. Good cricket, sensible cricket, as Rash mentions. And they're 2 off 100 runs. And then you think, well, hey, there we go.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. I mean, we've alluded to their running this summer between wickets. This is just another level. Yeah. They're having to take the odd risk, but they're backing themselves. And they are so sharp on running between the wickets. And Smithy's cut that one away. Well, stopped again. Brathwaite diving down, stopping that again for a certain boundary. But they've got 11 off it, so that's a one to the Aussies. And again, they've closed that gap. DRLS should be 91. They're on 99, 97 now. So they're actually 2 ahead of the curve for the first time this game.
God, this is fascinating, isn't it? This is the chess game that you see so often with cricket. It's absolutely extraordinary. To think I wasn't a cricket fan a year ago. My goodness, it's a fascinating contest that we're seeing unfold here at Royal Ascot as afternoon turns into evening. 12 minutes past 7. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Almost 150 viewers watching on the stream. There's another plane.
Darren's other plane. Yeah, he owns a lot of planes, this guy. He's got a few quid in the bank. Can't quite see if that says Qantas on it.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's Qantas. Yeah.
But so we're at the net's end. It's Dobson again. It's going to be Smith facing, and he does feel like he's got his eye in here, Smith. I do not want to put a commentator's curse on it. No. But he does feel like he's got his eye, and he's driven that back past the bowler. Actually just bobbled slightly to the leg side, and Timor Allen retrieved it. Returned it straight back to Dobson. And that's to be said, the boys are getting on with this tonight as well. That's another drive straight at Timor Allen. And again, that's absolute gold dust at the moment. 2 dot balls.
They would kill for an over now. Sorry, a maiden now.
Oh gosh, a maiden would be absolutely dream world. Smithy's. Oh, he had a stretched out arm for that, and with that,
100 runs.
Going to bring up the 100 runs for Australia as again they sprint 2 runs, and that's the 100 up, and the whole Australian squad, bar Peter Judd, I think, because of the finger, applauding his team. 93 runs to win, 69 balls remaining, 100 runs up there from 14.3 overs, taking only 68 minutes.
It's on, isn't it?
And again, they're bowled already. Straight to the bowler. Timo went with his feet, but got away with it. And again, Rash was saying, I was saying to Rash, Juddy coming into bat is, at best it's badly bruised, at worst it's broken that finger because it looks absolutely horrific. Oh, he's going to send that one. You can't be bowling that to Darren Smith, I'm afraid. He is going to eat that up for dinner all day long, and that again puts a different complexion on the over. All of a sudden, after 2 dot balls, he's gone for 6.
That's his half century as well.
And that's Darren Smith's half century. Another half century innings by Smith. Been absolutely man of the series. 41 balls, 4 fours, 1 6, 57 minutes, strike rate of 122. And again, exactly what they needed after those 2 early wickets falling, Owen.
He's cancelled his flight and he's got a half century. Absolutely extraordinary off 41 balls. Darren Smith. That's all you have to say, isn't it? Darren Smith, what a player. And what a man on and off the pitch as well. We've had so many chats with him, haven't we, Matt? Be a shame. We won't be seeing him every few days now. Such a gentleman, isn't he, on and off the pitch?
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet him, and his lovely little nick off the hip just for a single. Very clever cricket again. His family should be more than proud of him. He's representing his country and his family with absolute honour and pride, and again, he's up for this fight. He's not going down without a fight, this lad. He's a born fighter, and what a competitor.
So then, with 11 overs to go, this has really turned into an enthralling contest now. Yeah, DLS, they are 2 above their what they should be on. 104. They're at 106 for 2. 88 runs to win off 66 balls. This is really, really interesting. Their last wicket, of course, was the loss of Stephen Butler. 7 for 2. They're now at 106 for 2. 8 per over then. And the last few overs, they haven't been far off that, have they, Matt?
Oh, that's wide.
They'll take another run there. Yeah, they might go for it. No, just take that signal to put them on to 107. 80. 100-run partnership in just about an hour. That's fantastic from Pavey and Smith. 40 off 36 for Gray and Pavey. 51 off 43 for Darren Smith.
And it's like Rash said, they're not hoiking this with massive hook shots to cow corner or anything like that. They're playing sensible cricket shots, not hitting the panic button yet. And the longer it goes on and the longer they stay in touch, the pressure will flip to the England side of this game.
Because look at that, 8 wickets
Yeah,
in.
I know. I mean, how quick do they get to 100 partnership from 50?
It's extraordinary,
It seems like 2 minutes ago we announced the 50 partnership and it's already 100 partnership. So they've really trying to... That's short and that's gone. That could be a catch. 6 runs signalled.
Wow.
But, oh, hang on, sorry. Oh. Adjustment there. An excited fan. Signal 4 there.
Even if he played on it as...
Got excited there. Timor was all over that. Silver Stump's chap in it. Signal 6 and Timor put him right in his place and called it a 4. Newman again over pitch. He's had a swing and a miss. You see Timor in front of living every ball here, isn't he? Every ball he's living, he's swing and a miss, and Timor felt every ounce of that. Newman in, Smith. Little lovely tickle off the hip. He's absolutely sprinted that first run like Usain Bolt. He's not going to get to that slow boundary. Even Deakins managed to get run, and they've run 3. Brilliant running, and these Aussie squad are just on their feet applauding this effort. And you have to say, even if they don't get across the line, what an effort this has been.
115 for 2, 79 runs needed off 61 balls. Smith on to 58 off 46 deliveries. Pavey is back on strike now and he's 45 off 42. He's on for his half century. Newman in again then. Be a dot ball, and that's a crucial dot ball to end the over. 1, an LB, 4, dot ball, 3, dot ball. 79 off 60. So it's well within reach, isn't it?
It is now. Let's see what this Duckworth-Lewis jumps to. They're 115, so I think they're well ahead of it now. But let's just wait for the calculations to come in. But already the runs required, 111 needed. Duckworth-Lewis, and they're on 115, so they're ahead of the curve by 4 runs now. And again, 108 needed, 84 balls. Sorry, 79 to win, 60 balls. That's closing the gap on those 2 totals, getting them closer and closer together. And Gordon Lennox reshuffles his pack. He's looking for... Again, you can't blame them here, taking their time. This is the whole summer coming down to this for both teams, and they want to take as long as they can. I think Owen's struggling with the nerves. That's the 3rd toilet break he's had to have. Mid commentary, his young bladder's struggling with this pressure. Oh, gone to dab that down leg. Is that a wide? No. Screams and shouts come in. From everywhere. So no ball due to incorrect field placements, which the Aussie squad were right on top of that. Called it. So that's a bit of a mental error from skipper Lennox at this stage in the game. And that's over pitch, and Smithy's going to deal with that all day long. He's full tossed that, hooked it over the boundary, 4 runs. And he's going to drink that up all day long. I think Rash has got fed up of waiting for Mason, and he's going to join the team. He's getting so excited. We're all on board.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing for all three of us to be together at the end of a long summer.
Ask my wife that.
Just about to say, though, Rashes is turning into, we said it was going to be a grandstand finale, it's turning in right into one, isn't it now? 58 balls remaining, 73 runs. But Darren Smith is on one, isn't he? My goodness.
Yeah, he's a class act, is Darren Smith. Can do it any way he wants to, really. We've seen him play some very patient knocks and then accelerate, but showed his intent right from the start. 63 off 49. And Graham Pavey, no slouch, 46 off 44. That just pops in the air.
That was a dangerous little one, seeing that. He was just about to drive that, and it just hopped up off the crease and just caused Darren a little bit of readjustment at the last minute. Dobson, oh, that's a swing and a miss. And again, absolute gold dust. 2 dot balls there, Rash.
Yeah, good bowling there from Mel Dobson. Pushed it through quicker, knowing what Darren Smith was trying to do.
Oh, Darren Smith. Oh, well done, well fielded.
Gone for it. That one's going to be tight. They really are taking risks now.
Wow.
But once again, they get in 2
Another
runs
2
run.
crucial runs. My goodness.
Absolutely fantastic. That brings up the end of the 17th over. It's 124 for 2.
They're only 0.5 off the run rate required as well.
Yeah.
7.3 at the moment. They need 7.8 and over. So they're well on track with 9 to go.
DLS has just ticked over to 119, and they're on 124 for 2. So this is getting interesting, Rash.
It is. They've been helped a bit, and you know the England supporters watching worldwide. England were in the ascendancy. They knew Australia were going to come fighting back at some point in their innings, but it's been a bit betwixt and between for me. Some indifferent bowling, and I think we've got to say that, and some field placings that just leave you scratching your head a touch. But that's the pressure that the England boys are actually under. So, you know, it's all about trying to impose your will on the opposition, and Australia are imposing theirs on England. You can see a lot of finger pointing, a lot of gesturing by the England boys.
Well, this is what this comes down to. I mean, this is the top level that these boys can play cricket at. Say what you like about the standard. We know it's fantastic. We've been here all summer. But this is the top level at their game. And I can speak from experience. It's the bit I couldn't do at golf. Under the pressure, can you put it out of the bag? And you've got 13 men out there giving it their absolute all to try and drag their teams over this final line. And Lennox is giving it everything there with the field placements with Newman. And I'm just looking forward to this crescendo. It's going to be absolutely fantastic.
One of the things that works in Australia's favour, even though Owen very correctly mentioned the differential between runs to win and balls, if that gets a differential of about 20 or above 20, you then start to worry. They're under 20 at the moment, and they have, crucially, 8 wickets in hand. Oh, he's dropped it, Timor Allen.
That could have been crucial.
And that's just a clueless throw, and he's hit Graham Pavey. And it's all going off. Well, Timor Allen, you've got to catch that, I'm afraid. It wasn't a difficult chance. Went to him quickly. But you need to hold on.
Yeah, and I just thought that a hand up to apologise. He certainly didn't when Pavey was turning around and faced him, which I thought was a little bit on the naughty side. No one minds a mistake, and we're not saying for 1 minute that Timor did it on purpose, but He could have been slightly more apologetic. The Aussie boys on the sideline actually shouted for him. Smith, he's really trying to open up here. Cracking fielding again there from the skipper, Edward Gordon-Lennox. He's actually thrown that back mid somersault straight to Newman to prevent the...
We saw him. Oh, that's in the
top
air
edged
as well.
He's going to go for it. It's gone. Dobson there, didn't it? But a better over. That's only 2 off this over, so 2 tight balls needed.
Yeah, the differential is up to 18. 68 off 50. What England will give for 2 dot balls now from Nick Newman.
Oh, it's a very clever little paddle around the corner. I don't think, he's going to get there. He has got there, but they've run 2. There's a very clever little paddle around the corner, that by Pavey, wasn't that, Rash?
Yeah, intelligent cricket. Just helps with Nick Newman just losing his line of touch. But didn't try and thrash it. Big gap out on the leg side.
And you talking about those wickets in hand, Rash, which are 8. I wonder whether they've had a bit of a signal, because they've definitely started swinging for some bigger shots here. No doubt. Go on, he's calling it. Oh, no, somebody said he wasn't looking. That was a bit sloppy by Pavey there. Bit sloppy by Pavey. He wasn't looking, and they could have run a single. Smithy's telling him so, and Pavey's brought his 50 up. 47 balls, 78 minutes, 5 4s, no 6s. So these two are really trying to bring this home for Australia. And that's, a little bit sloppy from Pavey. They're not something we see often from the Australians. As that sunshine tries to break out, Rash.
Well, 122 runs this partnership. Well battered, Graham Pavey. As you heard Matt Evans say, 50 off 47 deliveries with those 5 boundaries. 65 off 48. So still that differential under 20. As long as it keeps under 20, and crucially the wickets in hand. It may seem a tall order, but a boundary here and there and good running. The run rate is still 7.2. They only need 8.1. So it's dot balls now, boys.
Yeah.
Dot balls. And if your chance comes your way, you have got to snaffle it.
Does it give them that chance, Rash, as we just mentioned, so crucial for these dot balls? And, as I said a few overs ago, they'd kill for a maiden, in one of these overs. But when it comes to it, that's this in just a moment as Pavey, almost tried to stop it with his foot, and he'll get another run to reach 130 for 2. But, when it comes for Australia, if they get to, let's say, 21, 22 overs, and there's still 8 wickets in hand, they're going to absolutely go crazy, aren't they, for those final few overs, aren't they? If they can keep, as you mentioned as well, Rash, if they can keep that differential under 20.
Yeah, it also depends on what score they are, Owen. Exactly. I mean, if they're 150 plus with 6 to go, they stroll it.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Right on cue. He's out. Brilliant running. I thought they got absolutely lucky. Look at this replay. Dobson just put his hand out. It hit his hand and went straight onto the stumps. Oh, yeah, but Pavey was well in. Pavey was well in. Asked the question, but the umpire wasn't interested. And regardless of the result here, Rash, this partnership is absolutely phenomenal under this pressure.
Yeah, it is. Expect nothing less, though. Pavey's on his bike. He knows Timur Alam down there has got the best of arms, but he did well on that occasion. Credit where credit's due. Now, Graham Pavey, I've seen him play a lot of cricket in deep mid-wicket area. Oh, he's got him. He's got him this time. He has got him. Well, went for the drive, Graham Pavey. You can see here on the replay, edged. Yeah, and that time well held by Steve Aston. So, England make the breakthrough. 133 for 3. It's a great innings by Graham Pavey, and he'll get a very, very good round of applause. Caught Steve Aston off the bowling of Mel Dobson for 51 off just 49 deliveries. 5 4s in that. But very, very dangerous. Glenn Pearce. He struggled a bit on tour, Glenn, but he hit 80 odd yesterday off 53 deliveries, and he's got Australia out of some deep, deep holes when they were on the tour to New Zealand.
That could be that crucial opening that England need here, Rash, because it looked like Australia were really gaining a bit of momentum. Because they're not, as we said, they're not completely out of it. 61 runs of 44 balls required. That's that third wicket, the first wicket in quite some time as well. It was 7 for 2 and they lost Stephen Butler.
The one thing I will say, even though that wicket is a vital wicket for England, Glenn Pearce, I don't think in my time covering England I've seen anybody hit a ball harder or further than him. So they've got 7 wickets in hand. You might just see him tee off.
Yeah, it's enough wickets, isn't it, Rash, to just come out, almost swing 3 sixes and get yourself out. You've probably helped the cause more than just hanging around at this stage and in this DLS game. And just joining us late. David Lee's not Deacon bowling. No, you've actually missed him. He's had a couple of overs. Whether they're saving him for later in the innings, we don't know. But he's had a few. Dobson comes in and bowled him.
Oh my word!
That absolutely turned off the surface. 100%. I can see that from here. He's got that. Oh.
Well, well, well. Bigged up Glenn Pearce. He won't be buying me a drink in the bar afterwards. Out first ball. Bang, bang.
No, nothing kills momentum like that, Rash. 2 wickets in a row.
Yeah, the other thing, conversely, Bill Blair walking out, the Australian vice-captain, he's seen it all, done it all. But he's going to be a bit nervous now because it just changes his outlook a touch. Very aggressive player by nature, but 2 wickets in 2 balls for Mel Dobson. Well, just when we thought it couldn't get any more exciting.
Yeah, and Pearce, the first signal he gave to Blair was that has turned off the surface in towards the wickets, and it absolutely did.
We've seen it from Mel Dobson in the warm-ups in the matches we've played. I can't remember which one it was. It may have been at Fairburn, Matt, when you were saying in the warm-up, he was turning an absolute mile.
Yeah, it was, yeah. He gets some proper revolutions on the ball to create a lot of spin. So they just got to steady the ship. It's no need to panic yet. There's still time in this game. Very difficult situation for Australia. They can't hang around too long, and no one likes coming in on a hat-trick ball either.
This would be extraordinary, wouldn't it? We've seen it all in this series, or have we? Mel Dobson then. Full bowl in for Bill Blair.
Well, I like what Ed Gordon Lennox is just doing. He's signalled to Paul Radich to come in off the deep cover boundary, bring him in. He's moved Nick Newman onto the circle at orthodox point. But Mike Palmer has moved to a very interesting position, 45 on the leg side.
Great end to the over. 1-2-1, 2 wickets and a dot. As Richard Merriman screams from the sidelines. Keep turning the screw.
And that's just swung the DLS rate above what they are at. First time in about 3 or 4 overs. DLS 138, Australia 133 for 4 after 19. Getting down to squeaky bum time, Rash.
Squeaky on me, 3rd change of underpants. Glad I brought 4. But Bright Sunshine DLS, I think, is irrelevant now, folks, with the bright sunshine. Clouds look high enough, blue sky all around. So it's all about, can Australia get to 194, 61 more to win 42. So it's creeping up for that 20 differential. Dot balls are the key. But Darren Smith still there, 69 off 57. Straight through his hands.
He's absolutely driven that straight back past the bowler for 4 runs. And I was just going to say, I think being the man with his eye in and a bit of time in the centre, he's probably going to put it on his own shoulders here to go and attack and get as many runs as he can on the board.
Well, it was a fiercely hit shot, Matt, but that went straight through Nick Newman's hands. That's a chance. Difficult one, very much like the Peter Judd one we saw when England were batting, but that has gone straight through his hands.
Oh, great from Barry.
That's a lovely little turn around the corner. Again, he's going to run to...
Oh, I think they should have gone for that.
Oh, not out.
Goodness me.
What a throw that was.
Hell of a throw.
Who was that?
Well, it's impossible from our angle to see. And umpire Bartlett stood there. He's standing at point. Well, the England fielders were all interested.
A fantastic shot. The stumps were out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, one hell of a throw. Darren Smith moves on to 74 off 59 deliveries. Nick Newman comes in again then. 4 and a 1 to start his fourth over. It's very nice from Bill Blair.
Bottom inside edge is just, it's not made the boundary. They've run 2.
54 off 39 for Australia. They reach 140. Bill Blair's off the mark.
Bowling those. I think the fielder out here is going to stop it. That was an absolute full toss from Nick Newman. You can't be bowling those at this stage.
No, Nick, very honest with himself. I think he may look back. It's not his finest spell of bowling. Put it that way.
Oh, Darren.
Slapped into the offside. Kevin Watson charging round. Great one-handed pick-up. Going to have to get his bike on here. And he makes it. Well, really good cricket. Darren Smith, he's absolutely out on his feet.
He must be shattered, mustn't he?
But Kevin Watson, wonderful, wonderful attempt. One-handed pick-up, running to his left.
Great throw.
Instant throw-in.
You can see him deep breathing, can't you? He's just taking a moment. This guy's in his 60s, lad.
Extraordinary.
And he's sprinting up and down there like Usain Bolt. The whole weight of the team on his shoulders. There's a late call there from Blair, and fair play. Once again, Smithy was just alert enough to take the single, and probably a well-needed rest at the other end.
Well, 11 coming from that over. Just what Australia needed, just what England didn't need. After Mel Dobson checked their progress in the previous over, 2 wickets in 2 balls. 144 for 4. 6 overs to go. Exactly 50 to win.
This is extraordinary. Oh, yeah. Well then. 50 to win then, Matt.
Yeah, this is coming down to the wire. I'm not sure we'll see Nick Newman again after that over. Costly 11 off that over. Darren just prowling out towards our commentary position, giving himself a little rest. He's got himself on a strike, which I like, because he's faced 61 balls. He's got his eye in, and he's taking the pressure. He's taking the ball by the horns, and he wants it, doesn't he, Rash?
Well, he set his stall out right from the start, Matt. We know what an ultra-competitive man he is. He's certainly, for me, the Australian player of the series.
Definitely.
But it's what he brings in his all-round game. As I said, he can bat a number of different ways. He can be quiet and then accelerate. He can go out from the start. Oh, what a big swipe at that. Well, if you're England, you've got to stop the boundaries.
Yeah, that's a crucial thing for England, isn't it? Because as you said, Rash, they won't mind it so much with these if it just hit a few ones and a few dot balls. But those boundaries are crucial for Australia, and crucial that they don't concede them for England.
Yeah, spot on, Owen. Bill Blair just got himself in a bit of a tangle there. He's trying to play it down the leg side. But, he plays a lot in the leg side, Bill, and he's just looking and counting up. But it's Michael Palmer's position. Sorry, it's Nick Gaywood now who's swapped with Palmer. Just on that 45, he scores a lot of runs in that area, Bill Blair. And he's still counting up, making sure there's not too many England fielders outside. 30-metre ring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's spread far and wide as Dobson comes in again. And Bill Blair just prods forward.
Yeah, they won't mind this at all, England. 1 dot ball.
Well, this is Mel Dobson's last over. 3 more to come. Big handle, that's gone. That's a great shot, straight down the ground. 1 bounce for 4.
Grant, shush, they broadcast.
45 off 32 remaining for Australia. As there you see, a few of the England players just trying to get that ball. Gives Darren Smith a rest anyway.
Yeah, I mentioned must cut off the boundaries. Stop the boundaries. Let them have the 1s and 2s, because at some point they're going to have to use a long handle. Well, Bill Blair used it there to great effect. Very good cricket shot.
Yeah, great message on the chat from Dave Land. Great ending, whatever happens. Yeah, couldn't agree more, Dave.
Well, both sets of players need the highest amount of praise, Owen. It's been a wonderfully entertaining series, as the series was down under. Full commitment from both sets of players. Wonderful support. But this is what you play for.
Just coming up to 7:45. Good evening, everybody, if you're still with us. Yeah, there's over 200 of you watching the finale of this highly engrossing contest as Australia had another run to the board and reached 150. .44 to win then. It took them 20.5 overs to reach that 150 mark. Number 1 added to the total by Darren Smith to reach 151.
Yeah, just sitting here now and looking at the assembled crowd, Owen, and some of the faces. I had a wonder when I was on my last break, and the consensus by many of the supporters, both England and Australia, was that England fell short of great fielding. Mainly out on the boundary, but when he's in short in the offside, he's produced some wonderful moments during this series. And Bill Blair just taking his time, just again counting up to make sure the requisite number of fielders are out there, and England haven't sneaked one out.
We'll claim another run. 152. Up to 153 for 4. 41 off 28 then. Darren Smith would love another boundary. But Nick Newman would love to get him out here. Up in the air. Boundary prevented. Well by Mel Hussain. They will just add 1 more run to the total. They don't mind that, England, do they? Because it limits Australia to just singles.
Well, they won't mind it doing as long as they can go dot ball, dot ball, dot ball. It must not give a boundary away. Oh, Bill. Well, I hope he's all right.
As soon as he started his run there, Rash, he looked like he was struggling. Pulled up a little bit there, didn't he?
Yeah, we hope Bill Blair's all right. Yeah, he certainly pulled up, still flexing that knee. Oh, that's brilliant by Deakin. That was absolutely crushed by Darren Smith. Right in front of Phil Deakin. Yeah, he's looking round Phil Deakin. There was no one behind him. If he didn't stop that, that was 4. Well done. That should be a leg by signal by umpire Noel Ford, and it is. So Nick Newman finishes his 5 overs. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 39. The end of the 22nd over. 4 to go. 157 for 4 Australia. 37 runs to win to retain the Ashes.
Nine and over, the shout. And that's, as we see, they're on a run rate at the moment of 7.1. They require, as you just 3. A few boundaries here and there, they're not too.
Well, it's going to be a change in bowling because Mel Dobson's finished from the net's end. 5 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 36. Wickets in consecutive balls. Dismissing Graham Pavey and then Glenn Pearce first ball. The boys are busy looking at the comments on the YouTube feed. What they're saying, boys?
Well, Banana Brooks has got his wish come true. Can we just have 1 over boundary free? You just had it, Banana Brooks. So, England fighting back here. Right at the death, 9 and over. I wonder how long Bill Blair's going to last here. He's really struggling on that leg. And they've got to start playing shots here. They've got wickets in hand.
Yeah.
So there's no reason not to. As Deakin comes in. I think one of the... Oh, he's hit that high. That's
It's going straight to Neil Brathwaite.
Oh,
He's dropped it.
Goodness me.
Oh, he's called for it, and Blair's running that bad leg.
Wow.
He's got his head in his hands, Neil Brathwaite.
Oh, Neil almost had it. He had so many
Look at
chances.
this. Oh, he didn't get the replay. He had a juggle of it, and for someone who's so good at fielding, he's absolutely distraught. Look at that picture. Paints.
Well, we saw him took an absolute blinder at Sparsholt on Monday. Dismissed Graham Pavey. That went straight down his throat. He had about 6 goes at it.
Yeah.
Couldn't hold on. Oh, lifeline for Blair. That's gone. That's gone. Yeah. Now Bill Blair's not happy, but it looks out from here. Umpire Ford. We'll have a quick look on the replay. We can't really see the popping crease. It's a long way down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's about still in, yeah.
Well, that's a good bit of work by Steve Aston. And we do hope Bill Blair's okay. He's stumped Steve Aston off the bowling of Phil Deakin for 12. Off an even 12 with 1-4. Should have really been out the previous delivery.
Claude Orlando.
Australia 159 for 5. 35 more required to win. 3.4 overs remaining.
Claude Orlando comes in then to join Darren Smith.
Well, we've seen him play some fine knocks, boys, haven't we? None finer, in my personal opinion, than when he came out at Fairbairn. 26 for 6 they were, Australia, in absolute disarray. And together with Bill Blair and Terry Bext and Tony Panacasio, got Australia up to 172, which in the scheme of things was unbelievable. And we also saw him at Loughborough. But pressure's on. Well, Neil Brathwaite will be feeling a tad happier. But if a picture could, 1,000 words, then
Well done, Brad. It's not a good moment for Neil, but just as the camera went onto his face, he must have had 6 goes at that at least.
Australia reach 160 with that single. Claude Orlando off the mark.
Now, Darren Smith is the man set, but he looks absolutely shattered. He's obviously going to try and score off every ball, but he's just having a blow, looking around the field.
Yeah, an amazing rush. He's up to 81 again. Could we see another century? That'd be absolutely phenomenal. Whatever playing he's getting, he's going to be sleeping well.
They go for 2 and they
And those are the little mistakes that are creeping in now as the pressure builds and builds and builds. Kevin Watson just missed it on the first time of asking, then the throw slipped out of his hand.
He did, but such is the state of the game. It should have been 2, really, on the misfield. Well, they're going to look for 2 here. That's slapped out into the offside. Paul Radage out there.
Taken on the arm, and he's
That's a good throw.
Wow, fantastic. Good cricket all round there. Great shot, great fielding, great running.
Yeah, very good, Matt. Well done by Paul Radage. Had a lot of ground to cover from his position there. But a good throw to keep Darren Smith honest. Final delivery then of this Phil Deakin over. A crucial wicket with a second delivery.
Finished the 23rd over with a dot ball. Leaves us in the situation of 31 runs off 18 balls. 2 runs a ball gets the job done. And anyone who's ever played the game knows that's easier said than done, and it is getting tense.
It certainly is.
Well, I fancy it's going to be either Mike Palmer or Kevin Watson. Nick Newman having bowled out 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 39. People up and down the north of England, particularly in Yorkshire, wishing Kevin well.
And Rush has called it. It looks like to be Kevin Watson. Big, deep conversations with Deakin and the skipper Gordon Lennox. Imperative that they get this field right at this point in the game. It's the danger man, Darren Smith on strike. As Rush has said, he's leaning on that bat, looking ever so tired. It's been a long old month, 16 games played. A lot of runs scored by that man on your screens right now. He's still surveying that field and looking what's available to him. He really is puffing.
Well, full and straight for me, for Kevin Watson, but you need to set your field accordingly. The boundary riders are out. Those in the circle, ones won't get it done for Australia, so they're going to be looking for the 2s. Full and straight is the order of the day.
Devin Watson then into Darren Smith. Delivery. Oh, it's up in the air. And they will get 1 run out of it.
Brilliantly fielded by Dobson.
Really good.
That stuck a hand out, stopped a certain boundary. And as Rush said, singles won't get the job done.
Yeah.
So England are more than happy with that. Another ball chalked off. Only 1 run taken.
Yeah, 30 off 17 then. Now required. Still with 5 wickets in hand. So they can start to swing that bat. They need to do that if they want any chance of retaining this grey Ashes.
Well, this is a bold choice by Ed Gordon and Lennox. We know how strong Claude Orlando is, playing straight down the ground. Nick Gayward has been moved from the position at long off into the circle at orthodox mid-off. Mel Dobson pushed back. And he's just thumped that through the offside. Timor Alam, you've got to get there. And he has. That's a good bit of fielding.
I don't think he ever actually stepped inside the circle there, Nick Gaywood. I have to say, he stood right on the edge of it there. Apparently they've got 4 inside the circle, haven't they, at this stage of the game. You see him there now, look, he's outside the circle.
No.
What was that?
Don't know what's happened there.
I think someone shouted just as the bowler was running in. He's had a bit of a telling off from the umpire there on the sidelines. Good field placements again, another single. Well stopped by Phil Deakin. And again, they'll be taking those singles all day long.
Certainly.
We're getting towards 2 runs a ball.
Darren Smith back on strike. 3 minutes to 8 here in the UK. Thanks for joining us. 269 live viewers. At the moment, that's absolutely extraordinary watching the end of this contest. Thank you for joining us if you've been a part of it all day. Watching the end of this gripping contest. What, Kevin Watson in again. Oh, brilliant from Darren Smith. Just when they needed a boundary.
Just flicked off his hip, that Rash, wasn't it? Perfect.
Well, it was a very well executed shot, but such is the nature of cricket. Paul Radage had just been moved from his position on the boundary, exactly where he was retrieving the ball from to come into the circle, and they moved Nick Gaywood back to orthodox long off. That's the cricketing gods. That's what they can do. They can make you look very foolish at times. That would have gone straight to Paul Radage. It would have been 1. Ended up being a 4. No, it's even better.
Oh, that's brilliant. It's just cuffed that. And that's, I was just going to say, that it only takes a couple of boundaries to turn this run rate right around. And he's gone 4-4.
Wow. 19 off 13. There you go, Matt.
And he's moved on to 91 off 70 balls, creeping towards another century. He's in absolute sublime form. And you've got to question, there's a bit of doubt in this field, I think, Rash, you know. Like you said, singles don't get it done, so men out, stopping the boundaries would be my call. I'm not quite as au fait on the rules of you about how many in the circle and stuff.
Yeah, it's been a bit of consternation for England during this innings, I've got to say. I mean, they were called up for a no ball. It's difficult when you're out in there in the middle in the moments. And that's another 4.
Absolutely brilliant. This man is just bringing it home. What a competitor. We have said it all summer. Absolutely. And when the chips are down and they needed someone to step up to the plate, who is it?
Darren,
it's Darren
Smith.
Moves on to 95.
Yeah, 16 from the over boys. And now heavily weighted in Australia's favour.
Just look at that though, Rash. Literally you looked at that first half of that over. 1-2-1. Fully in England's favour. 3 boundaries in a row. Just how it can switch in a game of cricket.
But not too many loose balls though, Rash. I mean, let's be real about it.
Yeah, you know, we try and be as balanced and fair as we can, folks. I know some people may take a different view, but we try and be as balanced as fair as we can. 3 good deliveries to start. The fielding change obviously didn't work for England. If Radage had stayed where he would, that's another 3 off the over, so take that away. But then a bit of a looser delivery. It was, I wouldn't say it was a half tracker, but it sat up nicely, and Darren Smith, knowing where Paul Radage had moved to, knew there was a massive gap on the leg side. So he just put it into the deep. There's Phil Deakin.
A big one coming here from Claude. Oh, straight to the field. He's fumbled it a little bit. They've taken the single. We were asking actually Rash really quickly when you were off comms. How often do they win away from home? We know that Australia won 3-2 in Australia. Is it a massive home advantage in this level of cricket?
The teams are very equally matched. I mean, 2023, England got home 3-2. We suffered the reversal down under in November and December. Listen, the teams know each other very well. They're always a hard-fought contest, as you would expect. And Darren Smith just slaps that. Oh, it's misfield, but no harm done.
But just with those stats, Rash, that's the last 3 Ashes have gone to the home side.
Yeah.
So, if Australia get over the line here, that's the first away win for at least 3 Ashes series, so it would be massive.
Yes, it certainly would.
That's overpitched. Fielders round there, got to be careful. It's a very bobbly outfield. And again, they've run the 2. Really is leaning towards an Australia victory here. Absolutely fantastic run in between the wicket. This Darren Smith is going to sleep for a month when he gets home.
He's done that long flight, Matty. He'll have a long bit of whenever it is rescheduled for, because I think it was meant to depart in 50 minutes.
I don't know if you have Radox in Australia, but if you do, Kylie, get it in the bath. Oh, he's blowed him. He's missed one. Has he chopped on? Has he? Oh, that is 97 he's on. That is so unfortunate. Absolutely. Oh, he has chopped on.
Well done, Darren.
Emotional moment. Darren Smith walks off 97, but he's nearly got his side home. And what a moment now. The man striding out to the middle. Alan Muggleton. Wow. His Ashes debut. Took 2 wickets and a very, very good catch. What a fairy tale story for him. He was playing in the 3rd division for his state. Got the call up. Surprise inclusion in this Ashes touring squad, but he's looked very classy when he's come out to bat, boys. Left-hander just adds to the complications for England. Left hand, right hand. Darren Smith, what a magnificent innings.
Well, just looking over your shoulder when you're talking there, Ash, every single member of the Australian squad has come over to him and pat him on the back and shook his hand. He's had an absolutely fabulous summer with that bat in his hand.
And you mentioned, Rash, how much of just of a, me and Matt have only known him just less than a month, but what a gentleman on and off the pitch. Quite an extraordinary man, isn't he?
He's a funny old fish. He won't mind me saying it. He's one of the nicest fellows that I've had the pleasure in my time with England to meet and have a conversation of all sorts of things with Darren. But he leads by example, He very rarely lets his side down. Obviously, as a batsman, you're going to get a good ball now and again, and you tip your hat to the bowler, and away you go. But I think what's impressed me, we always knew his prowess with the bat. We've seen it firsthand, or those of us who followed England in the World Cup and then the Ashes series down under. He's always been a decent bowler. Peter Jensen firstly, and then Peter Judd. Always relied on him to keep an end up, and he can, bowl 9 over straight, maybe no wicket for 27, 28. But it's the amount of wickets he's taken in this series, which is, really, really been an added bonus for Australia, I suppose. Well, how are your nerves?
12 of 8 then, Rash.
Yeah, what a time to make your batting debut in the Ashes. 12 runs required, 8 balls remaining. Oh, that's a dot ball. Dot ball,
crucial dot ball,
for
wasn't it,
England. That very valuable for the England cause. 7 balls remaining, 12 runs required, and I've got half a feeling they might just leave Claude at that end for this last over. I think Muggleton might just be dabbling this back to Deakin and letting the big man have a swing in the last over. Oh, he's missed it totally. Oh, not what you need at this stage, Phil Deakin.
Well, it's bad enough giving the wide and the one extra. It's the extra ball, Matt.
Yeah.
I mean, because now it gives licence for the to have a bit of a swing.
That's better.
Oh, and a bit of a swing he does have. I think Brathwaite might catch that. He's a very quick fielder. He's knocked it over the boundary. He's fallen into knocked over the boundary.
It's extraordinary.
4 runs, and that keeps Claude Orlando on strike as well. He's had a great effort there, to be fair, Brathwaite. He was just on the boundaries he dived. And that's 4 runs for Australia, and Claude Orlando with the strike in the last over of this summer's Grey Ashes.
7 off 6, Matt.
Well, wasn't the greatest delivery, if we're being honest, Bill Deakin, but it was put away. Fantastic commitment by Neil Brathwaite.
2 very loose deliveries there, Rash, at the end of that over, I'm afraid. You've said it a couple of times this summer, just not tight enough.
Well, it's pressure. It's pressure. I mean, the dot ball there and the pressure's all on Australia. But here we go, folks. Thank you for your company during this wonderful, wonderful Ashes series. And it comes down to this. 7 runs to win. 6 balls remaining.
Cheryl is screaming her little lungs out over there, just by the sight screens. And a long, deep chat about this field placement. Kevin Watson's going to bowl the last over of this summer's Ashes. Ed Gordon-Lennox making sure that field is set exactly how his bowler wants it.
Yeah, for me this is it's an odd one. I mean, 7 off 6, get the fielders in. I'm not sure why having your boundary riders. If they're going to go big, they're going to go big regardless. But the counter argument is, if they're going big and it's in the air, you've got a chance to catch. But here we go. I fancy if the Australians get home, you might see a load of David Pleat moments for those with long memories when he ran onto the pitch.
His 6-year-old hamstrings pulled all over the place.
Kevin Watson then.
Oh, he's got him!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness me, Kevin Watson. Well, it was full and straight. I've been advocating that. Claude Orlando. Have a look on the replay. Oh, it was right in the block hole. He's looking to play it somewhere through mid-wicket. And Kevin Watson, full and straight, knocks the off-stump back. And what a moment now. Radar O'Reilly, Peter O'Reilly, in a stalwart for this team for many, many years. The devastating news of the passing of his mother while he was on tour. And all his teammates have rallied round, and we've mentioned it on the broadcast. On behalf of everybody connected with England, our deepest condolences to Peter and his family. But that's terrible news. But here we go, folks. 7 to win. 5 balls remaining.
Alan Muggleton has just sprinted to the boundary rope, changed his bat. I know it's like a baseball player that he's got a slogging bat with a bit more weight to it, or compared to his normal bat. He's not going to be facing, it's going to be Peter O'Reilly. What a difficult task, just straight in, no time to hang around. Yeah. It's not like he can have a look at 2 or 3 balls. There's 5 remaining, 7 runs needed, and I just knew this was coming down to this summer. Like Rash has said all along, these teams are so closely matched. It deserves nothing less than this.
Well, the series down under, the third one that the Australians actually clinched the Ashes. 2 balls remaining. Australia squeaked home. And then the 4th one, the miracle with Razi Ahmed and Simon Routh.
Watson from the racecourse end to Peter O'Reilly.
Oh, he's got him!
Oh, my goodness me. He's played straight across the line. Didn't get anywhere near it. Not the best of shots from Peter O'Reilly. You'll see it on your replay now. Looks a bit jittery. He's tried to hook that, and it's taken his middle stump. Straight off the bails came. And that's another hat-trick ball coming up, and this is exactly what England need. If you want to check momentum, Rash, there's no better way to do it than this.
Yeah, bang, bang. Wicket, wicket. Kevin Watson on a hat-trick. As number 3 on his back, Jeff Patterson makes his way out to the middle. Now, the dynamic changes slightly, boys. Still 7. But now only 4 remaining. There has to be, I feel, a swing of some sort. Do you keep the boundary riders out, or do you bring him in and challenge Jeff Patterson to go over the top? Difficult one. I think Ed Gordon-Lennox, just looking at it, he's going to keep exactly the same field.
And how valuable that wicket of Darren Smith now. Very unlucky to play onto his own wicket, but has absolutely turned the game around. We thought Australia were cruising here to victory. Taking Darren Smith wicket, and Kevin Watson started wicket. Oh, it's just a little dab there. They're going to run the two. They've got to run the two, haven't they?
They are. Oh.
No.
Sits off free for Australia. Patterson off the mark, preventing a hat-trick of wickets for Kevin Watson. But still an incredible over nonetheless, folks.
Cheryl's now got her head in her hands by the side screen. Really not feeling this now. Darren Smith's looking at the floor. How valuable was that wicket? And the next batsman in, I think, looks like Peter Judd, who's swinging.
Watson. But still an incredible over nonetheless, folks.
Cheryl's wicket, 1-1. What a fantastic over. Yeah. Exactly what was needed. It's Darren Gough-esque at the death bowling here by Watson. And you rely on your big men at the big times, and he's produced the big goods. It's in the air. They've got to run hard. They've got to run hard. Comes for it. Bounces, spins sideways. They've got to run hard. I don't know why he's pausing. Got to run for that bit. Ooh. Jeez.
It's a free off the last ball. Hang on a minute then. Hang on a minute.
Well, this engrossing series comes down to the final ball, folks. The equation is very, very simple. The fifth and final game. Australia need 3 runs to retain the Ashes. Just this one ball, provided it's not a wide or a no ball.
And the effort these England players are putting out in the field.
Very, very simple. The fifth and final game. Australia need.
And the score
for this series to end. The final delivery.